Welcome one, welcome all. It's late summer, not quite fall, and we're about to invade Tennessee and see what happens. Welcome back to History After Dark. I'm Thersites the Historian. Joining me this evening are. What the fuck is that? Anyway,
I kind of hear the background.
yeah, I heard myself in the background. But anyway, yeah, we're doing tonight the invasion of Tennessee by the Confederates, their last major offensive. We'll be talking about John Bell Hood's decision to invade, Allatoona Pass, Spring Hill, the Battle of Franklin, the Battle of Nashville, and really the destruction of the Army of Tennessee as a functioning force in the field. So, quite a lot of ground, actually. And joining us for this, we have Sean Chick. We also have Luke Freet. So, we have a pretty good Civil War gathering tonight. So, gentlemen, how's it going?
Well, I'd say going well. Uh, I see this stream sort of as a follow up to the Atlanta campaign stream, so I will probably. So I am going to start at like the immediate aftermath of Atlanta, the fall at least.
Fair enough.
So that's kind of how I'm organizing this. I know that Sean's way more familiar with the Battle of Nashville than I am. Honestly, he's more familiar with this period as a whole. So after I'm going to talk to the Battle of Franklin, and after that point, I'm going to leave it to Sean. So that's kind of the plan for everyone that has a head up here. Of course, I'm not going to hog the spotlight the whole way through. So if you guys have any notes or corrections or anything you want to make while I'm going through, just give that heads up.
Of course, yeah. Uh, of course, yeah. I'll dive in for whatever like little thoughts, comments, or questions I might
Yeah.
have. I know we're doing what Brian Berlacki would say, division of labor here, as he says all the time. So you're doing, of course, the railroad campaign, and then the advance into Tennessee, calling with Franklin, and then I'm handling Nashville and the retreat from Nashville back south towards Mississippi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alabama
We
and
also
then Mississippi.
yeah. Well, we also
So
covered the events
that's gonna be our
around.
basic division for this one, with of course, commentary throughout. You know.
Yeah. I
All
do
right.
have to ask Sean. Do you tend to cover like the small actions going around Murfreesboro as well? If it's can
Yeah, yeah.
start.
I start December 1st. Okay.
All
Um,
right.
now I'm going to be sticking with broad strokes. I mean, unless I might mention a few specific brigade actions, but division's about as low as a level as I'm going to get. Because I kind of see these as really more campaign operational streams as opposed to like a specific battle stream. So yeah. So that's what I'm thinking is that we're doing a campaign operational level here. We're not doing, and some dramatic moments too, but we're not going to be doing like we would if I wanted to go into Nashville in more detail, we'd be going like by brigade. Which, by the way, for the Confederates, you can't go by regiment because by this time Confederate records are just they're really bad.
Yeah. And
We don't
plus, by
have
this
any.
point, brigade there are like Confederate brigades around Nashville. A lot of them are smaller than some Union regiments. So
Uh, some of them, yes, there are a few brigades that are small in some regiments. We have a whole brigade. The Granbury's Texas Brigade is now led by a captain going to the battle.
yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah. I will say technically the guy was brevet lieutenant colonel, but yeah, he was basically a captain of the brigade.
yeah, he's still lower ranking. I mean, you'd think they'd have somebody sitting around who could take it over, maybe.
Yeah.
And you're talking about what, Selkirk, right?
Well, Noah's first Broughton. He was technically
Oh,
a
that's right.
lieutenant.
Broughton goes wounded or something, and Selkirk takes over. Yeah,
Yeah, and Selkirk, who's a yeah,
who's definitely a captain. So anyway, yeah. So it's the Confederates are no doubt in dire straits, as we'll say. I mean, they're dire straits going to the campaign, but of course, it's going to be much, much worse after Franklin. So I did. We do have our usual notes. So you're doing pretty good, right, Luke? How are you doing, Derek?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah,
Nothing
didn't
out of
you
the
move?
ordinary.
No, Michael moved. That's right. That's
Yeah, it
right.
was
Michael's the one
Michael.
who moved. Yeah, I have a bad movie thing for you to mention for you. A few hours ago, I watched the amazing film Liz and Dick. starring the impeccable, the incomparable, the unconquerable Lindsay Lohan.
Oh boy.
And oh, it's terrible, man. Her acting is atrocious. But at a certain point, the acting is so it's like Rousseau, where the acting is so just weirdly bad that it starts to become its own thing. You know, especially when you give up on her as Elizabeth Taylor and you just pretend that Richard Burton is in love with Lindsay Lohan.
What
Which
about
once I thought of it as Richard Burton's in love with Lindsay Lohan, it was a much more enjoyable bad movie.
All right, yeah, I guess I haven't gotten into the, Lohan revival yet. I know you've been talking about it for a
Oh
little while.
no, the Lohanessance is not a thing. Okay, it's her doing shitty Netflix movies like Irish Wish and Falling for Christmas.
Well, she
You
she
know.
also did
Uh,
Freakier Friday, which is still in theaters, I'm pretty sure.
oh, that part of the Lohanessance, yeah, but that's just more like, hey man, we gotta dust this. We gotta dust this off. It's been about 20 years,
I
and
mean,
that that was.
I wouldn't make the mistake though of assuming that Netflix exclusives are the equivalent of straight to video, because there actually are two Netflix products right now that have restaurant tie-ins. So the Wednesday thing, I forget what restaurant. I think it's Wendy's is doing the Wednesday thing, which is only on
That's a TV
Netflix.
show though, isn't it?
I don't know if it's a show or a movie, but it's one or the other. And then,
I'm pretty sure
Wait,
that's a
Wednesday?
show.
No, that's a show. That's definitely
okay, well,
a Netflix series. I haven't watched it, but I have a girlfriend that does, and uh, yeah.
be that
Well,
as
look, I don't. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead, man.
the other tie-in is Happy Gilmore 2, which totally sucks, by the way, but that is tied in with Subway. So you can have a movie which does not premiere in theaters and still have a restaurant tie-in in 2025. So Lindsay
And the same
Lohan
extent.
actually is having the Lohanazance, or whatever you called it.
No, no, this is not because of product tie-in. You get tie-ins of straight-to-video movies as well. Okay, maybe not Russian Terminator. All right, or
Yeah, but
Ninja
Wendy's and
Terminator.
Subway are pretty major franchises. It's not like Tom's Hardware in Nebraska or whatever.
No, I'm gonna hard disagree on this one, man. That's Happy Gilmore too. Also, I mean that's Adam Sandler. He makes his money by getting product placement. Also, you're right. Subway's a major franchise, but it should be noted Subway's in trouble right now. That's not one doing particularly well. I'd like to mention.
Well,
Um,
I mean,
so
still though, I mean, that's
that's not like a sign. I mean, there's no major product placement in Christmas Wish. I'm sorry, in Irish Wish. Okay,
let me put it this way. To quote the great who was the guy who was in Jaws: The Revenge?
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine. To quote the great Michael Caine, I haven't seen the movie. I've heard it was shit, but I live in the house that it built. It's a pretty nice house.
Yeah, well, Danny said recently that they asked Steve Buscemi. He found recently that they found out that back when Steve Buscemi was in Armageddon, they asked him, "Why were you in it?" He said, "I need a bigger house." You know.
Yeah.
And by the way, Danny did put up an Armageddon review on his bad movie blog review, so I'd recommend checking that out. Money wise, we're only 350 off from the target for the Petersburg maps, so that's coming along real well, man. Thank you to everybody on that one. But no, I look. Lohan is in stuff right now, okay? But remember I remember the McConaissance, which was a bit fakey too. But at least that one, Matthew McConaughey was in like these award-winning films. Lindsay Lohan's like Falling for Christmas, which we are gonna watch as a bad Christmas movie, if not this year, in about 2 years when when he does the next rotation. Because I looked it up overall and just kind of like watched a little bit to get a taste of it. It is really, really, really bad. But Lohan's career has been pretty crazy, man. I recommend The Canyons to everybody. Um, you know, so, but hey, apparently she
Yeah.
went really nuts on the set of Freakier. I'm not Freakier, Freaky Friday. Was that one Herbie Fully Loaded? Always remember that, guys.
Well, I think she was on drugs back then, so that's probably why.
Well, that's when it really starts kicking in. Apparently, I'm like, wow, Herbie Fully Loaded. Huh?
Oh,
I mean, that
so
also
the
like,
title's rather fitting now. You think about it.
Yeah, she was
everything
fully
about it's
loaded.
fitting. Everything about it's fitting. Well, also, Herbie was like the '70s live action Disney movie, so is Freaky Friday. So like, let's just stick her in another one. I mean, if I was her, I'd be
Yeah,
doing
yeah, or the
drugs.
Parent Trap as well. Don't forget that.
That's right. That's right. That's back when she was like way younger. So look, glad she's doing some movies, but she's doing some Hallmark worthy shit right now. Okay. However, I'll eventually see Freakier Friday just for the fuck of it, but not now. More important right now is the McClellan Renaissance. Do you know about this, guys?
No. I'm guessing you're referring to
I
George McClellan?
am. It's in full swing right now. I have watched two different live streams where the commentators mostly like. I watched some panel. This was a little while back. I watched a panel discussion about Antietam, where pretty much all the commentators like, no, McClellan did very, very well. His generalship's been significantly underrated. To a point where I was starting to be like, me, a McClellan defender, was starting to be like, oh, aren't you guys getting a little like too happy about McClellan here?
Yeah.
And yeah, and I watched like I've watched some other stuff. I've been looking at the literature now, and we are in a full blown McClellan renaissance.
That's actually a good segue to something because I was looking back through the comments on a Union Corps Commander video, I believe, from like 5 years ago, and somebody left a really good question. Robert L. Peters. He said, "I read that Scott retired partly because Lincoln came to favor McClellan over him, and Lincoln did not take his advice to promote Halleck to succeed him. Lincoln did later take this advice. Thoughts?"
Uh, the Halleck dimension, I don't know exactly what happened there. I think though that if I'm not mistaken, Halleck couldn't take over right away anyway because he was still away in California, or he hadn't been able to reach them yet. Okay. Um, it is true that Scott did recommend Halleck, and I had to look in the details of it. And by the way, I do have a book that covers this, so we'll get to it eventually. I bought a book a few weeks ago, for real cheap, that gets a bit into it, by Beatty, and I think when we read that, I'll be able to say more about the dynamic that happened. But the overall gist is Lincoln at this time favors McClellan more. Scott gets annoyed. McClellan and Scott are not getting along because remember, McClellan's not the best subordinate. And Scott leaves. McClellan, I believe in his memoir, says something like, at that moment I felt really bad. And even McClellan felt like, wait, I'm commander of the Army of the Potomac and commander of all the armies. Now some people will say, well, didn't Grant do that? Not quite. If you really look at it, Grant commanded operations in Virginia. He pretty much let Halleck run the rest of the show in 1864-65. Don't get me wrong, though, Grant would still give directives. You'll see what I mean in a minute. I mean, not in a minute, but like in the stream later. But Halleck was kind of running things, especially in the more minor operations around the in the Union War effort. So Grant was kind of like didn't have the full responsibility as McClellan did, and I do believe that was a mistake by Lincoln to do that. Uh, I've also heard Rafuz say that one of the problems, one of the things with Lincoln that made him a difficult boss at times was he would go around and ask just about anybody advice. And the result of that sometimes was a breakdown in chain of command and confusion. And this plays a big part in the Eastern Theater, where some commanders would be like, who am I supposed to contact? Stanton, Halleck, or Lincoln? That's a big problem.
I would say so.
Yeah. This is another reason why I go like Lincoln was not a good military commander in chief. He's a rather poor one. And that's one of the reasons why he did not, until Grant, but the period for Lincoln, for most of the war, he does not set up a proper chain of command, but also so much of Lincoln's attention is on Virginia. So this didn't matter as much in the Western theater. Now, Lincoln would still intervene and say, hey, these are my orders, right? But you might get contradictory orders from Stanton or Halleck, or contradictory messages. But it's just much, much worse in Virginia. That's the big problem.
Right.
So yeah, it's a sign of Lincoln muddling things up with the Scott McClellan situation, but we'll get there when we get there, and I'll get into more detail about it. But at that point, yes. And from what I can tell, Lincoln actually favors McClellan and gets along with him pretty well until maybe January, February 1862. One quick note on that, though. Him and McClellan got along better one-on-one. And as the radicals gain more strength, both with the arrest of Charles P. Stone and then Stanton's rise, that is really when the Lincoln-McClellan relationship sours. And even then, Lincoln is more in McClellan's corner than Stanton or Halleck, who straight up don't want him. They want him to fail. They want him to lose. They want him out. You know, but that's again another reason why the Union war effort does poorly in Virginia. The blame has been so much has been put on the commanders of the Army of the Potomac, and as they say, the fish rots from the head, and it starts with Lincoln. So there you go.
All right. Well,
All right. Yep. We got let me see. Well, I got a few other minor things, but I guess I'm sorry, I got one there's other things I can mention. I do want to mention this one because it has to do we did a Titanic stream last year. So I decided to read some Titanic books again, like The Night Lives On. And I did want to mention one to everybody that I just finished called Quitting the Iceberg. If anybody here wants to read a spicy Titanic book and it's free, check that one out. Oh, it's got factual errors and stuff, but he has some interesting ideas in there. And it's definitely a book for cynics, misanthropes, and conspiracy theorists.
Any examples you got here? Like any particular ones that stand out?
There's a lot of them in there. One of the best ones. This one really made me think. He goes, "You realize the women of the Titanic murdered the men." That's what he says. Because, well, think about it. Those lifeboats. This is contention. He says the lifeboats go away from the ship, right? They don't go back. Only 2 lifeboats went back and fished out about 9 people. And we have several accounts of people on the lifeboats being like, "We need to go back and get some people," which there's evidence that's what Captain Smith wanted, and the women going, "No, we don't dare do that." And so the guy in the book is like, "Yep, they're just there listening to their husbands die." And he also equates that to something of a class thing as well, because the women knew that they were more third class back there.
of course.
Yeah, but I'm very. I mean, on one part, I'm like, "Hey, you hear these people yelling? They'll swamp the boat." But of course, he points out the fact that the 2 boats that went back weren't swamped. Of course, by then most people are dead. Furthermore, that the upside down boat, I think was it collapsible A or B?
It was a B.
The letter it was B. Yeah, it's Charles Lightoller on top with Harold Bride and the others, and Archibald Gracie the third. I'm sorry, the fourth. Long may he reign, as a fellow Civil War historian. you know, they made it in the midst of people, and I'm like, I think he's got a point there. That a lot of those women said like, "I don't dare go back." They were terrified, and it's a bunch of third class anyway. I think he's probably got a point. And yeah, so no, this book, I'm not saying I agree with everything in there, man, but it'll make you think. He's got spicy takes, and he's very much like Bruce Ismay sank that ship, White Star Line sank that ship through all the negligence, and he goes through all of it and they managed to dodge responsibility for it in the end of the day. Once again, I want to emphasize, this is a book for cynics, misanthropes, and conspiracy theorists.
So it's a book for 2025.
Yes. Complete with him having parts like the Titanic community rejects my stuff. And I'm like, and I'll make this clear. He makes certain factual errors, and there are certain leaps of logic I don't agree with him on. But at the same time, it's one of those books that I'm going to respect it insofar as it got me thinking about some stuff I had not truly considered, or maybe partially considered but didn't go all the way with it. One of those books where I have to stop and go like, "Huh, is he right?" And even if I came to the conclusion that he was wrong, the act that I had to stop and think about that is something I just really, really like. However, like any true contrarian, he does contradict himself sometimes in the book.
Of course.
Oh yeah, like there's a guy. Oh, there's a guy right here. There's a guy around here called Campanella. He's a geographer who writes New Orleans books. They're kind of like geography and history. And he's written like a book called Bourbon Street that's very good. He wrote a book where I'm from, the West Bank of Greater New Orleans, which I genuinely like a lot of Campanella's stuff. And he's very popular around town. He was even made to have a Mardi Gras parade. But because he's very much a contrarian, I always like when I read his books, with one exception, I've always been able to find a part. I'm like, wait, you just said the same different thing 20 pages ago. I'll turn back and be like, yep, there it is, different thing. He just wants to be a contrarian in the moment. But look, that if you're going to be a contrarian, which I like a lot of contrarians, but that is one of the prices you pay is you will contrary yourself. Just don't make it excessive. And I don't think either this guy who wrote Quitting the Iceberg, which is a free book, by the way, everybody. So it's on Encyclopedia Titanica. You can read it for free there. I think his name is Evers Hoy or something. Elvers Hoy. I guess he must be Norwegian or Swedish. Yeah, both him and Campanella, man. Even if you disagree with him, I'll be like, well, you got me thinking. I can respect that. So there you go, everybody. There's a Titanic book for you. The other one I'm reading is The Night Lives On by Walter Lord, which I'm actually liking more than A Night to Remember, which is one he wrote right after it was found in 1985. So those are just some updates for for anybody who's really into the Titanic stream.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, now it's time for us to segue into.
Wait, from one disaster to another. That's what you mean, right, Luke?
From one disaster to another.
From people freezing to death to people mostly shitting themselves to death and/or getting shot.
Yeah.
There we go, everybody. Welcome to the Battle of Franklin and Nashville. I mean, hell, I did name my Nashville book "What They Came Only to Die," which we'll get to that. What that's a reference to later on. Take it away, boys.
All right. So after the fall of Atlanta, Sherman held up in the city's defensive rings, same ones that the rebels had built. Meanwhile, John Bell Hood redeployed the Army of Tennessee to the small town of Palmetto, just southwest of the city. Both armies had been heavily reduced in numbers and exhausted. Sherman's attractions were mostly garrisons and expiring terms of service among various regiments. Nowhere near as bad as Grant had in Virginia back in May and June in particular, but still, notably so. At this time, Hood's army had been reduced from about 60,000 officers and men back in July to just 40,000. Top of that, the Georgia militia had been disbanded to help raise crops, and Wheeler's cavalry was still in Tennessee on their raid, withering away. On the 25th of September, President Davis arrived in Palmetto on a tour of what remained of his country. With the fall of Atlanta, there were political voices clamoring for Hood's removal, primarily from guys like Wigfall, who were staunch allies of Joseph E. Johnson, and more specifically, enemies of Davis, more so. Keep in mind, until the fall of Atlanta, there were some murmurings in the ranks, particularly among those at Ezra Church. For the most part, though, the Confederacy thought that Hood was doing a good job around Atlanta, and that Peachtree Creek and Bald Hill were actually victories, because he said that they were. Jonesboro and the fall of Atlanta destroyed that. I found a lot of writings from officers and soldiers in the Army at the time that were not necessarily critical of Hood or giving up on the cause, per se, but they have more fatalistic tone or morose outlook on the fate of the Confederacy. Chief among them was Patrick Cleburne, Confederate general and the wonderkin of the Army of Tennessee. While they were in camp, he gave a speech where he compared the plight of the Confederacy to that of Ireland, trampled down upon by a dominating, destructive superpower that wanted to eradicate their way of life. One of the quote, part of one soldier's account of the speech here. In closing his address that night, he turned his face toward the sky, and with all the fervency of his soul, he exclaimed, "If this cause that is so dear to my heart is doomed to fail, I pray heaven may let me fall with it, while my face is toward the enemy, and my arm battling for that which I know to be right." I'm going to be quoting Cleburne a lot because, of course, I've read a lot on Cleburne in the past, so I'm going to make a lot of mentions to Cleburne himself. But I'd say shit like that's not a good sign to hear your general saying, "I cannot wait to fucking die." Anyways, Davis's visit was multifaceted. He wanted to figure out what Hood was planning to do after Atlanta. He wanted to see if he could try and improve the Army's morale with his presence. And he wanted to resolve disputes between Hood and his subordinates, mainly Hardee. Should be noted that Davis had tried this twice before with Bragg, back when Bragg was in command. First at before Stones River, then again at Chattanooga the year prior. Wanted to quote Sam Foster on this. Foster being a soldier from Patrick Cleburne's division, and he says, "Now after all that experience, he Davis comes here just after the fall of Atlanta to concoct some other plan for our defeat and display of his generalship." Uh, there's a couple anecdotes of Davis and various politicians going around the army with rather mixed receptions. Uh, when he's passing one Mississippi regiment, their colonel calls out 3 cheers for Davis and Hood. No response from the Mississippians. Just a handful of shouts. Then one of the Mississippi soldiers calls out 3 cheers for Joe Johnson, and the entire brigade starts hollering and howling. That's how badly viewed he was with a lot of men in the army. Keep in mind that was universal. There are some accounts of Hood and Davis being serenaded by units and treated warmly, but
Which brigade was that though?
That
cheered
was
for Joe Johnson?
I should say it's Claudius Sears's brigade, which is probably one of the worst brigades in the Army of Tennessee. They were like
Claudius Sears, that's Mississippi troops, right?
Yeah. This is Colonel Clark's outfit. Anyways, while here, Hood went over his plans with Davis. At the time, Hood's plan was to launch a campaign of maneuver against the Western Atlantic Railroad, which was Sherman's supply line. His hope was that he could do enough damage to the railroad, force Sherman to abandon the city, and fight Hood on ground of his choosing. Should be said, Hood claimed that he broached the possibility of an invasion of Tennessee during his meetings here. Davis denies this and says that as far as he was aware, Hood was just going to conduct the railroad campaign, and if that failed, he would just move into Alabama to resupply. Should be noted, Davis, along with other generals and politicians, they gave speeches to the army around this time calling for a return to Tennessee. So Davis saying that he had no idea of Hood's plan is a bit weird, if you think about it.
I've that's what Davis said after the fact. I'm convinced that Davis knew precisely what he was doing.
Yeah.
And of course Beauregard signs off on it as well. But anyway, please continue.
Yeah. Anyways, Davis has to weigh in on the feud between Hood and Hardee. The two despise one another by this point. Both are blaming the other for the fall of Atlanta. Hot take, they both deserve blame for it. And Hardee had requested a transfer from the Army back in July. Davis denied at the time because of the military emergency. But now, Davis was seriously considering removing Hood at this time. That's something that shocked me along from this. Davis straight up told Hood when he left on the 27th to go to Alabama that he was genuinely considering replacing him in command of the army, and that he should be prepared for that when that came. However, the next day, Hood gets a wire from Davis from Montgomery saying that Hardee's going to leave the army and Hood will remain in command.
What made him change his mind, do you think?
I can't say for certain. My best assumption is that sunk costs at this point. While there were clamors for Hood's removal, at the same time, there wasn't a complete disaster under Hood around Atlanta. And he had tried his damnedest to hold the city, which Davis obviously appreciated. So of course he wants to retain him in command. But probably the bigger reason is that probably the most obvious choice of replacement for him at this time would be Beauregard.
And as Gorgas says in his diary, it would be a popular choice. It won't. It's a popular choice. It won't happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of Beauregard, Davis decided to put him in command in the West by giving him the Department of the West, basically giving him the same role that the two Johnsons once had in prior years. By this point, he would just command Hood's army and Richard Taylor's Department of Alabama. So
which would mean essentially he's only in charge of really 3 major forces: the Mobile garrison.
Yep.
The Charleston garrison is like kind of a shadow of itself, really. But I guess you could count the Charleston garrison. So Charleston, Mobile garrisons, Forest Cavalry, Army of Tennessee. So that's really the only 4 major formations, and of course 2 of those are not field armies. So
I will say initially the Atlantic Coast forces weren't under Beauregard's command, but they were assigned later. Those would be under Hardee, of course.
Hardee's under Beauregard this time, isn't he?
Yeah, that's basically what's happened. Hardee's command the Department of it's what like that, that's
the name.
Basically the Atlantic Department, the Atlantic garrison forces, basically the main guys.
Yeah. And then Mobile is going to be in Richard Taylor's hands, along with the Alabama, Mississippi interior, which also means that Forrest is under Taylor's command, but Forrest is a mobile force. And at this point, isn't Forrest raiding Tennessee by now? Actually, I'll look that up. I have a Nathan Bedford Forrest, John R. Scales, The Battles and Campaigns of Confederate General Forrest. I'll check that right now while you're going through your stuff.
Yeah. I will note, speaking of Forrest raids, there will be a point where Forrest starts a raid at probably the worst possible time he could start a raid for the sake of this campaign. But we'll get to that in a minute.
By the way, everybody, I do highly recommend John R. Scales' book on Nathan Bedford Forrest. It's got a ton of maps, good for anybody who wants to do anything. It's well researched, ton of maps, good analysis, and has a lot of good stuff if you want to like visit the place where the battle happened, when the engagements happened. He traveled all over, so excellent resource. Good speaker too. I heard him talk in New Orleans before COVID. I wonder how he's doing.
Apparently, he was also a brigadier general who retired and now does Civil War history.
That is right, man. That is right. So yeah, no. Yes, Forrest is about to launch will be launching his raid in September. Okay, and he's going to do a lot of damage in Tennessee, but it's not really enough. And Atlanta's already fallen.
Anyways, continuing on. Sherman, meanwhile, he was in a bind. He had taken Atlanta with minimal losses, considerably. However, he was at the end of his logistical chain. All of his supplies ran through the Western Atlantic Railroad from Chattanooga. He already detached 2 divisions with the sole purpose of guarding his supply line. If he advanced any further into Georgia, he'd have to detach even more troops, reducing his army, or run the risk of rebels cutting his supply line. About this time that Sherman was beginning his plan for the March to the Sea. I won't go into much detail about that. We probably should do that in its own dedicated stream in the long distant future when I've actually done deep reading on the campaign itself, because that's actually one of my few blank spots during
Which
this
campaign?
period. The March to the Sea.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty well versed on the March to the Sea. We can do that some other time, because we'd probably want to do that one and then do 1865 in North Carolina. That'd be a good one too. March to the Sea would also be kind of a relatively quick stream because there's no major battles. I mean, there's major engagements like Honey Hill and Griswoldsville, but there's no battles like we're talking about on the scale of Franklin or Nashville. Anyways, but yeah, just know that Sherman wants to do the March to the Sea, but he knows he can't because of the situation with Hood.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of the point to get away with. Sherman was receiving intelligence about Hood's position and potential plans. Heard word about Davis's speech about retaking Middle Tennessee. Couldn't act on anything for now, but he was still had his army in preparation to move. Sherman was also struggling with his cavalry arm. He still had Girard and Kilpatrick's divisions, but Sherman didn't like either commander. So he sent a request to Grant for replacement commanders, and his list included, first to last, Roman B. Ayres, who was an infantry brigade commander, commanded the regulars, David Gregg, who was commanding the cavalry division around Petersburg, and James Henry Wilson. Grant will send Wilson to Nashville to form a new cavalry corps for the department. Want to make note on Wilson at this point. Rather mixed bag as commander. He was on Grant's staff at Vicksburg. So I should note, by the way, I'm reading from a script this time around, because before I would just read from bullet points, and that didn't go too well. So I'm trying this out. So pardon if I stumble over some words here and there. 1864, he gets put in command of the Cavalry Bureau in D.C., where he pushed for the adoption of Spencer repeaters for the cavalry. He's given a command of a division under Sheridan for the Wilderness Campaign, for the Overland Campaign. Doesn't do too well, let's say. Does poorly at the Wilderness. His division is decimated during the Wilson Council raid. And he also does poorly in the Shenandoah. At the Third Battle of Winchester, he failed to cut off the Confederates' line of retreat. Because of this, it seems that Sheridan wanted to kind of get rid of him because apparently he and Wilson didn't get along. Probably explained why Wilson was transferred. That said, Wilson was a good organizer, and he'd be responsible for basically organizing a brand new cavalry corps from practically nothing, just bits and scraps. So there's that to keep in mind. Let's see. All right, September 29th, Hood set out on his campaign. We're just going to call it the Railroad Campaign, crossing over the Chattahoochee. Issued a circular to his troops, which, according to Foster, read that we are going to flank Sherman out of Atlanta, and in maneuvering, we may be short of rations occasionally, but that he would do his best on that point, that he expected to have some fighting and hard marching, and what an expression of the men upon it. Of course, every man said go. That's the quote from Foster, what he recalled of the order. Sherman knew almost immediately that Hood had crossed the Chattahoochee, thanks in part to captured deserters. Sherman sent reinforcements to Chattanooga and to garrisons along the railroad. He also sent George Thomas to Nashville to prepare for a potential Confederate invasion. Initially, Hood's plans went rather well, with A.P. Stewart's corps sweeping up small garrisons at Big Shanty and Ackworth. However, they hit a snag at Allatoona Pass. Despite the fact that there was a whole brigade that was sitting there for months, Hood had no idea that there was a Union force at Allatoona. I don't know how. Probably has to do with the fact he only has a single cavalry division on hand, and he's very poor with intelligence gathering. He had given orders for the army to concentrate around Lost Mountain, while Sam French's division of Stewart's Corps continued up the railroad to the Etowah River, or to burn the railroad bridges spanning that river. However, Stewart figured out that there was a garrison there at Allatoona under Colonel John Tortolate. I don't know how you pronounce that name at all. There were also reports of massive stores of rations, which the army desperately needed. So it was decided that French's division, about 3,200 men strong, could easily handle the garrison. Apparently, Stewart told French, "Now, French, here's a fine opportunity for him." Bit of a side, Sam French is an odd duck. He hails from the great southern state of New Jersey. Yeah, fought in the Mexican War before he married a Southern Belle in Mississippi and settled down there. Joined the Confederate Army, but he was constantly sidelined because he was a Yankees transplant. Wasn't well liked. 1863, he was commanding a division in Johnson's army trying to retake Vicksburg. And Johnson was constantly telling Richmond, hey, can you get someone else to command these troops? Because no one likes this guy. Apparently, Hood even tried to replace him in August with Ed Johnson, but another division commander got wounded at Jonesboro, and so Johnson replaced him instead. So this guy is kind of not well liked. He's a pretty good officer, though. That said, he hadn't gotten to see a lot of major action throughout this campaign. He was often on the sideline, so his men didn't really do much beyond skirmishing. So this was kind of it was kind of French's big opportunity to show how good he was. However, by the time French arrived at Allatoona, another brigade arrived under John Corse. Corse was rather brave, a severe officer. His regiment, the 6th Iowa, their regimental history doesn't have a single positive comment about him. Not a single thing positive to say about him, which is insane if you read Union regimental histories. They'll say something nice about anyone.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not hearing you on that one properly. You saying they have nothing nice to say about him?
Well, they don't say anything. They don't say anything negative about him, but they don't have any. They don't say anything nice about. They don't say anything laudatory, or at least that's what Brad Butkovich said. I'm basing this section off of what I've read from Butkovich's Battle of Allatoona.
Interesting. So, in what unit was his? What regiment was his again?
6th Iowa. 6th Iowa.
Okay.
Elite regiment, to say the least. But
he must have joined them. Okay, he must have joined them after Shiloh because he's not at Shiloh.
I think he was probably on a staff or something because he was serving as
something like that. Yeah, no, because that would make sense because the 6th Iowa at Shiloh had a lot of leadership problems. They did really poorly at Shiloh. They got shattered. One of their captains was removed for drunkenness on the field. So that would make sense that they're like, "Hey, you whipped this unit into shape," and they may have some resentment over that. I know Corse was a hard fighter and was well liked by Sherman.
Yeah, that certainly was the case. He was serving as super staff officer for Sherman for the early part of the campaign. Basically, he was his point man for a lot of stuff. And that was until after the Battle of Atlanta, where a certain division commander decided to start a fist fight with General Dodge, the great Tom Sweeney. Tom Sweeney gets replaced, and new division commander is needed. Yeah, Tom Sweeney. I love that man.
Yes.
Fun fact. There's one account from Cheburn's chief of staff Irving Buck. Apparently, Tom Sweeney wanted to recruit Cleburne for the Fenian Brotherhood
to invade Canada after the war.
Yeah. Which I don't think Cleburne would have taken. He's Irish.
No, he refused him and said something the equivalent of, "I think we've seen enough fighting." No, Sweeney has not seen enough fighting. This is one of these guys who's like, "Man, I love combat." By the way, he went into Shiloh. He had this one arm, and he was waving his one arm around with a saber in his hand. The other, the bridle for the horse, the reins are in his mouth in the battle. So he got the reins in his mouth while his good arm is swinging a saber around.
Yeah. Then he also gets shot in that good arm too in that battle, which
twice. He gets shot in it twice.
Oh, that is a lucky fucking guy to have not lost both arms.
Yeah. Oh, remember, Sweeney is the guy who at Wilson's Creek said after Lyon died, he said, "Let's keep fighting."
This guy has some pirate energy going on.
Yes, no, Sweeney is the. I don't say it lightly, man. Sweeney's the fucking man. That's why I have like in my Shiloh book, they're like, you can do little like biography profiles on the side for officers that interest you or whatever interests you. So I picked Sweeney as one of them. So man.
Yeah, I fucking love this guy. He's one of the most entertaining Union generals of this war.
Yeah, he punched he punched. It was like Fuller was an Englishman. And he got into a fight. And he punched Dodge. Dodge, I think, I got to read the account again. But I believe Dodge was like riding away, and Sweeney was chasing him with his one arm, yelling, "Come back and fight, you coward!"
Yeah. One of the accounts I read, he was fighting both Dodge and Fuller at the same time, which I'm like, and that they eventually pinned them down, but at the same time,
Uh, and then Sweeney was reinstated in the army over British protests after he led an after he led an illegal invasion of Canada.
yeah,
Andrew
Holy
Johnson,
shit.
because he doesn't like the British,
I
just says
thought,
the British think saying we can't. This guy's an officer. This is disgraceful. And Andrew Johnson said, no, he's back in the army. It's cool.
yeah, I thought
well,
filibustering had
something
been
that
officially outlawed like years before that.
yeah, well,
Uh,
this was the Fenian raids. It was this
It's a kind of filibustering. Let's face
it kind of is. It was just like insane plans for these like Irish expats forming their own like liberation army to take Canada, and the idea was that once they occupied Canada, they traded back to the British in exchange for a free island. It was
Or of course, there was also this idea of like if we invade Canada and everything goes according to plan, we do well, the Americans might come in and take the place. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a lot. I mean, I don't know. I want to read more about the Fenian invasion.
yeah, same.
Yeah.
I just saw that as like a footnote, like somewhere, just and I was just, what the hell was this?
He's great, man. He's great. Everybody, we need Thomas Sweeney is one of the greatest men of this era.
Yeah. Yeah, there
No
needs to
doubt.
be more Thomas Sweeney biographies out there, I think. Like there are like 3 or 4 or 5 biographies on Patrick Cleveland. Yeah, he deserves those, but I think Sweeney deserves 10.
Yeah, he deserves 10. There's one I read, and it was not the best read. I mean, it wasn't okay. Well researched book, accurate stuff in there. But I felt the book was a bit dry, and I think the guy might have been trying to get away from some larger than life stuff. I will recommend one thing to everybody. If you can do, you can find this in the National Tribune. The Library of Congress digitized most of the National Tribune. Thomas Sweeney wrote an account of his war service, start to finish, called Man of Resource. And part of me wants to try to convince somebody just to publish the account, the whole thing, like as a short book. It'd be like, like we'll call it the Memoirs of Thomas Sweeney.
Yeah.
Man, that's an idea. Maybe I might try to pursue that, and then get go with one of those presses where I can just put a lot of images in there too. That'd be really fun. But yeah, everybody, Thomas Sweeney is the greatest. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, despite the fact he has nothing to do with this campaign whatsoever.
But if his name comes up, he's coming up. He's getting mentioned.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, by the way, speaking of like interesting characters, someone more relevant to this story, one of French's brigade commanders was Francis Cockrell, commanding the elite Missouri Confederate Brigade. Francis Cockrell was almost the Democratic nominee for president in 1904.
Huh.
He was like a colonel in the 2nd Confederate Missouri Regiment, fought at Pea Ridge and stuff. Got command of the brigade. After the war, he'll become a major politician in Missouri. In 1904, there's a spat between William Jennings Bryan and William Randolph Hearst. Hearst wants to run for president on like all the same platforms that Bryan had, and so but Bryan hated him, and so he ran his own candidate, and he decided to go with Francis Cockrell, and I just found it funny. That whole story hilarious to bring up, but
Right. No, Sweeney is pretty cool. I mean, I don't know if he knocks off Sickles as being the best Union general though, but I think it's a contest. I mean, I guess Sickles is core. This guy's division. They should work together. I think that's a good pairing.
Yeah. I think that would be an amazing. Oh yeah, and then you have Ledley commanding a brigade.
Well, Ledley was division too, but I feel like Sweeney would get pissed off at him and beat his ass.
Yeah. they both be. Sean having issues?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back. No. It just went out while you guys were talking about Sweeney kicking the shit out of Ledley.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
yeah, all under the direction of the inspired leader Dan Sickles.
Oh, yes, yes, indeed. Anyways, so Altoona Pass, how's the fight go?
It is hell on earth. Uh, a lot of courses men, one regiment in particular has a bunch of Henry repeater rifles, which a lot of people hype these things up. Uh, they held 15 shots. Most of them were pistol rounds and were only good at short range. But that said, it's a lot of lead that you're firing downfield if you know how to use them. Uh, Morning of October 5th, French gets men in position, starts an artillery bombardment. Doesn't do much beyond killing some horses and unsettling some new recruits in the garrison. Keep in mind, it's around this time that Sherman and his troops in the West are finally getting replacement troops, like Grant is around Petersburg. And it's the same deal with Grant, where a lot of these are not well trained or
Oh
or
yeah,
very motivated.
yeah. No, reading more about reading William Marvel's Tarnished Victory, he really plays up just how I'm sorry, really plays up just how poor quality the recruits. Now, there's some recent scholars who go against that. I'm gonna have to hard disagree. The evidence I'm seeing in my Petersburg research, Petersburg writings, I see lots of evidence these men are not very good. For instance, remember the explosion at City Point, the
Yeah.
where the guy blew up the barge. I found one of the main reasons why was the guard was a German who didn't understand English. So the Confederate who put the time bomb on the thing on the boat, he just kind of bluffed his way through the fact that he couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah.
So there's an example of that. Breakdowns of communication. This is not good.
Anyways, continuing on, uh, French sent a staff officer to demand Corse's surrender. Corse wrote up his own reply, basically saying that he wouldn't, and that he basically come and take him. However,
Oh,
this
he gave him
notes.
a real he gave him one of those he gave him one of those kind of
Yeah,
responses that's like,
yeah. If you want, I could. I actually wrote them down. I have it. I have his
read them out,
response.
man. I
All
love
right. Courses.
shit.
Yeah. French's letter was: I have placed forces under my command in such positions that you are surrounded. And to avoid a needless effusion of blood, I call on you to surrender your forces at once and unconditionally. 5 minutes will be allowed for you to decide. Should you accede to this, you'll be treated in the most honorable manner as prisoner of war. Course's reply, meanwhile, was your communication demanding surrender of my command. I acknowledge receipt of, and respectfully reply that we are prepared for the needless effusion of blood, wherever it is agreeable to you.
Yes,
Great
that's the
reply,
one.
don't you think?
That's the
Uh,
response. I love that.
yeah,
We're
yeah,
ready for the need
yeah,
fusion of blood.
yeah. It's such a great response. Sadly, French never got it. For whatever reason, it seems the officer that's Course sent to deliver the letter never actually delivered it. We don't know why, because that officer later got killed during the battle. So a bit of speculation there, but basically time ran out, and so French orders the attack. There's some initial success with the Confederates overrunning the outer works and driving the Union to the main fortress. Corse and all of his basically every single brigade and regiment commander under his command are wounded or killed. Despite this, they hold on, running out of ammo. French, he has a chance to crush Corse's outnumbered force. He has suffered heavy losses. Both sides have lost heavily. However, uh, reports from cavalrymen south of Allatoona say that Sherman is on the way to reinforce Corse, which in reality, no, they are not. Sherman has stopped at Kennesaw Mountain and basically is just leaving Corse to die. That is actually what happened. There's a lot of stuff about how Sherman was telegraphing him, hold the fort, I am coming. That famous line. He never reported that. That was never delivered, of course.
Oh yeah, that they even made illustrations of that, and then it became the name of a song too.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
became one of those. It became one of the Union myths of the war.
yeah, yeah. I will say, in in hindsight, French shouldn't have called off the attack, but as far as he was aware, the cavalry reports should have been. He took the cavalry reports at face value. Don't want to get your lone division cut off and destroyed by the entirety of Sherman's army, and so he decides to cut his loss and retreat. French lost 935 men, and Corse lost 707. Keep in mind, both sides combined forces here are about less than 6,000, so that's about a third for each side.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. The officer casualties are like horrible for this battle, to say the least. Corse lost like 3 out of his 8 regimental commanders. Both of his brigade commanders were wounded, and his artillery commander was killed. And also, by the time that the attack was called off, Corse had only 250 rounds of ammo left out of 1,650,000. So yeah, a lot of heavy fighting for such small forces engaged. In the end, it's a pointless slaughter. Did make Hood more cautious when it came to fortified garrisons for the next few incidents. At Rizaka, he'll face another brigade of Union troops like Clark Weaver. Makes the same demand. They refuse. He just moves on to Dalton. There, Cheatham's Corps surrounds the force there, which is mostly black troops under Colonel Lewis Johnston. This is the first time that the Army of Tennessee has faced black troops, by the way, in the field, unless you count cavalry raids, which I kind of don't. But to say the least, the Confederates were itching to basically massacre these men. Johnson managed to get surrender terms. He was under the impression that his men would be well treated and treated as prisoners. Instead, all of his black troops are then stripped of their belongings and forced to work tearing up the railroads and basically remain as camp slaves for the rest of the war. We don't really have a lot of details. We only know that about 125 of them survived out of 600. So black mark on the army, to say the least. It's around this time, Hood's communicating with his subordinates. Wheeler's arrived with what's left of his cavalry, about just 2,000 men left out of 6,000. Hood wants to hold out and fight at the city of Lafayette, or the town of Lafayette near Chickamauga, and fight a battle against Sherman there. But his subordinates say, our men are in no condition to fight Sherman. We're out of supply. Morale is shot still. We need to fall back into Alabama. And so the plan's basically thrown out. In late October, Hood falls back to Gadsden, Alabama. It's there that he finally meets up with Beauregard. It's here that he starts working out his plans to invade Tennessee. Initially, Hood's worry was that Thomas and Sherman would combine their forces and attack him from 2 angles. So what Hood wanted to do was cross over the Tennessee River, cut off Chattanooga, defeat Thomas, and force Sherman to fight on ground of his own choosing in Tennessee. This obviously got changed over time. But wait, where's my freaking quote? I had a quote somewhere. Man, like I said, this script, I need.
Yeah, don't, dude. Just move along, man. Just move right along. Don't worry.
All right.
Yeah. If your script ain't working the way it is, fuck it, dude.
All right, then fuck it. All right, I'll move on. Yeah, because I definitely wrote it later.
Fuck it, dude. You're not. These are informal talks, man. You're all right.
All right. Anyways, continuing on, Beauregard was receptive to these plans. Of course, it was kind of his bread and butter. These elaborate offensive plans were kind of the stuff that he was known for. So he was fine with them. He had issues with the logistical aspects of it, from what I've read. which
Yes, he had problems
obviously
with
so.
logistics. He had problems with logistics. He was trying to set up, trying to improve the logistics for the army.
Yeah,
No, this type of offensive was one that he'd been recommending for a long time. That's one of the reasons why he kept wanting command of the Army of Tennessee. He was part of what has been called in the book "How the North Won" by Archer and Jones. He's part of what they called the Western Concentration Bloc in the Confederacy. The ones who said reinforce the Western Army and try to gain a strategic advantage. They kind of pointed to what Bragg had been able to partially pull off with the Kentucky campaign, which had allowed them to retake Middle Tennessee, even though it didn't last. Well, I guess you say it lasted a little bit longer because they did hold Tullahoma, but then they lost Murfreesboro, which was a more important area than people give it credit for. A lot of crops there, very pro Confederate area of Tennessee as well. Anyway, point is that this is Riot Beauregard's alley. He's wanted to do something like this for a long time. He doesn't like the logistics of it. He also did you already go over Dalton real quick?
I did.
Yeah. So just to be clear about Dalton, he had heard about abuses of black prisoners and went there to investigate that as well, and essentially tell Hood, do not repeat anything like this. Now, I'm not saying that people will be like, oh, is Beauregard like you're trying to make? No, I'm not saying that he's some civil rights activist. But remember, this is the same guy after the war supports equal voting rights for blacks, right? But a big reason for this is Beauregard knows that the Union is using the excuse of black mistreatment of prisoners as an effective propaganda tool, but also as an excuse to end prisoner exchanges. Okay. Now keep that in mind. That was not the reason. A lot of people online now, especially, were like, well, the prisoner exchanges broke down because of that, to score woke points. No, if you look at the actual letters written by Grant and Stanton, what they're saying is less about black prisoners and more about why don't we just starve the Confederates of manpower completely? We got more men than they do. There's a cold logic to it that works. Of course, it's also partially one of the reasons why you're gonna have why prisoner deaths in the South are gonna skyrocket. An army that's problems feeding it, a country that's problems feeding its own army is not exactly gonna be great feeding their own men. I mean, feeding their prisoners. That is, sorry, but yeah. So Beauregard is kind of like heavily interrogating Hood about what is he doing with his army and what his plans are, and also trying to improve the logistical situation as best he can. Which I will say, throughout this campaign, Beauregard is trying his hardest, but by this time, the Confederate infrastructure is really starting to fall apart. Atlanta is a rail hub. These rail hubs like Corinth, Chattanooga, and Atlanta. Each one of these that fall make the transfer of troops and supplies that much more difficult. So, yeah. So no, this is his bread and butter. He wants it to go forward.
Yeah. Anyways, Hood carries on towards he first tries to cross at Guntersville near Bridgeport, but decides against it because Sherman's advanced as far as Galesville. Sherman will halt there for between the 20th and 28th. At this point, Sherman just doesn't give a rat's ass about Hood anymore and just wants to go back to Atlanta and prep for this the March of the Sea. And is just waiting for confirmation from Grant and Halleck for that. But of course, Hood doesn't know this, and so he sees this massive army in his rear. It's like, okay, I can't cross at Guntersville. So he moves on to Decatur, which is Decatur, Alabama, not to be confused with Decatur, Georgia, two of them. Here, he faces a small federal garrison, about 1,000 strong, under Robert Granger. He does not attack the garrison at all for the next 3 days, which slowly but surely gets more and more troops. It ends with about 5,000 men versus Hood's army, about 30,000 strong by this point, attracting stragglers.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask you real quick is that Hood, you're talking about the numbers that he's losing. This to me is interesting because Lee had taken quite a hammering, but Lee's army was just better at retention.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hood, and Hood went out of his way to try to squeeze even more men into the army, especially after Ezra Church.
Yeah.
But yeah, his army. I mean, they're having a lot. They're seeing because They're going to go in here. Well, you say 30,000, isn't it? Well, 35,000, I guess, when Forrest meets up with them, right?
I have the numbers. I have the numbers here real quick. Yeah, for when he starts the campaign into what was it, into Tennessee, he has about 30. He has about 40,000 men total. About 6,000 of that is cavalry.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
and that's based off of last returns. It does seem that by the time he gets to Tuscumbia and is building his supplies, he is receiving returning men from furlough or from hospitals. I know of a few instances of such. So a lot of slightly gain of strength around Tuscumbia before he goes into Tennessee. Slightly, not like he's getting like another 5,000 influx of 5,000 men or something ridiculous. But the army is improving when he gets to Tuscumbia. The supplies are improving once he gets there. And that's mostly thanks to Beauregard getting that whole mess into operation.
I will say that just what always interests me is that Lee's army is able to maintain throughout 1864 is able to have fairly decent, consistent numbers, while the Army of Tennessee, which took lighter losses, doesn't. It's like Johnson starts off with that pretty impressive number of around 60. I mean, after Polk joins up, them around 65,000 men. That's about as big as the Army of Tennessee ever was, but it just keeps going down and down and down and down. And one thing I'd heard is that, of course, there's a lot of desertion in the Georgia regiments. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, the Georgia Regiment in particular. I know there's one brigade, Argyle Smith's Savannah Brigade, from Cleveland's division. They will not fight in a single battle, and they will go for about 900 effectives before the Battle of Nashville. Keep in mind, they are not at Nashville; they are at Murfreesboro for all this, and they go from 900 men to 300 men during the retreat, and they haven't fought a single battle.
That's damn. Damn.
Yeah, it's bad. It's awful. Anyways, by the time he reaches Tuscumbia, Hood's changed the plan dramatically. He knows by now that Sherman's retreating back into Georgia, and so he's just written Sherman out of his plans essentially. What Hood's plan for the invasion now is he would cross the Tennessee into Middle Tennessee, destroy Thomas's field army and capture Nashville. He'd then march into Kentucky, ousting Governor Burbridge, the military Governor Burbridge, and threatened to take Cincinnati. He'd then spend some time recruiting troops from Tennessee and Kentucky to fill his withered ranks. If Sherman were to march back to face Hood, he'd fight him around Richmond, Kentucky. That was the plan. If Sherman did not, or if he won that battle, he would then march through the Cumberland Gap and relieve the siege of Petersburg. Bit harebrained to say the least, but there's definitely some merit to it, especially the Kentucky part.
The man's got ambition.
Yeah, definitely. It's a bit harebrained at least, like, especially the part about marching through the Cumberland Gap to reinforce Virginia. That is a lot to do. I will say on the Kentucky part of that probably has the best chance of succeeding, because Union governorship of the state is horrible. Kentucky was on the brink of open rebellion by the time Hood invaded Tennessee. And so there's a lot of fear in Union circles that if Hood marches into Kentucky, the state will declare for him, and that men in droves would join up in the Confederate ranks. Basically, what I'm saying here is that Bragg should have waited 2 years.
I see.
Yeah.
So you think if Kirby Smith had been able to wait a year or so, he might have been a little more successful at getting Kentuckians to show up?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but that's kind of the joke.
No, I got you.
Yeah. Well, we'll say part of the this plan required a strong cavalry contingent for Hood. Initially, he wanted Wheeler to stick around with him and go into Tennessee with him, but Beauregard said otherwise. He sent Wheeler back to Georgia to replenish and regroup in order to tie down Sherman because they were expecting him to march into Georgia. Instead, Beauregard ordered Forrest to join up with Hood to launch his invasion. However, the same day that Beauregard sends this order, uh, Forrest goes on his raid against Johnsonville. And so he's out of communication for several weeks. And he doesn't arrive in Tuscumbia until November 13th or 14th, I believe. So that delays the offensive. I know there's other historians that said, Hood should have just marched in without Forrest. And I disagree with that on 2 points. Because the idea that they have is that, if he attacked earlier, Thomas would have less troops at his disposal. However, in this case, for one, Hood definitely needs the cavalry arm to help him out. And as we'll see, Forrest plays a major role in the early parts of the campaign. But also because, Forrest or not, he doesn't have the supplies for it yet. Big reason why he waits until November 21st to launch the invasion in full is because he doesn't have enough ammunition for his artillery, not enough rations for his men. Basically, he doesn't think he could launch a campaign until the 21st. So that's why he waits till then. Looking at this. So any notes from Sean regarding this? I know Sean that you told me that there were a lot of Union commanders that were actually praising Hood's invasion of Tennessee and thought that he was actually a genius for it, contrary to popular belief.
I wouldn't say genius.
Yeah.
I did find the quote that I have here. Oh, and sorry, I have to find the quote that I have that overall says something about that. Is it's something like Thomas saying, "Who's to know if this was not the best plan that was available?" Certainly, it made Grant nervous, and it also made Lincoln and them nervous as well because remember, neither Lincoln nor Grant were that faithful, didn't believe as much in what Sherman was doing with his march to the sea. They were afraid of just this possibility. And then remember, Grant doesn't like Thomas, so he doesn't think he'll be able to pull it off anyway. So I think both his mistrust of George Thomas and the fact that he's doing something that could interfere with him is what's going on.
Right. Yeah, I will say there's a lot of political issues that I've noticed reading up on this campaign recently, like beyond the Kentucky aspect. If the Confederates take Nashville, keep in mind the new vice president is going to be Andrew Johnson, who is currently serving as the Union governor of the state, and not popular at that, but he represents Southern Democrats that want to stay in the Union. So hence why the whole national Union ticket in the first place. I get the feeling that part of the reason why there's so much breathing down Thomas's neck about Nashville is that there's Washington that Johnson will be embarrassed that he's going to lose the state that he hails from before he's sworn in as vice president. I don't know. That just seems like. Do you think that's a factor going to it as well? John?
John.
John?
Um,
John?
he's still got himself muted for some reason. He probably's taking a phone call or something.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we can keep moving along for the moment then.
All right. Well, funnily enough, the next part was I was actually going to ask him about Schofield and Stanley, but I'll I'll go on with that. Anyway, speaking of Thomas's forces in Tennessee, its main command at this point consisted of 2 corps detached from Sherman's army. That was John Schofield's 23rd Corps and David Stanley's 4th Corps. Should note that 4th Corps came from Thomas's old army of the Cumberland. Keep in mind, Thomas's command here is the Department of the Cumberland, which is basically most of Tennessee, or at least primarily Middle Tennessee down to the Tennessee River and of course the Cumberland River. So he gets one of his own corps. He wanted his old 14th Corps as well, which he had once commanded in 1863, but that was denied. That remained with Sherman, and instead he got Schofield's Corps, which was probably because Schofield's Corps was smaller. It only had 2 divisions, and there were a lot of replacement troops that were coming in to fill out that corps. So I get the feeling that I think what was going on was that Schofield was pining for a redeployment to the east, and he wanted to get reinforcements for his corps. Hence why he sent to Nashville. I say this because partially because of hindsight, because that's eventually what did happen. He was eventually sent to North Carolina to help there, take Wilmington. Sean, do you have any comments about Schofield and Stanley you'd like to share?
I've said before, Stanley's memoirs very well written, very blunt. But Stanley's one of these. He's afraid of no man types. He's one of the generals. He's top of my list of guys you want in a bar fight on your side. As far as Schofield goes, there's been a lot of debate on exactly why he decided to do that. I think Schofield had not really been involved in a major battle. And he knew Sherman's march wasn't going to involve that. I think Schofield himself also had reservations about it. Should be kept in mind, so did Thomas. So I believe Sherman posting Thomas was because Thomas didn't believe much in the operation anyway. And he wanted somebody in Tennessee with a sure hand. Also, it was understood that Thomas would be organizing attacks into Mississippi and Alabama if Hood, didn't invade Tennessee. And of course, for 1865, which he does do at Wilson's cavalry raid. So you have a proven battle commander, senior officer who also doesn't want to go off on your lark to Savannah. So excellent choice. Schofield didn't like Thomas. Thomas didn't like Schofield. This went back to West Point. Now, it's been said that whereas Thomas voted for Schofield's removal from West Point, people who say that I've had some people, especially like kind who defend Grant, I find, are like, oh, how did Schofield know that? Apparently he didn't. Yeah, I think Schofield knew. And regardless of that, Thomas, without a doubt, had a very cold relationship with him. And definitely looked at him as in, like, this punk shit never got through West Point, and what the hell are you doing with this high command? Which he's correct. What is Schofield doing with the high command? He led troops into, like, no battles in 1861, 62, 63. I mean, he was a staff officer at Wilson's Creek, right? So everybody, $1 million question. Why is Schofield in charge? Can you guess the answer? Halleck. Yeah, Halleck. I mean, Schofield's main accomplishment was trying to take credit for Prairie Grove, which he didn't deserve. By the way, he was nowhere near Prairie Grove.
Yeah.
I don't have a high opinion. I don't like Schofield's a snake. Straight up. He's a snake.
Yeah.
By the way, one of his descendants got on a YouTube video I did to berate me, and I'm just like, you.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw that. That was fun.
Oh, when was that?
Was that the ECW video you did with...
with Ricci, yeah. I'm like, yeah, he's a snake. Your ancestor was a snake, one of my ancestors abandoned his family. Another one I think probably murdered somebody. People have bad ancestors. Gee whiz, Wally.
Yeah.
What a shocker, right? So your ancestor's a snake. By the way, he was able to cover up his tracks in the official records for this period, I believe, because he was in charge of the army. He couldn't do it from Missouri. So if you want to read his backbiting messages where he undermines his subordinates and superiors, you can read those in the official records because he wasn't in charge of those. He wasn't in charge of the army yet. So anyways, Schofield However, I do believe Schofield when he says the reason he wanted to serve under Thomas was because he saw as a chance for glory. He said he wanted to be in a battle. And I can see that because he has not been in a battle. And Schofield is very intelligent. Okay? I think he kind of knows that he's Halleck's creature in a way. And so at least you should prove yourself in a battle. But tell me, was he in any big battles before this? You tell me, am I wrong here?
I will disagree. He was prominent at Resaca, didn't do well at Resaca at all, but he was.
Oh
there.
my God! So there you go. He just do well in a battle, all right?
Yeah, and I mean, he also had Cold Far, but that was mainly Hood launching a suicidal charge against his troops and Hooker's as well. So that's a shared battle. And then Utoy Creek, where which that's a defeat, but I don't think it's Schofield's fault. I think it's mostly Palmer's fault for bitching about rank. That said, I am not going to be doing a lot of Schofield defending in this video because everything I read about him during this campaign, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, the only thing I'll praise him for is the retreat from Columbia. Pulling that off, but at the same time, it's like that only happened because of complete stupidity on the part of the Confederates, like genuine rank incompetence on the part of Hood and
Yeah.
But we'll
So
do that.
So you're saying that Schofield is good enough to snatch victory when it's handed to him on a plate?
Yeah, he is good enough to do that. I do want to ask one more thing before we continue on with this. What was the relationship between Schofield and Stanley? Because Schofield's going to be commanding over Stanley, going to be commanding the field force.
Very poor. Stanley has a low opinion of Schofield. In fact, Stanley will say straight up about Franklin. Schofield's on the other side of the river. He didn't matter. I was in charge. He just got to watch the battle. And because of that, and because Stanley was such a acidic character, of course, I mean, he's an Army of the Cumberland OG. He's very good in battle. I believe an order was made clear that if Stanley started like getting uppity or upset or something, that Schofield had clearance to remove him or something. So yeah, they have a poor relationship with each other.
Also, I think I've said this before, but Schofield, one, is possibly the ugliest man in the Union Army, which is saying a lot. And then two, didn't he become general-in-chief of the army in the 1890s?
Yeah. Yes, he did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Man. He's what the barracks is named after in Hawaii, the one the Japanese strafed in Pearl Harbor. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he's in charge of the army later on. He seemed to have been pretty good at that, though. But all that being said, I do believe that that's why he wants to be there. He wants that battle experience. Thomas and Schofield just have a poor relationship, so apparently their communications with each other are not great. Schofield increasingly will feel isolated throughout this time. He's not getting proper support from Thomas. Now, to be fair to Thomas, not too much Thomas can do right now, really. There's not like there's a bunch of troops in Nashville because they're waiting on Andrew Jackson Smith's men to come back, who are, the wandering force. What they call themselves, the Israelites or something, they'd been cast about so much because Andrew Jackson Smith, who's in charge of an Army of the Tennessee detachment, which was known as 16th Corps, although it had men from other corps that weren't 16th, but overall it's considered 16th Corps. Jackson Smith's men have started off 1864 in Louisiana, had taken part in the Red River campaign, worth a whole stream on its own. They then tangled with Forrest and won the Battle of Tupelo. They then were sent to Missouri to help deflect Sterling Price, and now they're being sent to Tennessee. There's a guy I know, Pat McCormick. He wants to write a whole book on these guys. I think would be great. Just them be moved around. It also shows you the Union's mastery at this time of logistics and transportation, and they're moving them all around throughout the Mississippi Basin, if you'll notice, and doing a pretty good job of it as well. So Thomas is waiting to get 16th Corps. They are forming ad hoc units made up of men who cannot return to Sherman's army because, hey, they're cut off due to Hood, right? And there are some garrison troops sprinkled throughout. A lot of them are USCT, United States Colored Troops. None of these USCT have seen battle, mind you, because Sherman didn't bring any with him on the Atlanta campaign. They've strictly been garrison units. So even if a unit's well drilled, we're not talking about a unit that's been under any kind of fire outside of maybe fighting with some local guerrillas or something.
Yeah.
So
yeah, well, there was at least one regiment of the USCT that's seen actual combat. That was the 14th USCT at Decatur. I glossed over that one, but they did take and capture a battery in that battle, shockingly, on their own. But
so there's not really much Thomas can do. So now, granted, 23rd Corps had not been too heavily engaged in Atlanta campaign. 4th Corps, though, is made up of hardcore veterans. That was the other half of the Army of the Cumberland. Oh, I do want to mention one thing. Larry J. Daniels' book, Days of Glory, about the Army of the Cumberland, excellent book. He does say simply that, Thomas asked for 14th Corps and Sherman denied him. The guy said, you can't really see Sherman breaking up the Army of the Tennessee, though, can you?
Right.
I've always thought that was a bad idea. Sherman should have just given Thomas the old command, I will say this one, there were some people insinuate that Sherman put Schofield under him because he knew Schofield undermined Thomas and be a way to get rid of him. Absolutely not. While Sherman does backbite Thomas a bit, he constantly went to Thomas for advice. He relied on Thomas's staff for logistics. A lot of soldiers would make fun of Thomas's staff, say, "Look how big it is." I'm like, "Yeah, that's how your army's fed." Okay, it's a massive, well-oiled machine. That's why, because of Thomas's staff. At the same time, whenever Grant would write poorly of Thomas or anything, Sherman would defend him in those letters, from what I've seen. He wouldn't. I mean, people are like, he said he was kind of slow. It's like, yeah, unfortunately, that's an opinion people had. I think that's just because Thomas was personally very slow, But at the same time, Sherman would then say, "But he's a battle-tested commander. The troops have faith in him. I have faith in him." So keep that in mind too. Sherman has faith in Thomas. He's not putting Schofield in charge and under him to undermine him. And another thing too is that there's a possibility Sherman didn't even know the degree to which Schofield didn't like Thomas or vice versa, because the two they didn't really work together much during the Atlanta campaign. They weren't around each other a lot. They didn't have to work together in conjunction in an attack or a defense, really. I mean, there's Kolb's Farm, but that's more Hooker's show.
Interesting. So
let's continue on.
Yeah.
I should know, by the way, we're talking about reinforcements incoming. A.J. Smith's Corps, they won't arrive until November 30th. The troops from Chattanooga, the black troops and the conscripts and layoffs, those be under Stedman. They'll arrive on December 2nd. So for the moment, Thomas is relying on Schofield and Stanley. Stanley's commanding that force south to Pulaski, along with 4 brigades of cavalry under Wilson. This force totals about 27,000 infantry, 6,000 cavalry, and only 34 cannon. Meanwhile, the defenses of Nashville itself have about 5,000 or so men, a bit more. Hood, by the way, until the day he died, thought that Nashville was completely undefended at this point. That if he just destroyed Schofield's force, Schofield's force, then he could have just walked into Nashville afterwards. He believed this until the day he died.
Well, yeah, God, it's so funny those things they believe to the day they die. I've run in National Tribune articles about the Battle of Shiloh, where they say we were outnumbered 2-1 or even 3-1, and they write in the letters no Confederate's going to convince me otherwise. There are a lot of Union veterans I found who think the Confederates lied. Their entire lives would be like, yeah, they lied. They had more men at Shiloh. They're just trying to make
the Confederates somehow brought 80,000 men to this random backwoods in Mississippi.
Dude, the idea the Confederates had 70 to 100,000 men was believed by the Union Army top to bottom during the battle. After the battle, And I'd say by the majority of veterans after the battle, like after the war, I mean. And I've read into a few articles, they said, like, the Confederates are lying, and one day we'll find out the truth. And the truth is, they didn't have 70,000 men. So, anyways, uh, yeah, he's just flat out wrong. Now, Nashville is vulnerable. That is true. It has, there are a lot of soldiers in Nashville, but a lot of them work in the quartermaster department. They're going to be organized into units. Yeah, they're going to form like a quartermaster brigade, but these men can defend entrenchments, but even then, how well can they do that? The big problem with Hood's idea they could storm Nashville is the amount of cannon that they have. Washington and Richmond are the only two cities that are more fortified than Nashville at this point. And Nashville has a lot of heavy cannons. So I think regardless, unless Hood was able to find some secret chink in the armor or there was a complete collapse of one part of the lines, even if Hood does storm Nashville, he's going to suffer horrific losses due to the heavy cannons. Now, keeping in mind, too, Grant's thinking on this is that Hood's force is a mobile force that's just going to destroy garrisons and cause mischief. I think Grant himself was a bit surprised that Hood even put the army near Nashville and stayed there. And for that reason, I believe also Grant probably thought Hood was stronger than he actually was at that point in the campaign. So keep that in mind too. That Hood to the end of his days thinks there's nobody in Nashville. There are troops in Nashville. And I would estimate that, let's say magically we're teleporting Hood's army to the gates of Nashville. I want to say the number of men on hand to defend the garrison. I want to say, okay, give me just a sec here. So fourth quarter to about 50. I'd say around 20,000 men. Yeah, maybe a little. Maybe that may be overestimation. Maybe 15,000. Yeah. 15,000 men, I'd say roughly.
2,000. All right. Yeah, that about fits.
You'll have Thomas, who's excellent defensive commander. Also, Stedman will be on hand. Stedman's also a pretty good general. Anyways, all right. So go ahead, man.
Yeah. Should mention, I did say that Wilson had 4 brigades of cavalry. Not divisions. These are individual brigades of cavalry because he's still trying to organize a cavalry force in Middle Tennessee. He's struggling to find horses. They're just throwing brand new regiments at him. A lot of them are just holding. That's another thing that's boosting the Nashville garrison. The amount of dismounted cavalrymen that are just sitting around doing nothing. He also was forming brand new divisions from scratch, getting them equipped with muskets. I think there was one regiment that goes into Nashville with just sabers and pistols. We'll get into that later, but yeah, he is working with basically the C squad at best. Meanwhile, the infantry they're using is the B squad. So
actually, I think the cavalry's the D squad, the infantry's the C squad. I just know if fortified positions with heavy cannons is no easy nut to crack. Yeah. And with some decent leaders too.
Yeah, and I'm only talking about the forces in the field at Pulaski, by the way, the forward forces under Schofield. Meanwhile, the defenses of Nashville, I should have written that down, the numbers, but I think your estimate about 15,000 is about right. Anyways, the Confederates, meanwhile, they field about 30,000 infantry, 6,600 cavalry, and 3,000 artillerymen, 128 cannons. So about 40,000 men in total for this campaign. Maybe a bit more, depending on how you estimate stuff. But the army is divided into 4 cavalry corps and 3 infantry corps under Benjamin Cheatham, A.B. Stewart, and Stephen D. Lee. Stewart and Stephen D. Lee, we've seen a bit of them in the Atlanta streams. Stewart is probably the best of the senior commanders here. I will make the hot take that Stewart should have been should have commanded the army here. He would have been a better choice overall. from what I've read, he's way more well-rounded as a commander, and also the fact that he seems to be way more politically savvy than a lot of these other commanders. He doesn't really take a lot of sides in a lot of the disputes of the army. Like he'll side with Hood on some issues, but then he'll shit talk him for others.
Yeah, and he had kind of been associated with Bragg as, at least, maybe not like Bragg's friend, but somebody who was not in the anti-Bragg clique, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Stuart was good. He had done very well at brigade and division command. Corps commands, some growing pains, but by this time
yeah,
he's starting to get his legs. Stephen D. Lee is a real mystery to me that he has this position, but I think I chalk it up to something Bryce said about about guys like Henry Heath. People just like him.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I've seen. That's what I've seen. By the way, I've gotten
Stephen D. Lee, by the way, is one of these guys running around in this campaign being like, "We got this, guys." He's just a perennial optimist.
Yeah, I will say by this point, Hood's kind of like sidelining him for early on in the campaigns. We'll see that he's basically the diversionary force for a lot of these operations, or the guy that's like the last in line. So I get the feeling that Hood wasn't too happy with Stephen D. Lee, because that's what like I've always been told, that like Stephen D. Lee was like his butt buddy, which it doesn't seem to be the case. Like from the very start,
that might be more of a post-war thing.
Yeah, it certainly was more post-war, but yeah, I know that especially with. Go on.
Stuart's his right-hand man. That's who he makes plans with. That's who he confers with. You know, Stuart's kind of becoming like his long street to his Lee. You know, Cheatham, of course, people have said, like, why isn't Claiborne in charge? Well, Claiborne had done Corps command at Jonesboro and had apparently not done so well. We also have to keep in mind, Cheatham's been leading a division forever. Cheatham's been a division commander. Not even Shiloh, man. He's like a division commander of Belmont. All right? He's been stuck at division like his whole career. He's just had the same rank, same everything. I think Cheatham's thinking, God damn it, I deserve a shot here. And I'm not even going to argue with that. You know, Cheatham had a mostly good combat reputation. His Tennessee division, he had made sure they had good medical care. The men were well treated. They usually had better supplies than most. His outfit has pretty decent morale. Now Cheatham, I don't think Cheatham's capable of Corps command. But I can understand why they're giving him a chance. And I would also say he's an improvement over Hardee. That's just my opinion. But you know, I'm not really. No one would ever accuse me of being a Hardee fan.
Yeah, I'm definitely more partial.
H.B. Johnson said about Hardee, he likes the look of being a general and all the fun stuff, but not the toils and the responsibilities.
Yeah, I will say I'm not a Hardee fan, not much of a Cheatham fan. I think Cheatham was good at division command and no higher. I think Cleburne could have probably done better at Corps command if he had been in command longer, because he had only been temporarily command at Jonesboro, and looking at that, it's like can't really do anything there. But
this is true, but I'm just saying that, you know, Cheatham has been in division command forever.
Yeah.
No, this is not them making Cheatham the Corps commander is not a ludicrous choice.
Yeah.
I think making Stephen D. Lee a Corps commander was odd, to say the least.
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, keep in mind that guy led a brigade at Vicksburg. Then, and to be fair, he had done division responsibilities, but he then finds himself a department commander, small department, but department commander. Did maybe a mediocre job, and then up to Corps command already.
So
by the way,
is Stephen D. Lee related to Robert E. Lee, or is he a different Lee family?
No relation.
I have read he's distantly related. There's a lot of, that's the thing I hear back and forth a lot. It seems he's like distantly related to him but he never knew at all because it was like 5 or 6 or 7 different generations separate.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I think at that point it really doesn't matter. Okay, like I have some uncle who's like, man, we're like James Madison's like our 5th cousin, and I'm like, I don't care, dude. Like once you get past third cousin, I think is already stretching it. Once you get beyond that, I'm like, now you're grasping straws. You know. So yeah, I'm gonna go and say not related. It's not immaterial. Doesn't you know
All right.
what? I think relations matter if one or the other is able to back the other one up, and they weren't able to. It wasn't like Robert E. Lee was doing special favors as a friend, as a family friend, right? Whereas like Fitzhugh Lee, now Fitzhugh Lee was decent, but he owes a lot of his rank to you know his Robert E. Lee's his uncle.
Yeah.
And I was reading a letter that Lee wrote to Fitzhugh Lee during the Petersburg campaign. He goes, "Hey man, thanks for the blanket. Thank you for really looking out for me." It's a very warm, nice letter, and you're like, "Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. They're family."
Right.
So anyway, I don't think being related matters at all in that case.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, I mean,
Anyway,
if
It's not,
S.D.
not
Lee
really.
really wanted the easy street, if he was related to the Virginia Lees, he'd probably need to be closer to Robert E. Lee physically to really get the benefits and the blankets and all that shit. And the nice
Yeah,
letters.
yeah. It isn't like Robert E. Lee's like doing favors, or even vice versa. It isn't like Stephen D. Lee's. And Stephen Lee did serve under Robert E. Lee as a artillery commander, a Second Manassas and Antietam, and did well. That's one of the reasons why he gets sent to Vicksburg is because they need artillery experts. Anyways, so sorry. So yeah, so the corps command situation for the Army of Tennessee. One thing to keep in mind with this is none of these men led a corps when the campaign started in Atlanta. We've already got a hell of a turnover right here. All three corps. I mean, Polk died, Hood was promoted, and Hardee left under a cloud. And so
Yeah.
I would even,
Now we have the B team.
and not just that, Stewart gave a good chance at Peachtree Creek. Gave a good effort. He's had more experience in Corps Command. The other two are very inexperienced overall, especially Cheatham. I mean, okay, Lee's had some experience, but he's still not new, but he's only been at a few months, and wasn't all that impressive so far, mostly. And Cheatham, he's new. He's new to Corps Command. He only led a corps briefly at the Battle of Atlanta. And he didn't command that for very long. He
So
commanded in a
just
battle, but that was
so just quick kind of impressionistic ranking. I mean, if we're ranking these three corps commanders, what kind of grades we're looking at for how prepared they are for this campaign?
Stewart
like
S tier, Lee I'd say D tier, and Cheatham I'll say E at best.
I would go with Stewart,
Uh,
maybe A or B. Uh, but yeah, I do want to keep this in mind though. Hood may be doing that with Lee, keeping him as diversionary forces and everything, simply because Lee, remember Lee has his old command, and he may have some questions about his competence. But through the campaign, he's going to win Lee over. I mean, Lee's going to win him over because Lee wins everybody over. Okay,
but yeah,
every
yeah. I will say out of the three corps commanders, Lee, who I think was the worst of the corps commanders around Atlanta. He's going to be the best. He's arguably going to be the best one in this entire campaign.
Yes, arguably yes. So Hood has those problems. Now he also has Nathan Bedford Forrest as his cavalry corps commander, and the thing with Forrest is that Forrest is uh, Forrest was of course a very good cavalry officer, and he even could lead a cavalry corps. But Forrest has always had problems working with others, so that's always be kept in mind. Forrest just is just a difficult man a lot of times. He's usually the smartest, toughest man in the room, and that doesn't always make you the best subordinate. And also, Forrest has not had to interact with an army since Chickamauga, and Dave Powell would tell you that Forrest did not do particularly well at Chickamauga, at least in the campaign. Maybe he did pretty well in the battle itself, but definitely not in the campaign. So now we can make. And I would say Forrest is definitely a step up from Joseph Wheeler, whose men at this point are deteriorating into banditry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wheeler's thief corps. Maybe I'm taking it too far, but yeah, they're pretty rough. They're pretty bad. So Hood now has to work with somebody who he hasn't worked with before and whose own record of working with others is spotty. You know, um, So where were we in the movements right now?
All right. So October 21st, Hood crosses the Tennessee and makes his way towards Columbia, towards the Duck River. Forrest leads the way, brushes past Wilson's cavalry, but Schofield's able to extract his men from Pulaski, fall back to Columbia, and retreat north of the Duck. There he takes up defensive positions. Hood appears south of the town. It's around here that Cleburne stops by St. John's Church on the property of Leonidas Polk. And it's here that he made a famous remark: it would not be hard to die if one could be buried in such a spot. Just want to make that remark here. Hood sees that Schofield's snug on the north side of the Duck River and decides to launch a flanking march. Keep in mind, I mentioned this before, Hood idolizes both Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson. And while a lot of people say that he's mainly a head-on attack kind of guy, he's trying his best to pull off a flank march, in the style of Stonewall Jackson, and that's what he's going to try to do here. His plan is to send Forrest cavalry to dispatch Wilson's, then march two of his corps, Cheatham's and Stewart's, plus a division from Lee, up the road, up the Rally Hill Pike, towards Spring Hill, between Franklin and Columbia. There, he could cut off the Columbia Pike and trap Schofield's army, essentially. I have heard a lot of people say, Schofield could have retreated down the road to Murfreesboro, or he could have taken this other road. No, he couldn't. Those were not options at all. He would have been stuck behind enemy lines and forced to surrender, or fight his way out.
Wait. Let me. So you're saying that you think he'd have to surrender? Then is what you're saying? Okay.
Or fight or surrender, basically. He'd basically be trapped between a rock and a hard place, essentially.
Well, I mean, it's definitely going to leave Nashville exposed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
go on.
let me you keep talking, but I'm going to look something up while you're talking, okay? Because I've got an idea there about Schofield. But anyway, keep going, man.
Right. Anyways, initially the plan goes off swimmingly. On the 28th, Forrest drives back Wilson's cavalry towards Franklin. Wilson is basically a non-factor for on the 29th, and Hood has an open road to Spring Hill. Schofield, he isn't entirely ignorant of the possibility that Hood will flank him. He is planning to retreat to Nashville anyway, and so he's already sent his wagon train and a division from Stanley's corps, under Stanley himself, to Spring Hill. This division is commanded by George Wagner, who's going to be a interesting character to say the least. He was a pretty good brigade commander at Missionary Ridge, Stones River, and during the Atlanta campaign. And he'll do a good job here. He's going to be infamous for his actions the next day. Just FYI. That said, there's about 5,000 Union troops plus about 3 batteries of artillery and some detached cavalry defending Spring Hill. However, 3 p.m., after some skirmishing with Forrest's cavalry, the advance of Hood's column arrives under Cheatham and Cleburne. Cleburne's division takes the lead, of course, because, it seems that Hood understands that Cleburne is his best division commander, hence why he's in the vanguard. Need to pull up the quote here, 3 p.m. It's about here that things start going downhill almost immediately. Hood's orders to Cheatham were, by his own account, to take possession of and hold the Columbia Pike at or near Spring Hill. Hood also said that he saw Union wagons retreating up the Columbia Pike. Cheatham denied I'd seen them in his account. Fun fact, Hood and Cheatham are going to go back and forth about what happened at Spring Hill, and it's hard to believe either of their accounts. I lean more towards Hood on this. Cheatham's behavior during this is suspect.
Okay.
That said, it seems that Cheatham misinterpreted Hood's orders because he said at or near Spring Hill. So Cheatham seemed to have mistook the orders that he needed to take Spring Hill specifically. This will cover his decision making. Anyways, Cleburne's division forms up and, with the support of one of Forrest's brigades, attacks towards Pike at 4 p.m. However, like at Jonesboro, this division comes under flanking fire. This is from the brigade of Luther Bradley from Wagner's division, posted on a hill just south of McCutcheon Creek. Response, Cleburne turns to the right and hits Bradley's brigade. Bradley was wounded, and his brigade, which is by now mostly conscripts. There's like one regiment that had 100 veterans in it and 350 recruits, and all untrained. His brigade was driven back across McCutcheon Creek in a rout. Another Union brigade under Colonel Lane and Union artillery on the pike forced him to stop and reform. Bradley lost 198 men, Cleburne 225. Cleburne, he was preparing for another attack on Spring Hill when he got orders from Cheatham to hold off. Cheatham's old division was forming up on Cleburne's right and was to lead the next attack on Spring Hill, which with Cleburne attacking in echelon. Cleburne at the time was a bit upset with the order. He thought he could just attack now and take the town outright. However, orders were orders. Cheatham's division was led by John Brown. Not that John Brown, John Calvin Brown. Brown was a Tennessee Whig. His older brother was a former governor of Tennessee. Solid brigade commander, was promoted to division commander around Atlanta. Partly because he was a good brigade commander, also because he was a senior brigadier in the Army of the Tennessee. And so after Cheatham was promoted, Brown, a fellow Tennessean, was given command of Cheatham's old division. Brown had about 4,000 men in his division, formed up on Cleburne's right. By now, the sun was going down. Very little moonlight this night. Brown believed there was a Union force threatening his right flank, and he feared he'd be caught in a bad crossfire if he attacked. In reality, it was a single Union regiment and some detached cavalry screening Wagner's flank. Brown held his troops back and sent for Cheatham, asking for reinforcements and further orders. It should be noted, Brown really receives a lot of flack for his behavior during the battle, that he should have just attacked. His staff all claim that they inquired that Brown should attack. And his response was always, "I have no orders," every single time. That was his stock response. One of Forrest's subordinates, James Chalmers, led an infantry brigade at Shiloh and told Brown, quote, "General, when I was circumstanced as you are at Shiloh, I attacked without orders." I will say, in Brown's defense, this was a really top-down era in warfare. Initiative wasn't really something that was encouraged at the time, so if a commander was told to halt, he would halt. Meanwhile, it was easy for commanders to question orders, but only to call off an assault or something because of enemy strength. So Brown was basically keeping with the times. In his mind, he had good enough reason to wait for the attack.
You know what, though? Something to mention about that, because he's talking about Shiloh. On the first day of Shiloh, Chalmers' brigade took part in 6 assaults, and they got the name High Pressure Brigade for that.
Yeah.
And so I understand where Chalmers is coming from, but here's the deal, though, and this is where you get the problems at the top. Johnston and Beauregard made it very clear to their men, and keeping in mind also their men hadn't seen a battle before, so they don't know what they're in for, right? But also these are the men who really wanted to get into a fight. You know, there's that whole, like, you have a combination of just like green troops who don't know what they're in for, but also eager and committed. But also Beauregard and Johnston imbued the Army of the Mississippi, as it was called at the time, with the spirit of attack. We must strike Grant, we must overrun his camps, and we must win a major victory. You know, what did he, the subtitle of Tim Smith's book, you know, Conquer or Perish. That's what Albert E. Johnston told to Colonel Marmaduke. The address that Johnston distributed to his men the night of Shiloh was stirring stuff. So many veterans talked about that. It's keeping in mind that Hood and his commanders have not been able to imbue that same sense of aggression and a do or die situation on their men. I believe that is playing a part here.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Anyways, continuing on, gonna jump back in time a bit because this is probably the part of the battle where I think the major mistake was made. Back at 4 p.m., Cheatham's 3rd Division was formed up on Cleveland's left. This was William Bates. I think we talked about him in previous streams. He before the war, I think Sean mentioned in the last stream that he had a newspaper called the 10th Legion. Great name for a paper. Mexican War veteran, fought under Cleburne at Shiloh and was badly wounded there. Mixed record as a division commander, to say the least, but this is probably going to be the highlight of his career. Also, fun fact, he was also considered a great orator. Like Cleburne's own men actually liked the guy, unlike his own troops, because he gave such great speeches.
Interesting.
Yeah, keep in mind, Cleburne's men, they'll praise him to high heavens, but they won't. Whenever they talk about his speeches, like, yeah, he was all right. He was good enough. Oh, but Bate, oh God, man, that was a speaker. Yeah,
That guy talks well. He talks well.
Yeah.
Good talker,
Anyways, Hood personally oversaw Bates' deployment. Cheatham was focused on Brown and Cleburne's division to the north, and so Hood personally ordered Bate, and this is from Bates' own what was it? His own report in January of 1865. So almost immediately after the battle, relative to a lot of other accounts, his orders were to move to the pike and sweep towards Columbia. So his orders were straight up cut off the Columbia pike. As Cleburne made his attack, Bate moved his division, about 2,500 men strong, due west towards Columbia pike. Lost contact with Cleburne's division on his right, continuing on for an hour and a half before his sharpshooter battalion struck the pike north of Rippavilla, which was this. Rippavilla was the mansion where Van Dorn had taken up his headquarters and was shot by Dr. Peters. Famously.
yes.
Yeah. Fun fact: there's a lot of. There's apparently a rumor from this battle that General Cheatham's going to be absent for a good 5 hours in a lot of accounts, and a lot of the rumors are that he was sleeping with Mrs. Peters, which I think Cheatham's an idiot. I don't think he's that stupid. Anyways, at the same time, just as Bates' sharpshooters reached the pike, the lead elements of Schofield's corps reach Rippavilla and begin skirmishing with Bates' men. This is another strength division under Thomas Ruger, only 6 regiments strong, so it's about equal, if weaker, force to Bates' own division. So Bates has numbers here. His main line reached about 300 yards from the pike when he receives an order to halt and pull back. Seems that Cheatham had not been told by Hood about Bates' orders, and so was very confused by Bates' moves. Like, where the heck is Bate? He's supposed to be on Cleburne's left. Isn't he supposed to help with my attack here? So he orders Bate to pull back and rejoin with Cleburne on his left flank. Bate disagreed with this order and sent a staff officer named Pearl to report the situation to Cheatham and inform him of the great opportunity at hand. I think he said something along the lines of, "With my men, I could whip double the force in my front, and I could easily cut the pike." However, when he met up with Hood and Cheatham outside, I believe Oaklawn was the location of Hood's headquarters in the battle. They met up outside Oaklawn, and there Cheatham dressed down this staff officer and informed Bate that if he refused to follow his orders again, that he'd have Bate arrested. Hood was present for this and did nothing to clear up the misunderstanding whatsoever. Didn't say a word. Bate was there because of Hood's orders, and Hood should have told Cheatham, "Hey, I had given this man orders to take the pike. What are you doing?" However, by this point, it seemed Hood and Cheatham had just given up on the attack after Brown would go forward. Plus, it was about 7 p.m. by this point, so the sun had gone down. This was dead of winter, early winter, and so sunsets early, and I don't believe that there was much moonlight that night at all, which made combat difficult.
Difficult to put it lightly. Night attacks are nigh impossible unless you have moonlight, and even then it's real dicey.
Yeah.
I just thought, oh god, I thought that song that made me think of the song by Cake. He's Going the Distance. It's like the sun has gone down and the moon has come up, and long ago somebody left with the cup. In this case, Schofield's about to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, night attacks are also usually a no-go in ancient warfare as well, because they almost always backfire.
Yeah. I will say on the night
distance. Schofield's going for speed. He's all alone in his time of need.
He is, actually. You're right.
Yeah.
There we get John M. Schofield. He's going the distance.
Yeah, you should use like one of those AI programs to create a music video to go along with the song that's just all about Schofield.
Yeah, at Schofield Spring Hill. Oh, yeah. Great, man. Yeah. He's going the distance, Spring Hill edition.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will speaking more of the night attack stuff. Afterwards, Stewart and S.D. Lee would go on to claim that it was Cleburne that called off the further attack because he didn't want to watch a night attack. That doesn't seem to be true. That said, I kind of believe it somewhat that when asked, he was like, "Yeah, I don't want to do a night attack," because he had done that at Chickamauga in 1863, and that was a clusterfuck. So he has he's one of the few officers with first-hand experience with night attack. That said, he did want to attack earlier at like 5:30 after his fight with Bradley, because there was still some light left, some twilight remaining, and he thought that the enemy's out of position, I could still attack. We don't know fully Cleburne's mindset at the time, because of course he'd have less than a day left to live.
Yeah.
But that said, I don't blame Cleburne at all for what's happening here, or Brown, or Bate, or any of the other officers beside Hood and Cheatham, because as you can see, there is clear failure of communication between these two. Anyways, after all this, Hood orders up Stewart's corps and the division loaned from Lee to form up on Cheatham's flanks. I need to pull up the quote. Apparently, Stewart recalled hearing Hood say, "Man, if only Cheatham would have launched the attack, we could have taken this." And I need to pull up the fucking quote here. Where did I put it? Where did I freaking put it? I had that quote somewhere. Oh yeah, he thought to himself, "Why did you not see to yourself that your order was obeyed and the attack made?" He considered saying this, but because Stewart was one of the few officers in this army who had attacked, he didn't. Keep in mind, he's saying this like post-war after Hood's dead. And this is the 1880s and early 1900s before he died, so maybe maybe he is playing up his account there, but still. Anyways, his men form up along the road, set up campfires, and go to bed for the night. Seems Hood thought that Forrest, for some reason, was cutting off the road, even though Forrest did not have the manpower at the moment, and his men were low on ammunition. And of course, cavalry cannot cut a road from an entire field army, especially in the strength that Forrest had. Because keep in mind, he had to detach cavalry to screen against Wilson. Anyway, Schofield, in the middle of the night, marches his army straight through the Columbia Pike, through Spring Hill. Mere yards away are Confederate campfires, which help light up the way. And apparently Cleburne and other officers were saying, "Hey, we could hear the enemy marching past us. We need to do something about this. A Hood, are you going to give us orders? Hood does order Cheatham to make a night attack, and Hood defers this to the division loan from Lee under Ed Johnson. Johnson refused to attack because A, it was too dark, and B, he was wondering why the heck he was being tasked with this instead of one of Cheatham's own men, because he thought his men were just going to be thrown into like dirty work essentially. The next morning, Schofield's army was gone, retreated up to Franklin, and the cat was out of the bag. That's the basic story of the Battle of Spring Hill. Thoughts?
Well, Schofield, this is his finest hour, keeping the army moving on the pike, getting out of there. I've heard an account that when they didn't know the pike was open, he sent somebody ahead to check it out. And, a very dramatic moment and all the rest. I think, the sun is setting. You have troops that had to make a march to get there. And you have a collapse in Confederate coordination. But in the collapse of coordination in the Army of Tennessee, wow, that's new, huh?
Yeah.
Unprecedented. Unimaginable.
Unimaginable. Look, this army had its moments, and it can launch ferocious attacks and win battles. But it does seem to have complete breakdowns at moments like this. And it probably does, of course, doesn't help that who's in charge of this? Cheatham. Now, who has the least experienced command of corps? Cheatham.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. So they're going to wake up and they're going to find that the Federals are gone.
Yeah, Hood's going to be pissed about this in the morning. He'll chew out Cheatham, Brown, and even Cleaver to an extent for the failure that night. I think he's warranted on the Cheatham part to an extent. Then again, he's also responsible for this whole clusterfuck, because it's a failure of communication between him and Cheatham is the main factor behind all this.
Hey guys, I know I had to step out, and I forgot to mention I did take a call. So the person's calling again. I'm sorry. I am stepping out. I'll be right back.
All right. I guess. Any comments from you, Derek, before I continue on with this?
That's the most detailed breakdown of Spring Hill I've ever heard, actually, because, I visited the Franklin battlefield, and I was aware that Schofield almost got trapped. For some reason, I was under the impression there was a bigger gap between the two fights. Also, I didn't know that it was literally Schofield marching past at night, while the Confederates were aware of what was happening, and not able to stop it. So I didn't know it was quite that dramatic.
No, these engagements are literally 24 hours apart. If you count like the start of Cleveland's attack against Bradley at 4 p.m. the 29th, the attack on Franklin will be at 4 p.m. the 30th. So it's literally 24 hours apart. So yeah, this is probably the biggest lost opportunity of the Confederates here. I genuinely think that Schofield would have been forced to fight a desperate battle and surrender, or just surrender outright. Because I think someone in the comments asked, like, why couldn't he have used the other roads? There was one road, so between Spring Hill and Columbia, along his march, there was the Carter's Creek Pike, which basically was this back road that led up to Franklin by a very much longer circuitous route. And there was I forgot the name of the road, but it led straight to Murfreesboro, eastward. And I've seen a lot of people contend, he could have taken those roads. And I fully disagree with that. Because keep in mind, for one, Schofield's march begins rather late. By the time he gets to Franklin with the main column, it's already dark. So if troops are blocking that road, it's going to be super confusing. Then he has to order his men to double back to either of those roads. If he takes the Carter's, and keep in mind, if he takes the Carter's Creek Pike, His men would have to double back about as far as they've already went, all the way back to Columbia, then march back along the route. By this point, Wagner's division would have been destroyed. The wagon train, the entire 800 wagon supply train of the army of the Ohio. I forgot. I don't know what it would be called. Schofield's force. His entire wagon train was in Spring Hill with Wagner. If he loses that and Wagner's division, uh, he's lost all his supplies, and he'd be trapped. Hood would have been able to take Franklin and would once again cut him off. Schofield will still be behind lines and would be out of supply. Bad situation all around for him. And even if he does escape, well, he's now got his face because he's lost a whole division in his supplies. Same reason why March on the road to Murfreesboro would have been even worse because then he put himself with Hood to his north with forced cavalry marching along a road away from Wagner's division, leading it to its fate. Even if he somehow makes it to Murfreesboro without being whittled away by cavalry, once again, egg in his face. It's not a good situation either way. These are. That's why I think that if Hood could have cut off the road, he could have destroyed Schofield's field army. Now, that would not have meant that he would have taken Nashville because November 30th is when A.J. Smith's corps arrives. By that point, Nashville is not takeable at all. He probably would have had a chance earlier against like the quartermaster department, but Sean would disagree with that. But I think that there was a better chance there. That said, it still would have been a major victory for Hood. Would have taken a lot of arms, a lot of supplies, a lot of probably would have taken some shoes from the Union prisoners, and the Confederate Army needed shoes. I think about a third of Hood's army did not have shoes, probably a quarter. But yeah, it would have been a good morale boosting victory, to say the least. Of course, he then has to contend with about 20,000 captured Union prisoners, which, yeah, that would be a hassle to deal with. But
Right. But still, it's better than what happened.
Right.
Also, do you think that the ferocity of Franklin in many ways is due to Confederate frustration over the blown opportunity at Spring Hill?
been argued a lot, especially in early literature. A lot of older authors have accused Hood of trying to discipline his army by throwing them at Franklin, that he was trying to punish them with the Battle of Franklin for their failure at Spring Hill. I do not subscribe to this. I think that his decision at Franklin had other factors going into it. I don't think it was just pure punishment
And at Franklin, I mean, he did
or
have
at
the
all.
chance once again to try to destroy Schofield before he could escape, right? So even though he had blown his
Yeah,
opportunity the day before, it was still possible to have
yeah,
Schofield pinned against the river and knock him out completely.
yeah. I will say, we'll get into that when Sean gets back. But there was a great opportunity at Franklin to Hood had an opportunity to win at Franklin. It's not a great It's not a great odds, to say the least. It would have been better if he had cut the road at Spring Hill instead, and just forced Schofield to attack him or surrender outright instead of attacking fortified position. But we'll get into that later. I think there was briefly a chance for the Confederates to win that battle.
Right. Okay. Well, so I guess that means that going into the day of Franklin, it must have been pursuit until 4 o'clock, right?
basically. Let's see.
And for
I'll
Schofield,
just,
wasn't he trying to cross the river? And I forget which
yeah,
river it was.
yeah, it would have been the Harpeth River. Battle. I think I should just continue with the script anyway.
Yeah.
So the morning of November 30th, Hood and the Confederate Army woke up to find the Union Army gone. Hood orders his corps commanders to get his men ready to march to Franklin in pursuit to meet him at Rippervilla for breakfast. Don't know the exact words what was said at that point, that meeting that morning, but Hood threw blame at Cheatham,
Let me
Cleveland, and
see.
Brown for the failure. Hood had actually earlier sent a recommendation for Cheatham to be made lieutenant general. He was still acting as a major general, the senior major general commanding a corps temporarily. However, a few days after, I think it's December 5th, he'll write to Cheatham retracting that and saying that he needs someone to replace Cheatham in command of the corps. He'd walk that back, but Hood, of course, blamed Cheatham for the failure at Spring Hill from then on forward. He would later tell S.D. Lee and A.P. Stewart that if they had been in the lead instead of Cheatham, they'd have taken Tennessee without a fight.
Yeah.
Hyperbole. And wishful thinking.
Certainly. Anyways, with the
Well, I mean, people lose battles tend to get into that, you know, and especially when they lose wars too, right?
Yeah, I mean, just like if the Germans had 50 more APC things at the Battle of the Bulge, they would have just won the whole war.
Yeah, just 50 more King Tigers. That would have turned the tide. Oh, and more ME-262s. Oh, if only they had ME-262s in 1941, they would have won the war. No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would have. Now, quiet. One doesn't. You don't need gas. You just need, like, the jets are fueled by your hope and dreams. Anyways, please continue.
All right. Anyways, the pursuit to Franklin began. Forrest was already leading the cavalry advance, slowed down by an infantry brigade from Wagner's division, commanded by Emerson Opdyke. Opdyke was an excellent brigade commander, despite having a single brigade versus Forrest's cavalry corps. He managed to just hold off Forrest in a running battle with Columbia Pike. Schofield, meanwhile, reached Franklin that morning. Town sat on a bend of the Harpeth River, which was the last major obstacle before Nashville. Schofield was a bit shocked to find that the wagon bridge was destroyed. The railroad bridge needed to be planked. The pontoon trains he had were left behind at Columbia. And so Schofield decides to hold the town until he could replank the bridge and get his wagon trains across. He had no plans to hold Franklin indefinitely. That said, his men occupied half-built works and began fortifying the position. He had one of Stanley's divisions under Thomas Wood cross over to hold Fort Granger and protect the rear from a possible flank attack. Schofield's remaining 4 divisions, about 20,000 strong, remained in Franklin, holding a defensive line centered on the Carter family farm. I'd go into this, but I'm going to just start speeding through this a bit more because it's already about 11 o'clock. Schofield's corps holds the center, while Nathan Kimball's division of Stanley's corps holds the right. Wagner's division remains south of the main line, holding some outer works. Sausage hedges were cut down to form a batis, basically, early barbed wire. And artillery from Stanley's corps was positioned to create killing fields. The defenses were commanded by Jacob Cox, who was Schofield's right-hand man. Cox was a politician and lawyer from Ohio, one of the founding members of the Republican Party. Go on to write histories of the Atlanta and Tennessee campaigns. Argument can be made that Cox was a real commander of the Union forces at Franklin, and I'll definitely say he was definitely the reason why Schofield had any successes at all. He was a solid commander, to say the least. Schofield remained north of river for the rest of the day, and Stanley was seemingly sidelined despite being Cox's senior. I don't fully understand the whole situation there, why Stanley wasn't in command on the south side of the river. It seems mostly because it was Cox's men that were on the main line. Uh, it's confusing to say the least. Anyways, uh, actually, Sean, do you have any comments about that at all? Do you think I'm incorrect on saying all this?
Wait, about what precisely?
Cox being the actual commander at the Battle of Franklin instead of Stanley or Schofield.
Um, I mean, he's gonna be the one who's gonna his 23rd Corps is gonna take the brunt of the fighting from the attack. Um, so I mean, I know Joe Ricci is nicer to Schofield in the campaign than many are. And his belief is that Schofield, he's across the river. He is overseeing the operations. He's going to make major decisions during the battle. But always keep in mind how many decisions does an army commander make a lot of times, especially when the fighting starts.
Yeah,
I'm not saying army commanders aren't important in a fight, of course, in a battle, of course they are. But uh, Cox and Stanley are going to both oversee most of the fighting.
yeah, yeah. I will say, Schofield's main reason why he's on the north side of the river is because he's more worried of another flank attack.
Yes.
Because after all, that's what nearly got him at Spring Hill. So he's deployed a division to hold Fort Granger and keep the line open, along with Wilson's cavalry, which he's reconnected with. Uh, he doesn't seem to be too. Uh, uh, that's something I noticed, like from some of the Union accounts, that they were like shocked that Hood actually attacked them head on instead of like trying to do another flank attack. We'll get into why he did that in a minute, but yeah, I kind of see why Schofield was on the north side of the river in this
Well,
regard.
yeah, I will say, why don't you push things along a bit? We're running pretty late on this, man.
I know.
All right, so
Anyways, Hood's main force arrives south of town around 1 p.m. Stewart's and Cheatham's corps taking the heights south of town from Wagner's rear guard. Confederates could easily see the Union positions from these heights. Most realized that the Union position was well manned and fortified. It's here that Hood makes a decision which will forever tarnish his reputation to this very day. He orders Cheatham and Stewart to attack. A lot of speculation as to why Hood made this decision. A lot of partisan history say Hood was high off a laudanum and wanted to punish his army for the failure at Spring Hill. I do not believe this personally. I think Hood genuinely thought this attack would succeed. To Hood, Schofield's back was against the river. Even though the enemy line was fortified, he hoped the Confederate troops had the elan to break through and destroy Schofield against the riverbank. Should we mention again that uh, Hood still believed, even even when he was writing his memoirs before he died, that Nashville was undefended, which said before, not the case. That if he could destroy Schofield, he could take Nashville. Also, whether or not Hood knew it or not, there was a glaring weakness in the Union line. Uh, Wagner's division sat south of the main line in an exposed position. Wagner had been injured in a fall from his horse earlier that day and sprained his leg, and in response, he started drinking to numb the pain. And as a result, he started making some dumb decisions. He insisted on remaining in the position despite orders to fall back. Uh, his men were disagreeing with this. Colonel Opdyke was exhausted from rearguard duty and wanted to pull his men behind the lines so he could rest and recuperate and finally get a meal because his men hadn't eaten all day. Wagner threatened to arrest Opdyke if he didn't stay in place, but Opdyke just ignored him and retreated into the main line. Thus, only two.
sorry, I need to say this real quick. I don't know the exact details on this, but there are those who say the Wagner story is wrong.
Oh, really?
That there, yeah. Well, okay. So a lot of the stuff we're talking about comes from Updike. Updike is a very good combat commander. He left very vivid letters. He's been in, I mean, he was in Shiloh, for instance, right? Updike is also a braggart and a fabricator. He's really, I mean, he's an excellent general. No, give me, he's colonel at this point. I'll make general afterwards. He's an excellent officer, but he's been known to play fast and loose with things.
All right, that's good to know. I will
So
say
then,
from my readings,
yeah,
I
go
will
ahead.
say from my readings of Wagner, Franklin does stand out as like the one bad day he had, because he had done well at Spring Hill, all things considered, and
No,
also
no,
the fact,
Wagner has a first-rate combat reputation. The
yeah,
wonder in the army is that it had taken this long to put him up to division.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah, so
so so I think that and also there's some indications that Wagner, it wasn't like he was being ordered to fall back either, so it isn't totally his fault either. You know, so I will admit I don't have the details on this, but understand the classic story we have of a drunk George Wagner stupidly leaving two brigades out to get overrun and arguing with Updike. Apparently, there's some justifications and falsifications in there. Some recent research has shown. This doesn't mean Wagner didn't make a mistake, though. By the way, all right. But apparently, there's this idea that they threw a whole bunch of stuff on Wagner when other people made mistakes. Like, I don't think Wagner was ordered to fall back either, which you can pin on Cox and Stanley and Schofield, right?
yeah,
It's like you said, they don't think the Confederates are attacking. That's the impression I get, is that there's a not complacency. They are fortifying the lines. They have a battle line set up, but there's a sense of, come on, there's no way they're going to strike us this way, right?
right. Uh, well, we'll say, speaking of which, Hood faced pushback from the subordinates, Cheatham, Forrest, and Cleveland particularly. Hood would go on to say that Cleveland was all for the attack and all that, and that he was actually siding with him on the whole Cheatham debate, which I call bull on that. That does not seem to be the case whatsoever. Forrest told Hood that if he could get a single division of infantry to support him, he could cut across the Harpeth and cut off Schofield. But Hood shot this down because it was too late in the day to do anything fancy like that, and he was afraid that Schofield was just retreating the night again. And
Right.
so, yeah, so that's why he doesn't do that. I will say, this is hindsight. Me saying this, of course. Hood should have just sat around, done nothing, just let his army rest for a day, and just called it there.
But what's like Hood, but Hood also understands that this is it, man. This is your chance.
Yeah,
Once you let him get away, you're not going to catch him before he gets to Nashville.
yeah,
And then there's no way to take Nashville. Now, you could say, and I think Beauregard essentially said this, that, hey, if that game is up, try a new game.
yeah,
But Hood doesn't have the logistical support to invade Kentucky. The case can be made that at this point, Hood should just kind of like stick around the Franklin to Murfreesboro corridor, right? Stick around there. And, you can draw supplies, you can draw recruits, and you can tell everybody we have driven the Federals out of Middle Tennessee. We have reclaimed land that has not been Confederate since the Tullahoma campaign.
Would it have been possible to go to East Tennessee and try to seize Knoxville?
Not really. You'd have to control. Well, I guess you could get rail supply from Virginia, but the terrain over there is just awful. And
yeah,
I don't really know what taking Knoxville would do for you exactly. The advantage you have right now is that Sherman is cut off from his supplies. Now, Sherman willingly cuts himself off from his supplies with the march to the sea. But part of the march to the sea, he's got to get to Savannah as fast as possible to put himself back in communication and back in supply. The idea with this is that you're reclaiming territory. So Hood could, if he doesn't attack at Franklin, he could, in theory, just say that. But Hood's a fighter, and Hood is not just there to reclaim, Franklin and some other Tennessee towns. I mean, keep in mind, no shade on Columbia or this area. This area of the Confederacy, especially at Columbia, for instance, Columbia is very fertile farms, or at least it did in 1863. It's very pro-Confederate, so it's an area that the Confederates felt the pain of losing, Middle Tennessee, with its farms and the rest, right? I don't know exactly how productive they are right now, though, considering what's happened since then. But that said, Hood doesn't want to say, like, oh, I just reclaimed some territory by outmaneuvering the enemy. No, he wants a battlefield victory. He believes he must destroy their army before they can get to Nashville. And I'm saying this because there's always been this idea of, oh, Hood did this because he was on laudanum. We have no evidence he's on laudanum. All right?
Yeah, that's been disproved by Stephen Hood, his descendant, which
Yeah.
is probably one of the greatest actuallys ever. Just a guy just pulling out the actual like medical records of a guy from the 1860s.
Yeah. Or what's the other one you could consider? Like the Shelby Foote said this. While submitting the Crater book. By the way, Volume 2 was submitted 2 days ago, and Volume 3 was started. Well, Volume 3 was started a while back, but like finalizing Volume 3, getting ready for publication for Volume 3 at Petersburg, started yesterday. Looking to get that in about 3-4 weeks. Okay, so what am I saying here? What I'm saying is that Shelby Foote on the thing is saying like, "Oh, Hood wanted to punish his army." Now, I like Shelby Foote. He's a good writer. He's a great presenter. But Shelby Foote himself said, "I'm not an archivist," and also it was really hard to get crazy Civil War sources back then. Nowadays, the internet, everything got a lot of digitized stuff, digitized newspapers. You can do very particular research on the Civil War that just wasn't possible in Shelby Foote's day. Shelby Foote was relying a lot on secondary sources, but also memoirs, published memoirs. And don't get me wrong, they showed pictures of a Civil War library, very impressive. But Shelby Foote's like who else? Like Connolly, Stanley Horn. I mean, there's limitations in these guys because of the kind of resources they had. Although Connolly, I think, is really full of it. By the way, my opinion of Thomas Connolly goes down every year, and this year in particular, it's really hit bottom.
Is
Yeah.
Connolly the guy who did the Army of Tennessee history?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I have his tome on my bookshelf. Yeah, I
Yeah.
will say I kind of agree with a lot of his assessments of Johnston that and all the lost opportunities he had. I think he's a bit excessive at some points, but I will say his Calhoun Calhoun offensive conception is like, yeah, that was definitely the biggest lost opportunity of that campaign.
I'll say that I want to say about Thomas Connolly real quick that his reputation has gone down a lot of scholars. I think Albert Castell was kind of right. Thomas Connolly was a man who decided if he liked or disliked somebody, just went from there. I can say the same thing with Stephen Woodworth. Stephen Woodworth, he either likes you or doesn't like you, and then he makes the evidence go that way, one way or the other. But what I'm saying though is that, sorry. So what I'm getting to is that, oh God, where was I? Yeah. So the idea that Foote put forward, that a lot of people put forward, was that Hood was angry with his army. He was going to discipline them by having them launch a frontal assault. That's insane. There's no evidence for that. Yeah, Hood's angry with his army. He probably feels he's upset that his army can't operate as well as Lee's army. Of course, what Hood doesn't know is that Lee's army right now can't operate as well as Lee's army. He's not there at Fort Harrison to see that. So this idea that Hood's doing this because he wants to punish his army and he's angry, there's no evidence for that either. I think Hood just sees this and goes, "This is our only chance." Simple as that.
Anyways, I guess it's time for me to wrap up my stream, my portion here as fast as I can.
You mean the slaughter?
Oh yeah,
Confederate, what I call Confederate Culloden. That's what I call it.
yeah. That's what this is. This is this is probably the battle that I read accounts of that truly just makes me want to vomit. Just some of the darkest anecdotes I've ever come across for any battle ever.
Yeah,
anyways,
certainly the Confederate veterans there repeatedly. You'll just read the Confederate Veteran magazine. If Franklin comes up, they talk about they shudder to speak of it. What did one man say? What one member of Bledsoe's battery said, "We were in all the engagements around Corinth, Holly Springs, Chickamauga, Lookout Mountain, Missionary Ridge, from Dalton to Atlanta. Then we were at Franklin, which was the hardest fought battle of which we have any history since the world began."
definitely feels like that.
Yeah, I know it's hyperbole, but I love some well said hyperbole, and that most certainly is that. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So, 4 p.m. Once again, 4 p.m., just 24 hours after the disaster at Spring Hill began, Cheatham's and Stewart's Corps formed up for the attack. 6 divisions, 18 brigades, almost 100 regiments, 18,000 strong. Probably the single largest Confederate charge of the entire war, probably larger than Pickett's. They would advance north in double lines towards the Union works. And it's without artillery support, as most of that was still with Lee, which is another mark against Hood, that he's doing this attack without any artillery support whatsoever. Despite the fact he had like the massive advantage in artillery over Schofield at the start of this campaign, he does not utilize that whatsoever here. The advance begins. Advancing up the Columbia Pike, Cleveland's and Brown's divisions struck and routed Wagner's men. They got off a few volleys, one of which killed one of Brown's brigadiers, States Rights Gist. Not sure if we mentioned this guy before. If you want to know why
he's come up, yeah.
He's come up, man.
All right.
He's almost a regular, man. Almost.
Yeah, I forget if I mentioned him in previous streams or not, because I just had the note there. He would be the first Confederate officer killed this day, not the last. With the collapse of Wagner's division, Cleveland and Brown urged their men to follow the retreating Federals into the works. The thinking was that the Union troops would not fire on their own men, and thus the Confederates could enter the breastworks and rush them to the river. While Cleveland and Brown were slowed down by Wagner's men, Sam French's division on the right pressed ahead. French only had 2 brigades present, while the 3rd was attached guarding supply wagons. Sears Mississippi Brigade, we mentioned them before, they cheered for Johnson instead of Davis, helped turn Wagner's flank, while Francis Cockrell with the Missouri Brigade pushed ahead. His men would be the first to hit the Union main line and would pay dearly for it. Cockrell went down wounded and lost 419 out of 696 men that went into action. Absolutely brutal. Soon after, though, Cleveland and Brown hit the main line. Cleveland had his horse shot from underneath him. The second horse was killed. He charged in on foot into the gun smoke. He'd be found dead next morning, a bullet through the heart. At the same time, Hiram Granberry, commanding Cleveland's Texas Brigade, was shot in the face and killed. There's a lot of reports of soldiers seeing him kneeling in the middle of the road, his hands covering his face on reflex. He was already dead. General Brown was also badly wounded at the time. Most of his staff was cut down. However, Cleveland's and Brown's men surged into the works. Heavy fighting occurred around the Carter House cotton gin. You see that in a lot of images. I think you pulled that up at the start of the stream, Thersites. I remember going there with my buddy Woody a few years back. I remember going inside that little cotton gin house and just noticed the amount of sunlight coming in, and I realized, it's because of all the bullet holes in the building.
Yeah, and that would have been receiving fire from the Confederate side, so all the bullet holes were fired by the attacking Confederates.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So here the battle hung in the balance. There was a breach in the Union line. If the Confederates could capitalize on this, they could probably win the battle. However, with Cleveland and Brown dead, no one was able to direct these men forward. And here, Opdyke's men, who had just sat down to make dinner, were called up to charge to counterattack. They slam into the Confederates here and take a lot of prisoners. Heavy fighting ensues. Major Arthur MacArthur, Doug MacArthur's dad, was here commanding the 24th Wisconsin. He was shot through the leg after during a fight with a Confederate officer and will be out for the rest of the war. A lot of other horrific accounts here, to say the least, but I'm just going to skip over them. In the end, Stanley personally led more reserves into the attack, but was himself wounded and carried off the field. couple regiments from 23rd Corps, especially the 12th and 16th Kentucky, I believe. These guys were armed with Colt revolving rifles, which interesting weapon to say the least. One of those early repeater weapons. 21st Ohio is famous for using them at Chickamauga. They weren't favored in use because of misfires. Because this is before brass cartridges, so the black powder is just sitting there. Misfires were common, and if they happened, they would take off the fingers on the hand that was holding the barrel. So it was a very dangerous weapon to use. Anyways, these guys pour lead into Cleveland's division. Soon enough, Brown's and Cleveland's men are pushed back into the ditch in front of the Union breastworks and are fighting out there. They can't retreat, or else they'll be shot down. They can't go forward because, of course, they'll be shot down there. So a lot of men try to shoot through the slits between the headlogs and the breastworks. Otho Strahl, one of Brown's brigade commanders, is helping load rifles for his men. One of his last orders is to keep firing before he's shot in the neck and carried off the field. He'd be shot 2 more times and killed. Most of his staff would be dead by the end of the battle. Brown's division was decimated by this, especially their officers. Only one of the brigade commanders would survive the battle, George Gordon. He had been recently promoted to brigade command. He's known for his long flowing hair. Cheatham had demanded that he cut it a long time ago, but he refused. And so he was dragged up by his own hair over the breastworks as Union captivity. Fun fact, he'd go on to form the KKK alongside Nathan Bedford Forrest. So just note there.
Damn. That's funny about his hair, though.
Yeah. Yes. Meanwhile, on the right, Stuart's Corps fared a little better. They were funneled by the curving Harpeth River. Keep in mind, when they formed up, they didn't take into account the curvature of the river, so they started bubbling up on each other, just bunching up. Casualties were heavy. Didn't help that the Osage hedges in their front were basically barbed wire. It was impossible to cross them. They had to bring up pioneers to cut paths through, but of course, once those paths were cut, they basically became channels of death, essentially. One Confederate brigade commander, John Adams, managed to ride up his horse onto the Union breastworks before he got gunned down along with his horse. Awful fighting all around. Bates' division was on the far left of the attack, and he got caught up in terrain, so he didn't go in when Cleveland and Brown did. About an hour into the fighting, he finally gets through, lines up and attacks. Doesn't do much. Loses about 319 men in his division, which is pretty light compared to the rest of the Corps. One of his casualties is a staff officer named Todd Carter, fell into Union works mortally wounded. His family owned the Carter House, and he would die surrounded by family 2 days later. After nightfall, Lee's Corps arrived on the field. Hood decided to throw Johnson's division into a night assault, hoping to pierce the Union right flank. This attack was repulsed as well, with heavy losses. Throughout all this, Forrest decides to cross the Harpeth River anyway and tussle with Wilson's cavalry. He's actually held back for once. This is the first time that Wilson's cavalry has been able to, do anything effective against Forrest's men. Fighting continued throughout the night. Schofield ordered retreat during it. Soon enough, Cox was able to pull out his troops and Stanley's from the works and cross the Harpeth River. Took about 700 prisoners with him. Hood had planned on renewing the attack the next morning, with the rest of Lee's Corps and artillery in place to pound the Union positions. However, dawn revealed the Union lines abandoned, dead and wounded soldiers strewn across the landscape. Casualties were massive. Confederate reports are incomplete because Cleveland's and Brown's divisions lost so many staff officers. Current estimates are about 5,800 killed, wounded, and captured. Union losses were 2,368. About 1,000 of whom were captured from Wagner's division and around the Carter House. Hood's army was gutted during the attack. 6 generals were killed, 7 wounded, 1 captured. 55 regimental commanders were killed, wounded, or captured. Multiple brigades ended the battle with commanded by captains. Probably the most famous quote of the after. I wanted to quote Sam Foster one last time before I hand it off to Sean. Wrote this in his diary on December 1st, the day after. General Hood betrayed us. This is not the kind of fighting he promised at Tuscumbia. This is not a fight of equal numbers and choice of ground by no means. And the wails and cries of widows and orphans made at Franklin, November 30th, 1864, will heat up the fires of the bottomless pit to burn the soul of General J.B. Hood for murdering their husbands and fathers at that place that day. Can't be called anything else but cold-blooded murder. Yeah, I think Foster was upset about that.
Yeah, well, Foster never liked Hood to begin with because he was a Johnston.
Yeah, I will say Foster is definitely biased in Hood's favor. That said, I can see the sentiment there because Jesus Christ, the horror that this man's seen. You can understand why a man like him would be fucking pissed with Hood. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's about the end of my notes here. It's an odd place for me to end, but I feel like we should pick things up. Sean,
such a high note, though.
Yeah. Any notes from you guys before we move on, or?
Well, I mean, it is a high note for Schofield and his men.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is, or such good news for George Thomas too.
Yeah, this is the high water mark of the 23rd Corps.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Let me see. There's this thing where you go like, what am I say? Like, Hood apparently at one point moved around the men at night and cried and wept. When Colonel Israel Stiles said, when somebody told Colonel Israel Stiles, we ought to remain here and wipe hell out of them, Stiles replied, there is no hell left in them. Don't you hear them praying? It's over. Now, it's been said that why didn't Schofield's men stick around to fight? Like, hey, here's your chance. Why don't you just go wipe out Hood's army or just knock him out right now? That's a fair question. And no doubt if Schofield was named George Thomas, that's what Grant would be asking, right? But I don't think Schofield's wrong for pulling out of Franklin. He needs to get back to Nashville because of his supply situation. He was probably still afraid that he might get cut off, and then that would put Nashville in jeopardy, or at least cause obvious problems. So his objective is to get back to Nashville. And also David Stanley, who is a pugnacious man, but he was wounded at Franklin. By the way, he won a Medal of Honor for his actions here. Stanley also said that the army was exhausted and in poor condition and needed to get to Nashville. And remember, Stanley's a fighting general. So if Stanley says it, I believe it.
Yeah. Should also be noted that two other factors. For one, the artillery disparity. Found that shocked to find out that only the 4th Corps had any of their artillery present. 23rd Corps' artillery was in Nashville, it seems, without horses. So they only had 34 cannon to hold the line with. Meanwhile, Hood had about 128 at his disposal. And all of those have been brought up during the night. So if they stayed in place, they would face about 3-1 artillery disadvantage. Plus, it would also give Hood an entire day to cut off Schofield in Franklin if he stayed. And if Schofield tried to retreat during the day, Hood could attack from the south. And of course, with what forces he'd attack with, that's up for debate. But yeah, I think falling back from Franklin to Nashville was a smart decision.
Well, also, I guess to be fair to Cox and Schofield, did they have any idea how much damage they had inflicted, or did they only know how much damage they had suffered?
No, they got a pretty good idea that they've given Hood hell. They know it.
Yeah.
They got a pretty good idea. I mean, or at least Cox definitely does. It's just worth noting that even a guy like David Stanley said, "Yeah, we need to get back to Nashville." Um, so um, Hood wrote after the. I'm sorry, Hood in 1879, the year he died, actually, was speaking to a group of Louisiana veterans, and he told them about Franklin. This was his main opinion. It charged him with having made Franklin a slaughter pen. But as I understand it, war means fight, and fight means kill. And by the way, those words war, fight, and kill, the account that I read for that are all in caps. Um,
So
yeah,
it's
but
kind of
Hood's
like a
plan was to renew
Patton
the battle.
speech if Patton had lost all his battles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sorry. So Hood, I think about it, Hood was ready to renew the battle the next day. You know, and Hood will tell people, "We've won a victory. We drove the Federals off." Nobody's calling this a victory. You know, I think Sam Watkins at one point says of Chickamauga and Franklin, "Our victories crippled us." He said something along those lines.
Did he?
And that being
Now,
said, go ahead.
now you mentioned it, I've literally never heard anyone try to claim Franklin as a victory for the Confederates. I guess technically, because they held the field, you could make the argument, but I've never heard anyone try it.
Oh, I've heard some contrarians on CWT try to argue otherwise. That
Well, that's CWT, you know, where the
yeah,
where
yeah.
the
Oh yeah, CWT. Don't never forget. I remember one Schofield apologist say that Schofield wasn't actually that Schofield had no authority over Stanley, and so he couldn't have ordered Wagner back from his forward position because he had no authority over Stanley somehow. And I'm like, no, he definitely did.
So is this
yeah,
the
no, there's
same
good.
Schofield apologist who got on stream to yell at Sean, or?
Not. It's probably a different one. I cannot remember who this
That
was.
wasn't a stream. Yeah, that wasn't a stream. That was just a comment on a channel later. No, I mean,
Oh,
Civil War talks had good people, but like anything, you get
Yeah,
winners and losers.
yeah. It's a forum.
I do find Civil War people who are not particularly good or particularly bad are particularly bad is what I'm saying. But more interesting to mention, uh, Hood's going to play it up as a victory, understandably so. He's trying to keep morale up. What's interesting is Gorgas back in Richmond discerns as a defeat within a week because he says he's announced a victory, but then he goes, but he's not sending any casualty numbers to us. So that is Gorgas's Josiah Gorgas's first indication that all is not well in Tennessee. All right. Now wait, I'm gonna go grab something here right quick, and I'm going to refill my water right fast.
Yeah, I think now's a
And
good time for a break.
do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick break, and
agreed.
I'll do Nashville.
Right?
All right. Well, I will put up a suitable break picture. How about the memory of all the bullet holes?
Yeah.
We can see what war hath wrought.
All right, everybody. I'm back.
I'm back.
Yeah, so so I'm gonna go ahead and start Nashville here right fast because that went on way longer than I thought. Sorry, man.
Yeah. Sorry,
Um,
I say sorry myself. I should have cut down a lot of that script earlier.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, because remember we're operational level, staying broad strokes. Derek, you back yet? Well, I think just keep it going, just because we're already pretty late. I'm gonna go ahead and start. All right.
Yeah.
So the debate now becomes about Hood. The argument right now is that Hood, Beauregard will say, is that Hood should have not gone to Nashville, that he should have stayed where he was. Well, Hood's defense of his actions was, my experience as a soldier taught me at an early day during the Revolution that an army could not retreat in the face of an enemy without great loss in spirit and numbers. I equate Hood somewhat to John Burgoyne, in that John Burgoyne had taken a great risk in advancing through northern New York towards Albany. He'd taken a great risk. To fall back after Freeman's Farm would be to admit defeat. That would ruin Burgoyne's career, and he would lose his bet with Sir Charles James Fox. In the case of Hood, though, it's a little different. This is a forlorn hope, a desperate attempt to turn the tide of a war that is lost, or to effect a war that is lost. And Hood's thinking, if I fall back, it's all over, so I might as well press my luck and go to Nashville. Besides, the enemy retreated, right? Remember, I'm telling everybody Franklin's a victory, and the only way Franklin looks like a victory is if I press up to Nashville. Now, Schofield arrived in Nashville on December 1st at 8 a.m. He and Thomas didn't have that warm of a talk. Meanwhile, Andrew Jackson Smith arrived, and Thomas hugged him. Those two were friends, as you can see.
Yeah.
Always the drama.
Always the drama, man. Always the drama. So Hood's plan is to fortify his army south of Nashville and entice Thomas to attack him. In the meantime, he'll use artillery to interfere with supplies brought by the Cumberland River. That'll lead to some naval actions on the Cumberland River. I won't go into detail, but it's worth noting a few men did win the Medal of Honor for hoisting their flag up under fire. Okay? While he's doing this, he will have Forrest with infantry support go gobble up federal garrisons like blockhouses, the big target, of course, being Murfreesboro. This leads to what's sometimes called the second or third Battle of Murfreesboro. No, I just call it Overall Creek. That's where most of the fighting happened. Most of the fighting didn't even happen on anywhere that saw major fighting at the actual Battle of Stones River. And I usually try to avoid two things in naming battles. I avoid roads, because roads are a long-ass thing, okay? A lot of times, Like, the only one I do is Jerusalem Plank Road, because I have no other alternate name. Also, Jerusalem Plank Road does have a good ring to it. And I don't like to number battles if I can avoid it. And also, the first Battle of Murfreesboro, which was when Forrest took the garrison, that really wasn't a battle, okay? Now, Overall Creek, no, I don't want to get into the tactical details of it, but a fun thing about it is that one of the problems you're going to run into is the commander at the Murfreesboro garrison the Murfreesboro garrison, by the way, is large, like 8,000 men in the area, but a lot of them are taken from other garrisons, smaller garrisons that are pulled in. They're led by Lovell Rousseau. Lovell Rousseau was a darling of the press when the war started. Now, he is a war Democrat. All right, I believe he may have been a slave owner. He definitely opposed emancipation. He's a Democrat, and for these reasons, and he's also a big ally of Rosecrans. So by 1864, he found himself in backwater commands. This was patently stupid. A patent waste of a good officer. Rousseau is one of the best fighting generals the Union has in the West on brigade division level. He did lead a cavalry raid in 1864. That's one of the most successful cavalry raids of the war. Rousseau only finds himself in the rear because Stanton doesn't like him and he's a Democrat. That's why. Bad news for Forrest and William Bate, who's commanding the division that's with him, is they got to face Rousseau. Who knows what he's doing? Well, Rousseau attacks them, flanks them, and sends them scurrying away. Bates Division is the most dysfunctional division in the Army. Bate is a borderline moron. I think the guy's head was only good for nailing nails into a board, pretty much. And by the way, some people will be like, "Oh, what about regiment command?" No, I've studied his command of a regiment at Shiloh. It was stupid there too. He launched the Second Tennessee into an attack and then launched him in again. I mean, yeah, sure, he's brave, but I mean, he's got the tactical finesse of a sledgehammer. And that may be an insult to sledgehammers. So Forrest actually pleaded with the 1st Florida during the fight. Men, all I ask of you is to hold the enemy back for 15 minutes. The Florida men just fell apart and fled. And I think there's an account that Forrest even, he ordered a Florida flag bearer to stay put. And when he ran away, Forrest shot him and grabbed the flag. Doesn't matter.
Sounds like Forrest.
What'd you say?
That, true or not, that does sound like Forrest.
That's Forrest. Okay. Oh God, what happened? So anyway, the line collapses. Now this is important to understand. The men in Bates Division hate this guy. They've hated him since the Battle of Dallas. And what happens is, after this, there's an active petition to remove him. Everyone's thinking we got to remove Bate. The thing is, the actual Battle of Nashville will come too soon for that to occur.
And by then, it'll be a non-issue. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, no, it'll be an issue for Bates Division and the Army of Tennessee.
Oh yeah. Well, they won't. Well, a lot of the people that want them removed, they're gonna have other problems.
Yeah. The one thing to understand about the Confederate Army was when they first reach the gates of Nashville, they're happy. Their morale goes up because they see the spires of Nashville. Some of these are men who last time they saw this place was when Albert City Johnston had evacuated it back in February 1862. So they see the spires of Nashville, morale goes up for a lot of men. Then the weather gets colder. They realize they're not going to storm the place. They can see how strong the defenses are. That's something to keep in mind, too. This battle is fought in what one soldier called almost like a giant arena. There isn't a lot of foliage. There's a lot of hills. It's actually relatively easy for generals on both sides to see who's maneuvering where and how, for the most part. And of course, then the weather gets cold as well. Supplies, of course, are very poor. Hood's attempts to raise new recruits and to get more men is failing. Sam Watkins left a good account of this. Sam Watkins, the 1st Tennessee. When we walk about, the echo of our footsteps sound like the echo of a tombstone. The earth is crusted with snow, and the wind from the northwest is piercing our very bones. Our thin and ragged blankets were a poor protection against the cold, raw blasts of December weather. Although Watkins said that the nights were beautiful there, he said something about, cold stars seem to twinkle with unusual brilliancy, and the pale moon seems to be but one vast heap of frozen snow, which glimmers in the cold, gray sky. So Hood's men are there. I'm waiting for the end to come. Now, Hood was waiting in a place called Traveler's Rest. That, by the way, had been owned by a judge who was a close associate of Andrew Jackson. So that's where Hood's men are. That's where Hood's command is. That's where he's planning the defense. Hood's plan, according to his memoirs in particular, is that he would wait for the Federals to attack, drive them away, and then capture the city of Nashville by following them into the city. So essentially, he wants the Federals to recreate the Battle of Fredericksburg, only this time they're counterattacking. Well, I don't think that plan would have worked with too many generals, but sure as hell is not going to work with George Thomas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little also a little hopeful after all, if your whole plan is to wait for the enemy to attack, that means that the enemy can attack you wherever the heck he wants, and he's probably going to attack you in the worst possible place. I wonder what's going to happen.
Right, but it's not just that. I mean, Hood doesn't have enough men to cover all the positions coming out of Nashville. So in order to cover as many routes as possible, Hood stretches his army very thin. The cold ground means they can't dig as well as they could usually, so it is actually hard to fortify the position. and they're always under fire. There's constant skirmishing at the front. Federal artillery is firing into them fairly constant as well. One to keep in mind throughout the Battle of Nashville, a lot of accounts of this was the loudest battle of the Civil War because the Federal artillery is right near a massive supply depot. They don't worry about artillery ammo. They just fire, 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 fire. So imagine a battle of constant artillery fire.
Well, it's also a battle
Right,
where you
so
got
you-
a very well supplied Union army that has more established positions, so they're not as cold. They're better fed. They have more firewood, more artillery shells. And
Right.
so as time goes on, this just favors Thomas more and more and more. Yet Hood's still
Now, one
looking for
thing,
that magical opportunity.
yeah. Now, one thing that's been pointed out that Thomas's men, by the way, didn't have a barrack situation. They were camped out in the cold too. A lot of them said it was a pretty miserable time. They're just doing, but they do have better supply situation than the Confederates. That's for sure. Um. Oh yeah. When Hood tried to convert 300 cavalry to the infantry, 250 of them deserted. Hood has about 23,000 men holding the line south of Nashville. Stuart's entire corps is 5,600 men. Cheatham has 7,700, and Stephen D. Lee is the most at 8,000. Guys, we have corps here. They're the size of divisions. Now, Forrest, I said, left with his cavalry. He did leave James Chalmers' division to guard Hood's left flank. Hood has barely anybody to guard the right flank. Keep that in mind, okay? Now, some problems Thomas has in his army is that he's commanding forces that have never fought together. Now, people point out and say, Thomas has 70,000 men. Yeah, about 20,000 of those aren't going to be engaged, or maybe 15,000, because, simply put, they're garrison troops. I mean, they're going to make maneuvers during the battle, but they can only be put in an emergency. So, 4th Corps, Stanley's wounded, so command goes to Thomas J. Wood, very experienced combat commander, known for his controversial decision at Chickamauga. Won't get into the controversies about that, but know that Wood is pretty much OG Army of the Cumberland, Army of the Ohio. He's about as OG as it gets. And sure, he may not be a brilliant commander, but he's a solid commander, no doubt about that. The other corps is 16th Corps, led by Andrew Jackson Smith. Smith is one of the best fighting generals the Union has. Now, I've heard some commentaries that Smith stumbled in the early part of the war, but clearly by this time he knows his game. One thing though about Andrew Jackson Smith, one criticism that a lot of Confederates had against him, Smith loved burning things. He famously burned a city in Louisiana, it might have been Alexandria, and he rode through the building, through the burning place, yelling to his men, "This is war, boys!" But his men were known for plunder and excessive arson. Nevertheless, very capable combat commander, a lot of experience. 23rd Corps is now going to be led by Schofield. Cox goes back to division. Schofield I've already talked about. He's mendacious. He is not a particularly accomplished officer. He owes his position almost entirely to Halleck, although I would say one smart thing Schofield did was that Schofield's a Democrat. He's not excited about emancipation, but he's one of those smart Democrats who goes, but it's what the government wants and it'll hurt the Confederates, so I'm for it. So he's not excited that they're ending slavery, but he's fine with it. Anyway, sorry. Schofield, like I said, did not like Thomas. But in the end, Schofield, I think, is looking for glory. And somebody mentioned the chat too. That's one of the reasons Schofield argued to go be sent to North Carolina. He wants to get that glory in while he can with the war. With what's left of the war. The division commanders these guys have are all overall good officers. You've got Beatty, who is going to be in 4th Corps, very experienced division commander. One oddball is Darius Couch is here with 23rd Corps. He famously had commanded a corps at Chancellorsville. He gets sent out west to command a division. And, famously at Chancellorsville, when Rebel artillery was firing his men, he had him and his staff draw their fire away. Regardless, though, he had fallen. He was one of those McClellan guys. Stanton hated him. He's been shipped out west, though, so he finds himself randomly leading a division. Under 16th Corps, under Smith, there's one division commander to keep in mind, John MacArthur. Now, he's a Scotsman. He had been surprised at Fort Donelson, but did very well at Shiloh. Funny thing about Shiloh, by the way, he had been arrested right before. They put him back in command, and that saved his reputation. Keep MacArthur in mind. He's going to play an important role.
Isn't he Scottish, by the way? I read that he raised and led a Scottish unit. Either he was from Scotland or he was the son of Scottish immigrants. And
no, he's from Scotland. I mean, he was from Scotland. Him and his regiment early in the war wore Scottish attire.
Yeah. I remember reading about that at Shiloh. That's one of the few memories I have. Some account of some random dude just getting lost and just ending up fighting alongside these guys fighting in kilts.
Yeah, James Stedman is interesting. He was an Ohio Democrat newspaper man. His nickname was Old Chickamauga because he played a conspicuous role in helping Thomas hold off the Army of Tennessee. But he found himself in rear commands, probably because he was a Democrat. You know how it goes. Stedman, by the way, this is one of the fun things he did. His main base was Chattanooga throughout 1864. He led a lavish lifestyle there. He drank champagne and had an open affair with a local woman. Stanley dubbed Stedman the great potentate of Chattanooga. But Stedman, once again, and also Stedman and Thomas are friends, and Stedman is very, very loyal to Thomas. That'll play an important role what's about to happen here, okay?
Yeah.
Now, Wilson is the Cavalry Corps commander. Wilson had joined Grant's staff in 1863 at Vicksburg. He had helped improve Grant's staff, so Grant's staff work went from poor to mediocre, but then under Wilson, it became one. Wilson is one of the guys who helped make Grant's staff one of the best of the war towards the end. Wilson led a cavalry division in Virginia, mixed record there. He now is being sent out. He was then sent to Tennessee to lead the cavalry. Wilson takes an immediate liking to Thomas, and I somehow suspect that maybe Wilson was there, maybe with the intention that he would spy for Grant or something. But Wilson was a very independent-minded guy. Now, Wilson liked Grant and admired him, but he was also very honest about Grant's failings as a commander. In the case of, I think some of that started with this. Wilson was disgusted, might be too strong a word, but he was not happy with Grant's treatment of Thomas. And Wilson really likes Thomas a lot and writes very glowingly of him in his memoirs. Now, Thomas, I believe, at this scale, at the Army scale, is the best tactician of the war, either side. And one of the reasons I think that is not just his record, but it's also because none of these other guys had as much experience with the other branches. Thomas had experience with cavalry, infantry, and artillery before the war. Very few commanders in the Civil War understood how to integrate all three into a battle. Thomas is going to do that. Now, I mention this because I believe the ultimate trick to Napoleonic warfare was that integration. And Thomas is going to use all three branches very effectively in this battle. Now, Thomas and Wilson goes to Thomas and says, I don't have enough horses. I need more time to organize my men. And Thomas does not attack right away. He says, Wilson, get your men ready. I want your men ready. Now, Lincoln and all the other guys back in Washington hear this. And they're asking what the hell is going on here, right? And I want to find this quote here. Halleck will tell Thomas, if you wait till General Wilson mounts all his cavalry, you'll wait till doomsday. That's a lot coming from Halleck. Because, Halleck's known for rapid advances and attacks, right, guys?
Well, he's known for rapid advances and attacks on paper and letters and memos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Thomas was there for Second Corinth. For First Corinth, so he could have pointed out to him. Yeah, you did such an aggressive job outside Corinth back in '62.
Oh yeah. No, they call Halleck hell for leather. You guys didn't know that?
He was Patton before Patton.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find this right fast.
Yeah, I will say,
Oh wait, go ahead.
uh, I do know that during this time, yeah, they were just scrounging for like horses from like every single corner that they could find. I think at one point, there's one story I've heard from. I think it was probably from Winston Groom's Stratus of Glory. So take this one with a grain of salt because that's definitely not a professional history. But apparently, Union soldiers stole horses from Andrew Johnson's carriage while he was riding through town, like confiscating them on the spot.
Yes,
And
Johnson complained, and then it didn't work because they need every horse they can get. Yeah,
yeah,
that did happen apparently. Uh, Winston Groom, I read that book way back. I mean, I liked. I thought it was a good introduction. I will say
yeah,
this
it was.
though, Groom's. I will say this: Groom's book on Shiloh is better than you'd think. Now, he's
Oh yeah,
not
I
doing
think
some
it was,
precise history of Shiloh, but reading it, it was not some ludicrous account. I think it's a fine little. I think it's a fine book. Solid stuff. You know.
yeah,
I'm trying,
yeah.
man.
I,
I'm
I remember reading that in his Vicksburg book and Strouch of Glory. Those are great reads. Um, despite the jerking off of Force in all three of them. Uh,
What do you expect from a guy who wrote a book called Forrest Gump?
yeah,
I mean, seriously, what did you think was going to happen, man?
yeah,
Just saying, you know.
yeah.
Um, let me find this right quick, okay? Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to find what happens when um, the machinations start, because there's going to be a whole effort to try to remove him, try to remove Thomas. Okay. Um, what happens is, so okay, I found it. I got it. All right. So Halleck contacts Stanton and confers with Lincoln, and they decide Thomas's plan is what they called the McClellan and Rosecrans strategy of do nothing and let the enemy raid the country, which, by the way, is moronic. That's not what's happening. Um, but, they had this false idea that that's what Rosecrans. Actually, if anything, Rosecrans did the absolute opposite. He made sure his cavalry was good and then gained cavalry supremacy, which meant the Confederates couldn't raid him all over. God, that's one of the stupidest statements I ever read during the war. Just
I guess it could just
stupidity.
be going after one of his strengths and just generating a narrative to try to really affect perception.
It is. It is. It's all perception stuff. But if Lincoln's not a detail guy when it comes to war.
Yeah.
But
Like
Lincoln and Stanton.
didn't he remove like McClellan when McClellan's like, I don't have enough cavalry right now. I don't have the horses to launch a campaign. And Lincoln said bullshit and removed him. And it was later found out, oh yeah, he didn't have the horses for this.
Oh no, both Buell and McClellan's complaints before they got removed. Lincoln's like, "You're out, you're in," and then the guys who come in, Burnside and Rosecrans, go, those complaints are valid. I can't do it. So I mean,
Yeah. I was just saying that I'm starting to notice a pattern. I think that Lincoln does not understand horses. Or-
no, Lincoln, no, Lincoln doesn't really. Lincoln has some good instincts on grand strategy, but when you go below that, he doesn't. He's a child. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's a child. He doesn't know what he's doing. He really
yeah,
doesn't. He you know what he said? He said, "Why can't we move the way the enemy does? Quickly and nimbly." And I think somebody said, "Because we have more wagons, because our men are better fed."
Because our men like to eat.
Yeah, like the Confederates can move around more nimbly because they got fewer wagons because they're they don't have as good a logistics situation.
They're just living off
You're
the
getting to where
countryside.
right, and not that the Federal Army couldn't do that. The Federal Army did have campaigns where they marched hard and fast and nimbly, and guess what? That's ones where they left their wagons behind, like Vicksburg or their March to the Sea or the Appomattox campaign, right? But sorry guys, I know just that sort of stuff just frustrates me. Is that these narratives are created by these generals that are not true? There are problems with McClellan, for instance. Uh, but for instance, the idea that he's slow, not in the Maryland campaign, he gets on Lee right away. Now some of that's getting those orders, but still, you get my drift. So, but the thing is, Lincoln and Stanton, after their initial criticisms indicating we're not happy with Thomas, they start backing off. Because remember, Thomas is popular, right? Thomas had done well. Lincoln Now Lincoln had a somewhat bad opinion of Thomas early on. First, Early in the war, he wasn't sure if Thomas was loyal. But more importantly, Lincoln wanted Thomas to remove Buell. That didn't happen, so he passed Thomas over for Rosecrans. However, Lincoln was very happy with Thomas's actions at Chickamauga. So keep that in mind, okay? And Stanton had started to come around. It was starting to kind of come around to Thomas as well. They're both like, I don't know about this. So Grant is getting testy. And both him and John Rawlins think that Thomas's complaints about weather and needing horses are overwrought. Then General Lyon leads a Confederate Kentucky brigade into a raid into Kentucky. This unnerves Grant. Remember, Grant's big fear is that somebody's going to get into Kentucky and it's going to destroy our logistics, and there'll be an uprising in Kentucky because Kentuckians now like hate the North. And so I can understand that. And he's not there either. Remember, he doesn't like Thomas, doesn't trust him. Well, Thomas was confident. He said that the gunboats would keep Forrest out of Kentucky. And Sherman's a bit shocked as well, but noted he has the full confidence in which was promised to me they would ruin Hood. But he also makes it clear that, hey, Thomas is well liked, you'll be able to do this. Anyways, so Grant starts to think, says, I'm very unwilling to do injustice to an officer who's done as much good service as General Thomas. But then says, why won't he attack? Now, Thomas says that the weather ice is over. Thomas says, I can't attack, we're iced over. Grant says, ignore that. Everybody who was at Nashville, everybody, even Schofield, who at this point is probably sending messages bad-mouthing Thomas. Now, we don't have those messages. I believe Schofield had them destroyed. That's my belief. I can't be 100% on that, all right? I think he had them destroyed. I'll tell you this, though. The other Corps commanders all thought so. Stedman claims he found out about it, and he's the one who told Thomas personally what Schofield was doing. But even Schofield said there's no way we could have attacked on December 11th like Grant ordered. The commander of the 65th Ohio said that if Grant wanted us to attack, he should have sent us 50,000 pairs of skates. Confederate Army described it as a sheet of ice slippery as glass. Even Hood's army gets locked in place. Nobody can do anything in the ice storm. But still, those messages come in. Thomas at one point confessed to Wilson, they treat me as if I were a boy and incapable of planning a campaign or fighting a battle. If they will let me alone, I will fight this battle just as soon as it can be done and will surely win. And then Thomas noted, why is Grant complaining that I'm at Nashville so much? Thomas contemplated sending Grant a message saying, so I'm stuck at Nashville, right? But you've been stuck at Petersburg for months. Shouldn't you hurry up?
Huh. Fair enough.
I kind of wish he had,
Yeah,
that would have gotten him fired.
That's like one of those things where this could get me fired.
Yes,
this could very funny.
I'm talking about some Venom because I list, if you give me a list of like what are Grant's great moments, I'd say like Fort Donelson when he arrives there, rallies some troops, orders the counterattacks. Love that moment, right? This is my least favorite Grant moment of the whole war, is his treatment of Thomas at Nashville. Don't worry, guys, it actually gets worse. Okay? The pettiness is just, but that's one of my first words I use for Grant. Like, how do you describe Grant? I'm like, quiet man, quiet man, strategically very capable, extremely petty. Well, Thomas announced to Halleck, the ice having melted away today, the enemy will be attacked tomorrow morning, that being December 15th. That same night, Grant left City Point for Washington. He was still unsure what he wanted to do. By this time, did not want to go. Grant wanted Halleck to remove Thomas and put Schofield in charge. Halleck refused and said, you do it. The reason is because Halleck knew he'd be removing a popular officer. That would look bad, wouldn't it? And an officer who hasn't lost a battle, right? I mean, the Confederates have taken heavy losses at Franklin. So Halleck was like, hey, Grant, if you want to do it, if you want to remove Thomas, you do it. It's one thing to remove a general after a defeat. It's another thing to remove one who hasn't even fought a battle yet, who has this kind of reputation. So essentially, they're throwing this hot potato around between Halleck and Grant over, you do it. No, you do it. So Grant leaves City Point specifically to go talk to Lincoln, Stanton, and Halleck and convince them to remove Thomas. In other words, he wants to do it with their full backing. All right. Well, let me see. Let me find this part here right fast, everybody. Okay. The afternoon of the first day of Nashville, Grant meets with Lincoln, Halleck, and Stanton, and what happens is that Lincoln and Stanton weren't that excited about moving Thomas. They gave their reluctant approval. Now they're going to go tell the head of the telegraph office, Major Thomas Eckert. Thomas's message, remember the message I told you that he said he was going to attack, hasn't arrived yet. So Eckert didn't send the message right away because the line was down between Nashville. So he said, I won't send the message. I'll wait till we get word from Nashville. And one of the first messages from Thomas is, I have never seen better work. Eckert rushed to Stanton, and Stanton was elated. And Eckert announces, we had this great victory we've won. But then Eckert's like, hey, will I get removed or something? And Stanton says, if they will court-martial me, if they have to, they'll court-martial me. The result shows you did right. In 1865, Stanton, who by then was a Thomas fan, introduced Eckert to Thomas and introduced Eckert as the man who saved you from the mortification of a summary removal. Thomas's career is literally saved just by that.
By basically a storm taking out the telegraph wire.
And by Eckert being like, I'm not saying that, let me wait to see if, I'll hold off and let the message come through. Let the messages from Nashville come through because the line had been down. That's what saves Thomas's career.
Wow.
Insane.
I'm shocked to hear that Stanton was actually a Thomas fanboy. I mean, it's all like you mentioned that after he tacitly agreed to remove him, but knowing his contempt for Rosecrans, I assume that would pass on to Thomas, but I guess not.
Apparently, Stanton did have contempt for Thomas until this moment. Should be kept in mind too. Stanton was happy that Thomas used the USCT in the battle. He will salute them at one point and openly praises them effusively. And remember, Stanton at this point is allied to the radicals. So Stanton definitely becomes a bit of a Thomas fanboy and one of his chief advocates.
Yeah.
So anyways, what about the battle itself? Well, Thomas's plan is to have Stedman pin the Confederate right, but not attack it. The initial plan is just to pin it. The 4th Corps will go at the center. 23rd Corps in reserve, 16th Corps with Wilson's cavalry will turn the left flank. Stedman, though, says to Thomas, hey, I want to have a bigger role in this. Thomas relents. So Stedman does attack the Confederate right flank with 3 brigades, including a large contingent of USCT. Nobody does well in this attack, by the way. The USCT had some poor leadership, attacked a tough position that wasn't properly scouted. They're thrown back very easily. And the white brigades do no better either. In fact, you could argue do worse. So this attack does nothing. It's essentially it's forced back, and it does not distract the Confederates at all. So keep that in mind. The attack on the Confederate right, complete failure. All right. The only thing you might say is it kind of distracted Cheatham a little bit, but he's holding the right, but it's not. I think that'd be a stretch to say. Now, over on the far left, Richard Johnson's cavalry division tangles with Chalmers and drives him off. Richard Johnson, by the way, he wrote one of the worst memoirs of the Civil War. Very, very saccharine. Richard Johnson was not a very good general overall. He had Thomas's support somehow. I guess they were friends or something. And Johnson was he liked overwrought prose. He had a very high opinion of himself. Most other people didn't. And he had already been sidelined previously. He did not do very well in his fight with Chalmers. Even though he drives Chalmers off, he doesn't succeed in breaking the Confederate cavalry or sufficiently scattering them, and he'll essentially have not too much influence in the battle beyond that. All right.
Right.
So USCT suffer heavy losses. And then, however, we get to the main effort. Now, the Fourth Corps secures Montgomery Hill on near the Confederate Confederate left center. And now comes the attack on the redoubts. Now, Hood had decided that the left flank was where the Federate was weakest. So he set up a series of 5 redoubts that were meant to break up any Federal attack. The problem is the redoubts were not as well placed, and they were much more vulnerable. These redoubts are overrun, some of them by cavalry, some of them by men on horseback, by the way. So the 5 redoubts are overwhelmed. In one of them, Colonel Sylvester Hill dies. He'll be the highest ranking Federal officer to die in the battle. But the redoubts are captured, all 5 of them. This leads to the bagging of numerous cannon. We mentioned Sears earlier. He was actually in one of the redoubts. And what happens?
His leg gets blown off?
I think so. Well, Daniel Reynolds got his leg blown off at Bentonville, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not blown off. Part of it was like ripped, like lost a lot of muscle. It's gruesome to read on that one. Well, we'll get to that one when we ever get to the Carolina stream.
Wow, that's man, I didn't know it was that bad. All right. Well, the redoubts are overrun. Here's where it gets interesting, though. And you got to keep in mind, they were hitting these redoubts with like 6,000. I mean, you had one point, redoubt number 4, you have about 6,000 Federals attacking 150 Confederates. The force ratio for that, by the way, is 43-1.
Gotta like those odds.
I like them odds too, man. So that's the problem. These redoubts were too far. Well, at least redoubts 4 and 5 are too far out. 1, 2, and 3 were a bit closer, but they're going to fall all the same. But here's what's really telling. Edward Johnson's division is deployed to try to hold the left flank. Instead, they start unraveling right away. Resistance was called feeble. Okay? Both as they come under heavy artillery fire and, as they come under heavy artillery fire. This is showing that Hood's army is cracking already. And, by the way, as far as Sears goes, Sears had been with Stuart since West Point, so he once said, "So I guess I'll be with him in hell, too." Sears suffers a terrible wound in the battle. He escapes mounted on his horse Billy, but a cannonball crashes through the mount and crushes Sears' left leg. By the way, when he fell down with his horse, he comforted his horse as it died. So the redoubts have collapsed, and the left flank is about to fall. The Confederates, by the way, lost roughly 1,500 prisoners alone. So you can see the Confederates are already unraveling, right? Gale, who was an officer with Stuart, said, "I never witnessed such want of enthusiasm." The Confederates fall back to a backup line, which is anchored on 2 hills, Peach Orchard Hill and Compton's Hill, which will later be called Dub Shy's Hill. Now, here's what happens with that. Hood falls back to this new line. The new line is better defensive terrain. It's more compact. But they don't have a prepared position there. They got to fortify it that night. At the same time, I can kind of understand Hood taking his chances south of Nashville. There's some reason to it. There is no reason to be there on day 2. His army, the only reason his army wasn't swept off the field is because the sun set. That's why. Now, 23rd Corps, towards the end of day 1, started to attack they started to move towards Compton's Hill, and around Compton's Hill, they got into a fight near dusk, and one of the Confederate brigade in the area did attack them, and this actually spooked Schofield. Keep that in mind. Schofield got nervous and spooked when one of the Confederate brigades attacked one of his in the night. All right. Thomas essentially believes the battle is over. Now Thomas commits what I believe is his only real major mistake of the battle. He does not give orders for day 2. Instead, he goes back to the St. Cloud Hotel in Nashville. Ross Massey, who's kind of like one of the expert, if not the expert on Nashville, who wrote the excellent Nashville tour guide book. His joke to me was about Thomas was because he can be he's a little more critical of Thomas in some points. But he said about Thomas going to St. Cloud Hotel, he said, "Yeah, what do you want to do? Like make sure you get an egg McMuffin in the morning." I like that. He went back to the hotel to make sure you have a good breakfast. But yeah, Thomas goes back to the hotel. All right.
I mean that would be a power move, especially considering his opponents are starving to death. I wonder what I'm gonna have for breakfast today.
In the mood for some fucking hash.
I think it'd be funny.
and he just eats.
I just love McDee's. I think it'd be funny if he's like, "Man, I just love the McDee's hash brown, dude."
Oh yeah. Yeah, because he was a rather rotund man in his day, right?
All right. Now Schofield, when he wrote about Thomas in the battle, Schofield, I mean, he's an arrogant fuck. Listen to this line, okay? Schofield wrote about Thomas during the battle. He did not possess a high degree of the activity of mind necessary to foresee and provide for all the exigencies of military operations, nor the mathematical talent required to estimate the relations of time, space, motion, and force.
What?
My own sentence in my book is, it was a ludicrous assertion, but a wonderful example of Schofield's penchant for condescension. That said, I'm going to give Schofield credit on one thing. Thomas says, this battle's over, man. We drove them off the field in the first day. They got to retreat. There's no way he's going to stick around, right? Schofield goes to Thomas and goes, I know this man. I knew him very well in West Point. He's coming at us again. He's going to stay and fight. Now, Schofield's problem is Schofield now thinks that because, remember that one attack that happened at Twilight that I told you about, that random brigade? Now Schofield gets convinced that Hood's going to launch an offensive. That's where Schofield's going to go really wrong on the second day of Nashville. He thinks Hood's going to attack. He's correct, though, that Hood's going to fight, though. So the second day for the Union starts off kind of lazy. Thomas is a bit slow to get orders out to the men and have them maneuver, so the morning isn't really too active. It takes time for the Federals to move, find the Confederate line, and engage it. But once they do, once again, constant artillery fire, like I'd mentioned before. And at this point, Thomas is going to conceive of a three-pronged attack. He's going to want Schofield to storm Compton's Hill, or at least south of it. Wilson will use the cavalry to turn Thomas's left flank. Fourth Corps was simply supposed to demonstrate. Wood asked Thomas if he could play a more active part. Thomas agreed. So Fourth Corps is also going to attack. Now, I mentioned earlier about me having a high opinion of Thomas and his use of all arms. Think about what I've said about the cavalry. Guys like Grant were being like, hurry up and attack, hurry up and attack. Thomas is saying what Rosecrans essentially said. No, I want to make sure my cavalry is ready, and when they are, that means I can win a much more complete victory. Absolutely correct. Thomas understands that the reason that the Civil War has been bereft of decisive battles is because decisive battles are created by cavalry made for battle and pursuit. And he was given just enough time to mount these men up, and he's got them ready, and he's going to utilize his cavalry in a way that is one of the best of the entire war, and actually gains praise from the Confederates. I think Chalmers says something the equivalent. He's like, wow, I didn't know the Federals would finally start using their cavalry that well. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what he tells Forrest. Because remember, Forrest isn't here. He's off raiding and capturing garrisons, right? And little outposts. But apparently when Chalmers meets Forrest, he goes, dude, like the Union cavalry was used really well against us. All right, so what's going to happen is 4th Corps will attack Peach Orchard Hill first. This is overseen by Wood, and Stedman's men also take part in the battle. The 4th Corps attack is that. Let me see how many brigades they strike with. I want to get this clear. They attack with about. They attack with, well, they 4 brigades are fully committed, but there's several more involved, but only 4 of them are fully committed to the fight. The Federals this is where they take their worst losses of the battle. They'll lose about 1,500 men. Ross Massey thinks they lost more, especially in the black units. But they didn't want it to look like they were using up the USCT because Confederate propaganda kept being like, the only reason they're recruiting you is to save white lives in the battlefield. I would say maybe less lives per se, and more. One of the reasons that you do see support for using black soldiers on the home front is the knowledge that black soldiers mean white guys don't have to go to the front, like either to battle or to be in garrison work. So keep that in mind. All right. That, by the way, is a complaint I've run to at the Army of the Potomac's men and officers. They complained that the reason that they were getting black troops and also foreigners to fill the ranks was because of people back home who just didn't want to be involved, whether that be garrison work or frontline work. And remember, the 100-day Ohio regiments had volunteered in the summer. The Ohio militia volunteered to serve for 3 months. So I get a thing of water here. The Ohio regiments had volunteered to serve in the garrisons to help out during the summer, and then got transferred to more active theaters like Bermuda 100. Now, granted, these 100-day regiments were still used for mostly garrison work, but they complained excessively. When Lincoln visited some 100-day Ohio regiments, the Bermuda 100 front, he was jeered loudly. So you got to understand, the Federals are having major problems recruiting men. That's why they're resorting to a draft. That's why they have recruiting offices in Germany. Okay? So we understand that a big part of Confederate propaganda is they're using black soldiers to save white lives. There's some evidence that this propaganda had some success in the Petersburg area in the summer of 1864. So Massey might have a point. The USCT might have suffered heavier losses on this day, and it was covered up. That's his opinion. I don't know, but that's what he thinks. Okay? And
I will say it is funny looking at the reported casualties for like these USCT regiments and seeing that they lost more men than the entirety of Schofield's Corps.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yeah, there's a guy did a pretty good little painting of this. But anyway, the brigades attack. All the brigades are thrown back. The USCT. Let me see what I'm going to say. Edgar Jones, 18th Alabama, said they fell like wheat before a mowing machine. A federal officer nearby said they made the kind of attack that veterans dread. One member of the 4th Louisiana said, "I felt a sudden compassion. He was a big, fine-looking chap. It seemed a pity." That's when he saw a USCT, a guy shot and died. Brigadier General James T. Holtzclaw was impressed by the USCT. He said, "I've seen most battlefields of the West, but never saw dead men thicker." He praised their bravery and said they came only to die. So that's what's interesting. Even the Confederates are praising the USCT. Now, Confederates praising USCT, I've run to that in other battles. This particular action is one I ran to it the most. Lieutenant Ambrose Bierce, one of the great authors of the era, author of What I Saw of Shiloh,
Crime at Pickett's Mill, Cards at Owl Creek, etc.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Crime at Pickett's Mill, excellent piece of work. Bierce said they did not hesitate a moment. Their long lines swept into that fatal obstruction in perfect order and remained there as long as those white veterans on their right. It was as pretty an example of courage and discipline as one could wish to see. Now, Bierce had earlier thought about joining the USCT, but didn't because he was convinced black soldiers would never fight. He then said, "At the Battle of Nashville, it was borne in upon me that I had acted a fool. Oh, no, sorry, that I had made a fool of myself." Stedman lavished praise in the USCT. I can't say what he said, though, because he dropped some N-bombs.
Yeah, I love reading up McDonough's book about Nashville and just seeing the quotes from Stedman to to Colonel Morgan, one of his USCT commanders. And also, there's like one account during the retreats of this one Confederate soldier surrendering, refusing to surrender to a black soldier, and one like white officer was recording what he said, and he censored the word "damn" because he's a good Christian and that's a bad word, but he doesn't censor the word the N word.
No, because saying N-bombs is regular practice, guys.
Yeah,
This is 1864.
yeah,
And, Thomas said of the battle, "Gentlemen, the question is settled." So I like to mention that because there's always that narrative of USCT gaining this favor of soldiers, their bravery. And straight up, sometimes it's not the case. The crater hurt the USCT's reputation, I believe unfairly, but a lot of Union soldiers blame black soldiers. That's why the USCT were transferred out of the Army of the Potomac after the crater. Not right after the crater, but eventually. This is that case where everybody, and even some Confederates, are praising their courage. So this is one of the USCT's real standout moments in the war. However, all that being said, the attack's a failure, except in one regard. The attacks are fierce enough and are pressed hard enough that Hood sends his reserves that way. His reserves being Cleburne's old division.
yeah.
So what's happening elsewhere? Well, gradually, Wilson's men are starting to turn the left flank. Watkins was involved in the fight with the Watkins was involved in the fight with them, and had noted that he barely escaped, thinking like he had like 3 bullet holes in his coat. So they're gradually working the left flank, right? Now, the whole time Schofield's being told to attack, Schofield keeps saying to Thomas, "I need more men to support me. I need more men," because Schofield thinks he's about to be attacked. So Thomas sends him more men. Schofield keeps saying this in. Well, MacArthur can see that the Confederates are in trouble. And why is that? Because of Compton's Hill. Bate had taken up his position at Bate is the one who was on Compton's Hill. That's his division. Remember, Bate sucks. His division has got poor morale. They just got routed at Overall Creek a few weeks before. Well, Bate's men took up their position in the middle of the night. They're not on the military crest. They're too far up the hill. That means anybody coming to attack them will have some level of cover, much like at Missionary Ridge. But they can't properly readjust their lines because they're under constant artillery fire. The Confederate artillery fires back as well as they can. In fact, the commander of the artillery on the hill is Rene Beauregard, son of the general. But the Federal artillery gains dominance. So the Confederates can't fortify their line anymore. They can't readjust their lines. They're under constant fire. So MacArthur can see this. And MacArthur asks Couch to attack, but Couch says, "I can't do it. I don't have any orders." And then MacArthur went up to Thomas and the rest and said, "Hey, if you don't tell me not to attack, I'm going to strike." They don't tell him. They tell him not. They don't say anything else to him. So MacArthur's division attacks. John MacArthur's division strikes near Compton's Hill, and the position collapses. The Florida Brigade, by most accounts, is the first one to go. Lieutenant Colonel William Shy, who commands, and this is how bad the regiments are, he commands a consolidated Tennessee regiment. The consolidated regiments are, get this, the 2nd, 10th, 20th, and 37th Tennessee. That's one regiment, guys. By regiment, we mean probably no more than 200 men, right?
Yeah.
Shy grabbed a rifle, fired point blank range. He was killed in the battle. The hill has been named after him ever since. By the way, the Nashville battlefield is effectively gone because the city's built on top of it. Nashville, I think, is the only major U.S. city that's built on top of a battlefield. However, Shy's Hill was not built on. It's preserved. You can visit it if you're in the area. I highly recommend it. All right.
I will say, technically, that's statement is incorrect. Atlanta was also Eastern Atlanta is built over the Battle of Atlanta battlefield. The July 22nd battlefield is just
Oh,
gone.
that's
And
right.
so it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
so are all the other battlefields nearby south of
Yeah,
the
pretty much all
Chattahoochee.
the Atlanta battlefields at this point, I mean, outside of Kennesaw Mountain, which has been preserved, most of them are just placards you pass on the freeway.
Yeah, it's
yeah. That's
really
true.
like from Chickamauga to Kennesaw Mountain. There's a good few battlefields there, but going south of there, yeah, there's nothing but urban development. I think there's like
Yeah.
one of the two, like Chupay defenses on the north side of the Chattahoochee and resting in someone's backyard.
You know, I was gonna joke and say Atlanta wasn't a real battle, but no, that'd be stupid.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah,
whole ass
that'd be
campaign.
it's the day Dixie died, according to Gary Eckelbarger.
Yeah, it is. It is. That was
I, the,
devastating. Nashville, no, I get Atlanta. I forgot. Yeah, Atlanta's built on top of one too. I guess no. You know what it really is that the people in Atlanta know that. Maybe not now, but they did for a long time, right? Nashville was always kind of like you'd mention that to people, and they'd be like,
they had this freaking cyclorama in Atlanta, like dedicated to the battlefield. It was like, so at the very least, we had that.
Confederate lines collapsing. Loring's men looked to their Loring's to the left. He says, "We were feeling rather exultant when, on looking to our left, we saw thousands of bluecoats pouring over the hill, like lines of chaff before the wind." That was from a guy in the 27th Alabama. The lines just, I mean, they just fall apart. One of the artillery says of the Loring's men, "The infantry ran like cowards. I blush for my countrymen and despair for the independence of the Confederacy if her reliance is placed in the Army of Tennessee to accomplish it." By this time, Hood was so happy after the Peach Orchard Hill victory that he's talking with Stewart about attacking. Then he starts seeing the men running, and he says something like, "For the first time in my life, I beheld a Confederate army routing in the field." And then, what else happens? Colonel Andrew J. Keller's brigade collapses when one soldier yells, "Look there at the United States flag on the hill." Hood was shifting Claiborne's old command back to the Compton's Hill. Selkirk looked up at the hill fall in Compton's Hill fall and said, "We're whipped." Then his brigade dispersed, and he practically dispersed. One of the most infamous incidents of the battle is when Thomas Benton Smith, who was brigade commander at Shies Hill, is captured. McMillan beats him, even as Benton vainly cries out, "I'm a disarmed prisoner." Benton suffers mental damage and will die in the asylum. All right. In fact, I had Dave Powell write a little essay for me on that, and we chose a great name for the essay. It's called get this. Where is it? It's like oh damn it! Come on, I'm having a lot of problem with that today, unfortunately. There it is. Oh, there we go. I got it, man. I got it. This is a good one. I live over there, and I'm crazy.
Oh yeah, because after the war, after a few years, Benton Smith went crazy and tried to kill someone with a bow and arrow because he thought he was an Indian, so they put him in a mental asylum. So yeah, his life sucked afterwards.
Yes, there are accounts
Like what?
of there are there are several Federals who said that they when they stormed the hill, their men became like a howling mob, and there are accounts of Confederate prisoners being just straight up killed. I mean, of course that would always happen. But I'm talking about not really massacre would be stretching it, but let's say it's a little more than usual. Shy's body was stripped naked and then impaled upon a tree.
Damn, Jesus.
Yeah, no, the federal. If you want to really get a feeling for the federal attack, pull up the most famous image of the Battle of Nashville, the best one. Oh, the stream crashed on my end, so I'll refresh it just so I can see. But you want to pull up Howard Pyle's 1906 Nashville painting, best battle painting of the Civil War now and then. I mean, hey, I like Don Triani as much as anybody else, but this is the best painting of a battle in the entire of the entire Civil War. It's amazing. It's a wonderful.
Oh yeah, yeah. This one's great one to say the least.
Yeah.
I believe that's
It's
one of
funny,
the
though.
Minnesota regiments.
It is. It is. It
Flags in the
hangs in the
battle.
Minnesota. It's in the Minnesota State House, along with a depiction of the First Minnesota at Gettysburg, a Minnesota regiment marching to Little Rock, and I forget the other one. And maybe it was I forget the other one, but there's like 4 of them in there.
Yeah. I
Interesting thing is,
know.
I hung out with this British art dealer some years ago. I met him at one of the bars around here, and I showed him the painting. And he said, "That's a pretty good genre work." And I realized, oh, he's really into modern art, which means he's into like crap. Anyways,
Yeah.
Thomas wrote up to Andrew Jackson Smith at one point, not because he couldn't really see, is the attack working? And Smith shot back, not by a damn sight. I mean, as in like they're winning the battle, we're winning it, so they're not surrendering. And then Thomas laughed, which was a rare thing. Colonel Henry Stone of Thomas's staff wrote one of the best summations. It was more like a scene in a spectacular drama than a real incident of war. The lookers-on instinctively clapped their hands as if at a brilliant, successful transformation scene. For in those few minutes, an army was changed into a mob, and the whole structure of the rebellion in the Southwest, with all its possibilities, was utterly overthrown. Now, Cheatham's corps is gone. Stuart's corps is in the process of being gone. That leaves Lee, who's holding Peach Orchard Hill. He is the man who fought off the USCT and the other regiments. Lee manages to reverse flank and have an orderly retreat and manage a decent rear guard. This and nightfall prevents something even worse from happening. That said, there is a running night cavalry fight between Chalmers and Wilson. If you're ever in Nashville, go to the Princeton Hills subdivision of Brentwood, and there's actually a relief showing the Confederate Colonel William Rucker in a sword fight with Captain Joseph Bower, a Boyer. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd check that out if you're in the area. It's pretty cool, man. So the Thomas in a rare spirit of jubilation blurted out, "Dang it to hell, Wilson! Didn't I tell you we would lick 'em?" Thomas then had dinner at the Hale House, smoked cigars and whiskey. By one account, captured Confederate generals were had over for dinner. That includes Edward Johnson. He's been captured again, folks, because he got captured at Spotsylvania earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to I forgot to mention that Ed Johnson had just returned to the field after being captured at the Battle of Spotsylvania back in May, and then he immediately gets captured again within a month.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What did Watkins say of the Confederate Army? Trying to rally them was like trying to stop the current of the Duck River with a fish net. Yeah. Before I go on, you guys got any thoughts or comments on the collapse at Nashville?
Do want to point out you mentioned the stuff about the Minnesota painting. Part of the reason why there's I think there's a Minnesota monument in Nashville dedicated to the Minnesota regiment spot there.
There is
A
now.
lot
It
of
was recently put up. It's pretty simple, but yeah, they got one. It's at Shies Hill.
yeah. The reason for that is that a lot of Minnesota regiments fought in this battle in particular. Because a lot of battles they only had one regiment, like the 2nd Minnesota at Chickamauga or the 1st at Gettysburg. Here, a lot of the regiments that had been raised to fight the Sioux. Because keep in mind, while this is going on, there's Indian wars going on up in Minnesota. So a lot of regiments were raised for that. Those have gotten freed up and sent south to fight in the other war. And they all got sent, I believe, to A.J. Smith's corps. So that's why there's a lot of Civil War remembrance for Minnesota for this battle in particular. I think there's 10 whole regiments of Minnesota troops in this battle alone.
Yeah, this is the most action Minnesota is going to see, until Prince. Anyways, so
what about Jesse the
Watkins,
Body Ventura?
Yeah.
See the Body Ventura and Prince. There we go.
Yeah, the 5th Minnesota is going to take you to Funky Town.
Our 80s powers unite, right? So, Purple Rain meets Predator. Anyways, so Watkins will write of the whole campaign: "Our country is gone, our cause is lost. Actum est de Republica." Now, Schofield did send the 23rd Corps in, but only once the Confederates collapsed. They scooped up some prisoners. Schofield lost less than 200 men in the battle. That's all it's reported. There's a handful of USCT alone lost more men. I think there's one of the USCT regiments. I forget the number of the regiment.
The 13th. They lost 220
13th,
officially.
Yes, they lost more in the whole 23rd Corps. But Schofield does have one of my favorite little moments in the battle, is that he interrogates a prisoner and asks him when they knew they were beaten. And the rebel said, "Not till you routed us just now." And Schofield wrote, "I doubt if any soldiers in the world ever needed so much cumulative evidence to convince them that they were beaten." Now, the losses for the battle are officially 3,000 for the Federals, roughly 6,000 for the Confederates, with 4,500 of those roughly being prisoners. Tabulating Confederate losses for Nashville is just guesswork, really.
Yeah,
we don't really have that good of numbers.
6,000. There's no reports in the ORs for like Confederate casualties at Nashville compared to Franklin. Definitely working on that with Al Young with our project. I will say, base division. He went in with about 1,500 men in this battle, and he came out with about 300.
Yeah, his division's been nuked.
Yeah.
I think Confederate losses probably were higher throughout the campaign, but I stuck with the official numbers in my book. Federal losses are reported as 3,000. Ross Massey thinks that's probably off by 500 to 800. He thinks the USCT suffered. In particular, the USCT losses were underreported. That's just his opinion. All right. Well, the Confederates now have to get the hell out of Dodge. So I'll go over that just right quick with you. So as they're retreating, one member of the 46th Georgia said, "I thought of Bonaparte's retreat from Moscow and Washington's going to quarters at Valley Forge." There was a false rumor that Sherman's army dissolved in Georgia. They're going to find out that's not true real soon, and then the morale is really going to collapse. One member of the 56th Georgia said, "Our campaign has been the most disastrous of the war. Hood is a complete failure." Well, most armies don't do this, but Thomas is going to do a pursuit. Wilson, on December 17th, will fight a running battle with the Confederates from Brentwood past Franklin all the way to, what's the name of the hill?
Winstead Hill?
Yes, Winstead they fight all the way to Winstead Hill. It's a running fight. Now, I would say that it's a Union victory insofar as they capture more artillery, they capture more Confederates. But the Confederates really make sure it doesn't get much worse than that. What's interesting about this whole Nashville campaign is that, Hood loses a lot of cannon, right? He doesn't lose many wagons, by the way. The wagon train is one of the things they essentially gets out of the thing, And it's also interesting, too, is because Lee is overseeing the rear guard, then gets wounded, so then Carter L. Stevenson's in charge. Now, Carter L. Stevenson was a division commander who has one of the most mediocre reputations in the whole war, right?
Well, Lee was his junior officer during the Vicksburg campaign. Lee was commanding a brigade under Stevenson in the siege, and then he becomes the corps commander instead of Stevenson.
Yeah. Now, one thing about Stevenson I like to note, though, what is it David Simon said about The Wire? He said every character gets their moment. He says every character gets their moment. Well, this is Carter L. Stevenson's moment. He does a fabulous job holding off Wilson's men. Okay? Hello?
Nice. Yeah, we're here.
Okay, I just heard a thing go in and out, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what that was.
That was probably me. That may have been me.
Okay.
It's getting late. This is when the Wi-Fi gets bad. I'm probably going to move off the hotspot real quick.
So your Wi-Fi gets tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wi-Fi gets tired, man.
Continue on.
Well, okay, all right. So what happens is they reach Columbia. Hood meets up with Forrest and is going to give him some infantry eventually to help hold things off. By this time, Thomas leaves 23rd Corps behind. Probably he's looking at Schofield and be like, "I'm disgusted with you." He's going to try and chase him with Wood and Wilson. So he's following with Wilson's ahead of him. Wood's coming in behind him. Stedman is going to send by railroad to Chattanooga, and then from there, Stedman is supposed to move towards northern Georgia to cut off. Okay. I'm sad to say I can't remember what Smith's men are doing exactly. Sorry. They don't seem to have been actively involved in the pursuit. Okay. Oh, by the way, back in Richmond, guess who they blame for the campaign unraveling?
Davis?
No, Beauregard.
Oh, yeah.
It's back in Richmond, you know?
Oh.
Yep. Man, the pettiness of Civil War high command, North and South, right, guys? So anyways, when they're crossing the Duck River, Cheatham and Forrest get into a fight over who is let me see. Okay. They get into a fight. Cross first. Forrest pulls out his pistol and aims it at Cheatham. Cheatham shouted, "Shoot! I'm not afraid of any man in the Confederacy." Cheatham's men then threatened to kill Forrest. And Stephen D. Lee apparently comes up, and the fight ends right there. That's how high the nerves are. Forrest and Cheatham almost kill each other.
So I guess because he's the only guy with the core left that's intact, is S.D. Lee's prestige now at an all-time high relative to his colleagues?
Pretty much. And remember, he held them off at Peach Orchard Hill. None of his lines have been ruptured. Now, to December 20th, Forrest and Hood talk things over. Now, by the way, Hood's great during the retreat. He's active, giving orders. He's doing an excellent job. This is his moment, is the retreat. Essentially, he forms a mini corps under Wathel. Wathel was one of the best regarded Confederate combat commanders, very effective. He's given like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
8
6,
brigades.
7, 8 brigades divided into 4 divisions, kind of like, you know. But when I say this is a corps, we're talking about 2,300 men.
Isn't this more like A.P. Hill's Light Division?
No,
it would be if they were full strength. I've read accounts that said it was only 1,900 men strong, and 300 of those guys were barefoot and had to ride in wagons.
Yes, many of them were barefoot and had to ride in wagons. Correct. But I think about this though. He looks at Wathel and says, Hood looks at Wathel and says, "I'm going to give you this post. You're an excellent combat commander." He gives them what they consider the best brigades overall, the ones they can spare. It only comes up to that many infantry, right? But not just that. It is a corps command essentially, because Wathel leads 4 divisions of 2 brigades. But you know what I mean? Like that's how denuded the infantry is. In Columbia, by the way, one of my favorite incidents of the campaign happens. Hood tells his men, "Boys, the cards were fairly dealt at Nashville, and Hood beat the game." And some private yelled back, "Yes, General, but the cards were damn shuffled badly." Now, the whole time this is going on, Lincoln and Stanton are like, "We got to promote Thomas," right? And they both gave him effusive praise. And Thomas, I mean, there's 100-gun salutes all over the Union. He gets letters from Meade, Sheridan, Sherman. Everybody's singing his praises, right? You know what Grant's reaction is? "Please follow the enemy." And when Lincoln and Stanton say we want to promote him, Grant says, "We can hold off on that. Why don't we wait?" Lincoln and Stanton apparently get disgusted and go, "No, he's getting promoted now." That's right, everybody. After winning Nashville, Grant tried to block the promotion. Anyway, if I got to hear another, sorry, if anybody tells me Grant's not petty, I'm just going to wave that in their face. All right.
Also,
So
Stone's
Halleck and
River
Grant,
was not a great victory, though.
remember, yeah. So Halleck and Grant are complaining to Thomas, like, why aren't you fast enough? And Halleck says, permit me, General, to urge the vast importance of a hot pursuit. Thomas shot back, we cannot control the elements. He also added that the bad weather was no child's play. Stanton, meanwhile, sent a message of support, saying, hey, don't worry about these jackasses. You're fine, okay? So at any rate, though, Forrest is going to be in charge of the rear guard with the infantry. He's going to tangle with Wilson in a series of skirmishes. Chalmers believed that this was Forrest at his finest. I like to, because Forrest gets inflated a lot of times, right? But this is where Forrest is living up to the legend as the tough, canny fighter that he is. So he's able to win 2 sharp skirmishes with Wilson. In doing so, he saves the wagon train, and thereby at the same time allows the Confederates to cross the Tennessee River. Now, Samuel Lee, related to Robert E. Lee, was in charge of the Navy. He was unable to get past Confederate batteries to intercept, and Stedman was not able to get there fast enough either. Although Stedman did launch some cavalry that did capture a supply wagon in the area and disperse some cavalry as well. So minor success there, but Hood's army does escape, but certainly not intact. They've been blasted to pieces. By the way, right after Nashville, 2,000 of Hood's men came to the Union Army and just swore allegiance to the Union. One of the most telling things about this is that Hood's army, he entered with 124 cannon and lost 15, and it now had 59. So, looking at what Thomas did at Nashville, he won a victory on a Napoleonic scale, routing an enemy from the field and capturing a whole lot of cannon, and himself with a favorable casualty ratio. Nashville is a battle in scale of success with things like Austerlitz, Friedland, Jena Osterdat. Now, a few notes. People will say, well, Hood's army was in bad shape. Yes, it was. There are a lot of problems with Hood's army that made this a lot easier. I'm not going to say that Thomas had it easy. He only had so much daylight to work with. The weather was still not ideal for offensive operations. He had one corps command. He didn't even fight with people like his 70,000 men. No, remember, he didn't even use roughly 20,000 or garrison troops, right? Minus another 10,000 because 23rd Corps barely does anything in the battle. So he still attacks and wins the 2-to-1 ratio. Granted, it's against a battered army, but it also helps that Thomas makes good attacks and uses infantry, cavalry, and artillery in an integrated fashion, and then is able to launch a sustained pursuit that chases Hood out of Tennessee. Because remember, Hood contemplated sticking around like Columbia, Tennessee. Maybe he would have if Thomas had not stirred. There's a possibility he would have hung out there. That's not impossible. By doing this, he flushes him out of Tennessee, captures more artillery, inflicts more losses. The pursuit is not as complete or successful a pursuit as Appomattox will be, or as the pursuit was after Jena Osterdat, but it's still a successful pursuit of the enemy in driving him out, capturing more cannons, and then the rest. So Thomas won a Napoleonic scale victory and did all this in bad weather and with a general above him who wants to remove him. Nashville is not a stroke of genius, but it does show that Thomas is an excellent commander, deserving of all the laurels that he's given. As for Hood, I would say him sticking around for day 2 is where I really fault him. Day 1, I get it, man. Take your chances. You're in a desperate situation. But day 1 showed that his army couldn't do it. And then he stuck around for day 2, and that's what happened. Besides that with Hood, he did manage the retreat rather well. However, of course, once he gets to northern Mississippi, I mean, he knows it's up. He's going to resign, I believe, before they even formally remove him. By the way, there's a kind of sad irony to all of this. The Army will temporarily stop in Corinth, Mississippi, which is where the Army was born, really. And in many ways, that is where it dies. They retreat further south of Tupelo, but you get my drift. As for the Army of Tennessee, Richard Taylor takes temporary command. The Army is then split up. A significant portion is sent to help out the defense in Mobile. The rest of them make a long, arduous trek to North Carolina, where some of them will fight in Bentonville, but we'll talk about that in the North Carolina stream, the 1865 one. And so that completes the Hood's Nashville campaign. You guys have any thoughts?
So I think you clearly believe Thomas is the best Union general. So if you were trying to set up a fantasy battle of like a tactical showcase, what Confederate would you put against Thomas for that contest?
Well, here's the thing about Thomas. I'm talking about Army scale tactics, okay, grand tactics, if you will.
Right.
We don't know about Thomas as a strategist per se. I think he showed some shrewd. He did show some good strategic insight in 1865. So I don't think he would have been some dunce or something. I think he would have been more than capable as a strategist. But he's not as tested in that as the three men I praise most: Sherman, Grant, McClellan. Those are all three excellent strategists. I think Thomas probably would have been a good one too, but I can't say that for certain, right? Now I got to think, who's the best Army level tactician who can fight Thomas? That's tough.
It's either Beauregard or Lee, maybe Richard Taylor if you want to stretch it.
I'm going to say that Richard Taylor in many ways might have been the more interesting one, just because Taylor was known for rapid marches, well-conceived tactics. Taylor's an excellent general. I also believe Taylor's the kind of general who would have given Thomas fits. I actually think Thomas would have been really good against Lee.
What's that?
Now, I have a very good opinion of Robert E. Lee as an Army commander, but not the highest opinion of him as an Army scale tactician. I think he's good. He has good instincts. The problem with Lee is that Lee's staff was per capita good. He had good individual staff members. He had too few. And he really did, I think he excessively left battles up to his subordinates. I mean, I understand, and then Grant did the same thing. Grant also wasn't much of a tactical meddler, for lack of a better phrase, but and Lee and Grant would have times where they would get up in the front and lead men. Like, people say Grant never did that. Don't read about Shiloh. At Shiloh, Grant starts directing individual regiments at certain points in the battle, especially things got bad in the first day. And Lee, famously, Texans always move him at the Wilderness. I think Lee could. I think Lee's a. I'm trying to find my words in this one. I feel a little tongue tied with it. My gut says that Thomas is the kind of general Lee would have a major problem with. Lee seems to really thrive against. Lee proved to be an excellent defensive tactician. With the formation he took up at the North Anna is a great example. Lee is really, really reliant on his subordinates. And Lee, while he was very good at managing personnel, I keep wondering why he keeps A.P. Hill around, for instance. Beauregard and Taylor are a bit more, I think, are slightly better tacticians than Lee. Taylor in particular, I think, would be the kind of guy to give Thomas fits. Taylor is good maneuvers, excellent tactician, does daring stuff too. And by the way, I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm not trying to take anything away from Lee, but Lee could get sloppy too. I mean, look at his handling of Gettysburg. Look at Malvern Hill, right? So, anyways, Beauregard is a little trickier because I can be pretty critical of some of the stuff he did on day 2 at Shiloh, for instance, but I'm not getting into that right now, I guess. Uh, Beauregard, but what's his big victory? It's Petersburg. He did excellent, right? But it is also a defensive battle. Now, some people have said, like, oh, what does a general really do in a defensive battle? Well, he's got to do some things, and those things he does are very right. And he pulls off some daring maneuvers there, but
He's also
yeah, I
not
think
using
Beauregard.
first-rate troops, though.
This is true. This is true. I think Beauregard also probably would have been a really good one from the fight. Now, Beauregard early in the war was a bit sloppy too with poor staff work, but then again, they all have bad staffs. Um, but even saying that, I mean, if it's 1864, 65 Lee, he would give Thomas trouble. I guess what I was thinking is it depends on the situation. If you're talking about attacking, I'm sorry, that's what I'm getting to, guys. Sorry, I got here so roundabout. If Lee, Taylor, and Beauregard have got to attack Thomas, I favor Thomas in all those fights. I think Taylor gives him the most trouble. If we're talking about Thomas having to attack somebody, well, all 3 of them will give him trouble because attacking the Civil War is just so hard. But probably the one who give him the most problems might be Beauregard, but that's just speculation. Lee did quite well as a defensive tactician in 1864.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. The thing about generals is that each one of them have strengths and weaknesses. I can think of very few where they're just the complete package, head to toe in every way. I mean, for instance, if you're asking about Wellington, right? And Wellington's pretty damn near to perfect. The one thing I've detected in Wellington, not good at operational maneuver. The French stole the march on him at Waterloo, and he was outmaneuvered by the French several times in the Peninsula Campaign.
Yeah, he normally had to fight on battlefields that were not of his choosing.
Yeah, Wellington was oftentimes found flat-footed. I think one of the problems with that too is the British Army. British Army in the Napoleonic Wars is very good man for man, but one of its weaknesses, it's a kind of a slow army. They didn't really do the kind of rapid marches the French or even some of the other armies were capable of. It's a bit of a plodding army. Not that they couldn't do fast marches, of course they could, but you get what I'm saying. They're not as quick as the French and some of the other ones. But yeah, exactly. Wellington got caught flat-footed several times, and some of Wellington's victories got converted into defeats. But Wellington, as a tactician in the Napoleonic Wars, army scale, almost no equal. How would Thomas have done operationally? Well, he does a pretty vigorous pursuit of Hood. He made one mistake, though. He did forget to get the pontoon bridges up fast enough. And if you're a real Thomas fanboy, you'll believe that if he had just been the guy in Snake Creek Gap, the whole war would have ended right then and there.
Yeah.
Right? I won't get into that one. I should read Powell's first volume, or just go back to the stream we did with him, right? I forgot what he said.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that. I have no interest in ever listening to my voice ever again.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. I just want to get you and Powell's take again. Well, real quick? What do you think, Luke? Do you think if Thomas in the Snake Creek Gap that he marches into Resaca and it's to quote the great Hudson, game over, man?
Yeah, I doubt it. I think I side with McPherson. There was no way that you were going to hold that position even if you took it. It would have caused Johnston a lot of headaches for one. The other reason that the big issue is, of course, Thomas had like the largest force under Sherman. So unless he's detaching a lot of troops and just going with a slimmed down force, that's a lot of troops to shove through a tiny gap.
Yeah, that's a good point there. Or maybe he does it with maybe he does it with a force that's the same size as McPherson's. And James McPherson was skyrocketed to command due to his friendship with Halleck, and very popular man. He had that down, but nothing in McPherson's career at Vicksburg or Atlanta shows me that he was some kind of great general. Right?
So is McPherson the Union equivalent of Stephen Lee?
Yeah, in some ways. But that's a good point to make about McPherson. Everybody liked McPherson. Some people, I don't think it's just a death thing. People just like the guy.
Yeah.
So you're right. You have a good point there.
Back sort of to the main point, though, about what commander could face off against Thomas. I guess looking at this campaign as a whole, what was the best possible outcome that the Confederates could have possibly have achieved during this campaign? Because I think that they could have. I think Hood could have easily cut off Schofield and forced 4th and 23rd Corps to surrender south of Spring Hill. But after that,
I don't know if
he'd
he'd force. He wouldn't be able. He wouldn't necessarily force them to surrender. He would just put them in a position where they would have to angle off somewhere else. Like Schofield could have left Columbia and marched towards Santa Fe. But that takes him away. That's the best road. That's the Santa Fe Pike. But that would have taken him out. That would have made where he's got one hell of a march to get back to Nashville.
Yeah.
So I guess best case he would have had to abandon a lot of his baggage, and then the Confederates get resupplied. He has some desertion issues. His troops aren't able to help out at Nashville that much, but probably we're not looking at an annihilation though.
Yeah, Columbia wasn't a trap where he's gonna get surrounded and then have to give up. This isn't the second coming of Yorktown here. It's a bad position to be in though. At that point, what do you do as Hood? You could chase Schofield down more. You're between the two of them. You could go run for Nashville, but remember, who arrives on December 1st?
A.J. Smith.
That's right. You gonna get to Nashville that fast? This campaign, the argument's been made, and I believe it, this campaign was lost by the Confederates when they could not cross the Tennessee River soon enough. It was lost in Alabama.
I can partially agree to that, is on just the timing of the Union reinforcements. Of course, there's the issue of that I mentioned earlier of just supplies that Hood needed rations to keep his men fed, and he needed ammunition, which he was running low on already. And he didn't have that until the 21st, and of course, weather caused delays as well. But I can see the argument there.
Yeah, you get in that situation, maybe you get into a position where you are able to force Schofield to surrender somewhere, but the thing is, how often is that pulled off? Ever in this era of combat? Think about it real quick. How many times has that ever happened? It happened to Burgoyne, right? But he gets surrounded. It took a long time, too. Burgoyne could have hightailed it out of there after Freeman's Farm. Right? All right, what, Yorktown? They're on the port waiting to get resupplied, reinforced. The French Navy wins the Battle of the Capes. There you go. They're stuck. And then, Rochambeau and Washington come down. Oh, Civil War. Anytime major force was bagged, what happened?
They were cut off. Sorry.
Here's the thing. Defending a strategic point. Only way you can bag somebody is if you have cavalry supremacy. Or cavalry, large body of cavalry set up for pursuit, and the enemy's cavalry can't really stand up to them. Mathematics.
Vicksburg.
Yeah, well, Vicksburg's also defending a fixed position too. But yeah, that's Vicksburg's another thing. Pemberton didn't have much cav, right? So think about it for a second, though. So, Lee, and I want to read more in detail about the Appomattox campaign, but Lee is able to is retreating. He's way out of position. The Federals march hard, right? Sheridan's cavalry is capable of hard combat. He's driving his men hard. Sheridan is in his best form. Even then, Lee could have escaped with some forces. There was a way out. Men did get out of there. But he would have had to abandon all the wagons, the artillery. They would have to go guerrilla. He's not going to do it. Lee's like, guys, this is over. And Lee's already been thinking it's been over for a while anyway. Right? So He does that.
Yeah.
In a mobile campaign like that, it's very, very difficult to pull that off. And maybe he could have done it with Force Cavalry. Certainly, Force Cavalry was doing much better than Wilson's at that stage. But keep in mind, too, what if Force Cavalry had unraveled on the retreat from Nashville? What if they were at the Battle of Nashville? Let's say theoretically, Force Cavalry's at the Battle of Nashville, they got smashed. And then Wilson's running them down December 17th. Oh, I don't think you get a result like we see in this one. I think Wilson would have overrun Hood's rear guard and smashed the wagons up, and it would have been really bad. So Wilson wasn't able to get cavalry supremacy during the battle, during the campaign, but nor did Forrest really. Maybe a little bit early on. I'm just saying, I don't really see how they bag Schofield. How you win a battle consummate with that.
Yeah.
And lastly, do the Confederates show a level of integrating their three arms, their three branches of arms in the battle in the way that Thomas does? Now, to be fair to Thomas, he's got time to prepare. He's not fighting a running campaign, and he can very much see the army. Which, by the way, one of my favorite things about Nashville was that almost everybody in the city of Nashville turned out to watch the battle, and most of them were supporting the Confederacy. So I think one of the Federals said, "Never before was a battle in the Civil War fought with a larger or more sullen audience." I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. So, Thomas had time to prepare, and Thomas, I don't think he's a slow general, but I will say he's not like quick. I'd say he's kind of like moderately paced. I don't know how many Union generals were that fast, to be fair, but still, the pursuit's impressive. I think he would have completely scattered him at that point. And keep in mind too, the Confederate cavalry and the Appomattox campaign is in bad shape, and then they got trounced at Five Forks and scattered. And also, the Confederate cavalry was still waiting on men and mounts to come back in too, so you got to keep that one in mind as well. So the Federals, when they start the campaign in late March, that was very shrewd of Grant to do that then, and not wait for even better weather. Because if they'd waited for even better weather, Lee would have had a stronger cav force. So they're attacking when Lee's cav is also in bad shape. So anyways, sorry, a bit rambling at the end there, but in summation, no, I think Hood lost the moment he couldn't cross the Tennessee River fast enough.
Yeah. And I mean, the reason I brought all this up to talk about George Thomas is just because, I guess this was his shining moment. I know he's one of your favorite generals, so I figured he probably deserved the limelight for a little bit.
Yeah, and I'd always like to stress, I want to stress, though, my praise of Thomas is as a core, actually Division 2, he did smashingly well at Mill Springs, but no other Civil War general impresses me more on the Army level than George Thomas. Tactically, that is. But I always like to mention that these guys have strengths and weaknesses. I think Thomas's weakness might be, when I say slow, not slow on the march, but I don't think he's the kind of guy who created very quick plans, but he didn't really need to. You know what I mean?
Right, so it's kind of an unknown. We don't know if he could have done it or not.
You got a point there. And he did sure seem to bring his corps together awfully fast enough to defend Songgrass Hill at Chickamauga, right? Pretty good there, I don't know. Yeah, Thomas he's excellent, And what would be the best chance at Nashville? Probably for Grant to arrive, remove Thomas, and then be in charge, because Grant's not a good tactician. I think the Federals might have still won, but have been heavier losses, probably. Yeah, Grant's strengths are in strategy and operational maneuver, not tactics.
Well, speaking of, mentioned like Appomattox a couple times here. Another question I did want to poise here, and I have my own opinion on this, is how would a Confederate victory, and let's say conservative here, Hood remains in Middle Tennessee throughout the winter. either he doesn't throw his men away at Franklin, or he captures Schofield's supplies or whatnot, and Thomas is just not able to dislodge him.
If Thomas doesn't fight and win a battle against Hood, he gets removed.
Right.
So that's number one.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking more like what's going on in the East in 1865, because if Hood remains in Tennessee, that dooms the East to death. Because keep in mind, as small as they are in 1865, that contingent that's sent to Johnston in the Carolinas is vital to. Well, it doesn't really do much to slow Sherman, but it's at least troops there. If Sherman has if Johnson has no troops to slow down Sherman at all, I get the feeling that Sherman would have met up with Grant before Lee was able to surrender, or like the fall of Petersburg occurs.
Oh, I tell you what I
Maybe a
think.
bit of-
Oh no! I know what would happen. I know what would have happened.
What?
I'm pretty sure I know what would happen. Sherman arrives in Savannah, and Grant goes, "You stupid idiot! I told you, don't put Thomas in charge." And well, he wouldn't say you stupid idiot, but you know what I mean. He'd be like, "You put Thomas in charge." Well, he's lost part of Tennessee, and I mean, I'm great. You captured Savannah. You burned some chickens. That's awesome. All right, stole some chickens. Anyways, he'd probably say to Sherman, "I need you to take yourself and at least 3 of your corps to Tennessee and go defeat Hood."
That's fine.
And they might keep a corps on the coast to maybe try to secure Charleston and definitely to hold Savannah, although that's highly unlikely because Halleck just was allergic to coastal operations. Maybe they use those troops to attack Fort Fisher or something. But no, most of those men are going to be sent. They're going to take them out of Savannah and send them that way.
So here's another little hypothetical. So assuming that the Battle of Franklin doesn't occur, so Schofield's able to escape across the river, so Hood can't come up and attack him at Franklin. So the casualties of that battle don't happen, but then Nashville still happens when it happened. Do you think that would have been enough to make a difference and change the outcome of the battle?
Oh, well, I think if you're Hood and your best case scenario is you take Spring Hill, first off. Second, Schofield, seeing you between him and Nashville, attacks you, and then you get your own version of Fredericksburg. Now, you don't destroy Schofield's army, because once again, that's real hard, but Schofield has to limp his way away from you, probably towards the Tennessee River, to get back in communication and supply. So anyway, so I'm saying is that Hood's best case is that occurs. Now, Thomas would have, A.J. Smith and Stedman and his garrison. He's got more than enough men to hold Nashville, but there's no offensive operations he can undertake. So at that point, you as Hood, with Schofield taken out of the equation for minimum weeks, probably months, and Thomas unable to do anything, you can run roughshod all over Tennessee. Hell, you might be able to just go to Murfreesboro, surround that, and make Rousseau surrender or something, right? Well, I don't know what the stockpile supplies are in Murfreesboro. Maybe he's got enough. And if Danny was here, like Danny would say, maybe he's got enough chicken tenders to keep his men alive.
Yeah.
But still, you can run pretty roughshod through Tennessee at that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
I will say
look,
one factor that would extend the siege of the Murfreesboro is the fact that second in command under Rousseau was Robert Milroy, who was wanted by the Confederate government for abuses in the Valley in 1863. So he probably insists, hey, no, we need to keep this going as long as possible. I cannot face the music, man. Please.
Yeah, Milroy's actually a better general than he's given credit for.
Yeah, same. I agree with that.
He did have this one really bad day. Halleck though had a great insult about him. He said, we've had more than enough idiocy from him, thank you," or something. I think when somebody recommended Milroy for some command, he said, "I think we've had more than enough of his idiocy."
Yeah. Yeah. Then again, I was going to point out when you're talking about like the overall creek, you said Russo was in command. He technically was, but it was really Milroy that was leading the troops in the field in that engagement. Should have
Oh
mentioned
yeah,
that.
you're right. I should have mentioned was Milroy was more in the field, but I'm just saying that you're not going to steamroll Rousseau.
Yeah.
You know, um, Rousseau, if he was a radical, well, anyway, sorry. Rousseau is an excellent fighter. That's all. Not a man to mess with. I've not really found any battles he did poorly in, by the way, or any operations. They really wasted Rousseau by keeping him in the rear. But then again, you got to make sure his career as a Democrat after the war is not that successful. So no, it's just very. I guess his best case for Hood is he can kind of replicate Fredericksburg somewhere around Spring Hill, Franklin. Except Fredericksburg for the Union, not for him, which is what he did get.
Right.
So it's all about causing mischief because the war is over. Federals are going to win. How much longer is this thing going to go on for? And I contend that the 1865 is, it's important, of course, but I think what's really important in 1865 is just the speed and suddenness with which the final Confederate forces collapse. It's very vital to making sure this war does not stretch out when the possibility was there. It wasn't impossible. And Nashville's a big part of that. You combine Nashville with Sherman's march, the tottering Confederacy receives two blows it cannot recover from. Yeah, if Hood's causing mischief in Tennessee, and when Sherman gets to Savannah, he goes, "I present you a Christmas present." And then Grant says, "I got a present for you. Get your ass to Nashville."
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah, it would have definitely made the March of the Sea look more like folly than a stroke of genius, like it's been treated as a recent memory.
It's always been the March of the Sea's always been treated as a stroke of genius. And I mean, it would still look good. You could still say like, "Hey, look what kind of ravages I did. I did bag Savannah." They'd be like, "Yeah, that's great and all. Just go to Tennessee and take care of this Hood problem for us." And I don't know what the hell Hood would do then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But one very last thing, everybody. One of the biggest problems Confederates face throughout this war is how many heavily fortified federal positions did they capture?
None, right?
Most
Plymouth
of the
was
Federals
probably
take a city and heavily fortified, don't fall unless there's nobody there.
Yeah.
So, we're talking about Murfreesboro. Storming it would to be horrific losses for the Confederates, or Chattanooga. I mean, you can surround it, but at that point you got to starve them out. That takes time. Ask Vicksburg. That wasn't, or Port Hudson. Those weren't quick affairs. There's enough chicken tenders in Murfreesboro to keep them going for a while. And so that's why I think that's one of the biggest problems the Confederacy has throughout the war. Is they can win these field battles, they can mess with federal plans, but their ability to really recapture territory quite limited, especially once you get to 1863. And fortifying has become more common. They've become better at it. The Federals have stockpiled more supplies. They've got more troops in the field. I think you might be able to finagle it through some of 1862 with the balance of the war. But anyways, I feel like I've spoken enough on the subject. Thank you all for letting me pontificate and bloviate for a while.
All right, let me.
This was definitely a fun experience to say the least.
Yeah.
Hey man, I got a chance to use the word bloviate.
Yeah.
So, and if you guys have any more comments, I guess we go to super chats.
All right. Well, let's do that then. So, Here we go. First super chat of the evening comes to us from Napoleon the Great. He says, for $5, thank you, Napoleon. There is a new TV show coming out about the Garfield assassination. That sounds pretty interesting. I wonder if, I wonder what service that'll be on.
I feel like a lot of the historical movies being made nowadays are like really bad. So I hope they pull it off. I'm glad to hear they're doing some attention to it. I wonder what they'll do. They could
Yeah,
work.
yeah. It's
But
called Death by Lightning. The first name that came that popped up was Nick Offerman's playing Chester A. Arthur.
Dude, that's such a good choice.
yeah, that's a good choice, definitely.
Yeah, I like that. That's got
Yeah.
promise then.
Nick Offerman as the great Chester A. Arthur, excellent.
Yeah, no,
I
Nick
still love about
Offerman.
Arthur being like, "I'm against slavery. I'm going to Kansas. Wait, this sucks. I'm going back to New York."
Yeah, I could imagine Nick Offerman saying that too.
Yeah, this is a good one. Okay, I like that. Chester, that's a good casting choice.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see if we can do a New York accent. All right, Bob the Builder, $5. Thank you, Bob. And he just left an emoji that says, "How's it going?" I guess it's going all right, Bob. If you're doing
Yeah, I'm
well.
not doing too bad. I found a pretty good version of the song. They look like Men of War or Man of War, or whatever, which is the song Black Soldiers were singing on the eve of the crater. There's a God, I'm forgetting who did it off the top of my head, but found a really good version on YouTube. That was nice. You know,
Send it my way if you can. That sounds interesting.
what'd you say?
Send it my way if you can. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, here actually, while I'll let me look through my files and I'll pull it up real quick. Let me pull it up eventually, so you guys can keep going on. I'll find it.
All
Oh
right.
God, I looked at the. I was looking at the Death by Lightning credits. Want to guess who's the executive producers of this?
No
No,
idea.
just tell.
David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, the
Yeah,
guys that.
X-Files, right?
No, they're
no,
the Game of Thrones guys.
Oh, Dave and Dan or whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah, they're the guys that once the source material ran out, the show went to shit.
Deep River Boys, the Deep River Boys, old gospel group. They look like Men of War. Very good rendition. So I'd go with that one.
All right.
Yeah, Benioff and Weiss. I'm out. I'm out. Dude. That's the thing is people were like before Game of Thrones. We were like when I looked at their stuff they did before Game of Thrones, I was like, huh, like X-Men Origins Wolverine, huh? You know what
Oh
I mean?
yeah. One of these guys is responsible for sewing Deadpool's mouth shut.
Oh my god, yeah, that should have been everybody's indication. All right, what do we got next?
Zap Rousdower for $10. Thank you, Zap Rousdower, and I hope that you are able to deal with that cult soon. Anyway,
One of the
Zap.
greatest names ever, man. One of the
Yeah.
greatest names for anybody getting ever money ever. Zap around.
Zap Rousdower. Yeah.
Who's the guy who goes like bro?
Yeah.
Zap.
All
Hell yeah,
right.
man.
Thank you, Zap, for the $10. He says, enjoy your videos. When do you think Grant started having ambitions for the presidency? Also, any book recommendations about Stanton and how he handled the war?
Grant, I can't say. If you go with McFeely, though, he thinks it was right after Lincoln died. I don't know. I want to keep in mind, though, that being that successful of a general, the pressure for you to run is going to be pretty immense. And think about the Sherman hated politicians, all that stuff, and they tried to pressure. They even tried to ask him. Yeah, I mean, that's how much they want successful generals to run for office, right? So,
Well, yeah, I mean, there was a good precedent of successful generals becoming president. I mean, from William Henry Harrison to Andrew Jackson to Washington himself to fucking Zachary Taylor. I mean, yeah,
yeah,
it's a pretty safe bet.
yeah, unless you're Winfield Scott, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, no. So no, it's a not for me to say. I don't know enough about one period of Grant's life that I really, really don't know as much about is what he does under Andrew Johnson's presidency. and probably have to get more into that. Anyways, what was the other part of the question again?
Any
Was
book recommendations about Stanton?
uh, the only one I've read is William Marvel's Lincoln's Autocrat, which Marvel despises Stanton, despises him. So you read that, it's a good read, and Marvel's a great researcher, and he's one of the best. But understand, you're reading the platonic ideal of a hatchet job.
So if you had William Marvel in an interview, would one of your questions be, please say something nice about Stanton?
Yeah, he says it occasionally in the book, but always grits his teeth when he does it.
Yeah.
His hatred is so pure and deep, I admire it.
All right, that's pretty cool. Um, Mark Benevento for $10. Thank you, Mark. He didn't have a message, but thank you anyway. And then finally we have Saturninus for, I believe that would be 5.99 euros, or it might be pounds. I actually can't tell, but thank you either way. Quick Roman question. What if Pompey won the Civil War? What would be the most realistic outcome in the next decades for the Republic? Well, I actually don't think things would turn out all that differently, because if you look at what was happening in the 50s before the Civil War broke out, there were a lot of people in Rome who actually thought that the danger of tyranny was going to come from Pompey. And actually, that fear had been around for decades. So, the fact that they identified Caesar as the main threat and then chose Pompey as their champion, that was a desperation maneuver, and a lot of these guys were by no means convinced that Pompey was safe to have around. So if Pompey had all the built-up prestige of his early career when he conquered the Eastern Mediterranean, then he defeated Caesar and saved the Republic, at that point his influence would be so overweening that there's a good chance that even if he didn't go back to Rome and declare himself dictator, that a guy who'd insisted upon being called Magnus the Great One, uh, they would have probably murdered his ass. And then you'd
I
have
don't
a
think he
lot of...
retired back to his farm like Cincinnatus.
No, not Pompey. No, Pompey loved the limelight. I don't think he would overthrow
Yeah.
the Republic or anything like that, but he did expect to be acknowledged as the first man of the Republic. Not in an imperial way, but he might have even called himself Princeps just to emphasize how important he was, because he definitely believed in his importance. And when Caesar was in Gaul, Pompey was largely running the show. And that's how he actually cozied up to the Senate, because they had to turn to him for a few different crises, like a grain shortage and Clodius's men rioting after his death. And so his cozying up with the Senate was pretty coincidental. And a lot of it, too, actually owes to Metellus Scipio, the famous incompetent, because apparently Metellus Scipio had an attractive daughter who happened to be introduced to Pompey not long after his wife died. So
Oh.
Pompey married into that faction, which was another factor. So yeah, a few years before the Civil War broke out, people might believe there would be a civil war, but then they'd laugh and say, well, who the hell's going to fight against Caesar and Pompey? But then, yeah, so the only way you can have a civil war is you have to divide them against each other. And Caesar was very unlikely to switch sides, given that, his uncle was Gaius Marius, and his family had been dicked over his whole life by that faction, so. But, yeah. Again, there are plenty of scenarios I could think of where the Civil War doesn't happen the way it did. But I think Pompey winning the Civil War might have delayed the creation of something like the Principate by maybe a generation or two. But I think eventually you get to something like that. Unless somehow you had major reforms, which I don't know exactly how you'd get to that point.
I'm also thinking, what if Pompey dies? Like that plays out, but then Caesar's smashed in North Africa.
In that case, you would still have people still have the legionaries who are loyal to, or at least are accustomed to not being loyal to the Republic, but rather through a general. In terms of who could actually inherit that kind of auctoritas, I don't know. I don't know if there's any one figure who could. But even in that scenario, if you have an absence, I mean, even someone like a very young Octavian could still become a power player just by virtue of having the right name. Or
I
Mark
got 2 words for
Antony.
you, man. 2 words, man. Titus Labienus.
Um, well, actually, had he not gone against Caesar and then Caesar had died, then maybe.
No,
I
no,
mean,
I'm making a whole thing in my head where, like, Labienus smashes Caesar, and then he becomes the new Caesar, and then you know what I'm saying, like. But think about it though, based on the successful in Gaul. Let's say it is Labienus who smashes Caesar in North Africa, in some battle, right?
like at Thapsus, Metellus Scipio gets sick, so Labienus gets to be commander instead.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then like, and then let's say Labienus smashes Caesar. Isn't he the new Caesar?
Well, in that case, it would go to the most senior guy opposing Caesar, which at that time was still Metellus Scipio. So even if Metellus Scipio wasn't in command of the battle, he would then claim to be the new leader. Um, that being said, at that point, if you declared the Senate restored, there were people more senior than Metellus. And the problem with Labienus is not only is he not from a wealthy family, I mean, relative terms, of course, but also he's never held a rank higher than praetor.
Gotcha.
So he would be somebody they could easily contain politically. Although if he did go out there and like do something amazing and won over all the troops, and the Caesarian veterans said, "Well, you turned on us, but we know what kind of man you are, so we'll back you too." Labienus would. I don't think he would have gone against the Republic, but I do think he'd have had to be accommodated, and that would have
Yeah.
set a precedent in of itself, where the Senate doesn't control the honors of senators, and there are legionaries effectively saying, no, you will take this man, make him a consul, or there are going to be problems. Um, so you'd still probably end up getting to an emperor at some point through that system. Either that or just more decades of Solon style takeovers once in a while. So you could just end up with
Yeah.
constant coups like Turkey or something, but
I do like to say that the Republic has definitely passed its expiration date. So none of what I was saying or on my end was anything about, oh, and then the Republic gets restored and everybody was happy, you know?
yeah, I mean, it's because I'm trying to think what would you actually have to have to create conditions for reform? Maybe the shock of having a full-scale civil war between Caesar and Pompey. No, actually, there's no fucking way because actually, when they thought they were going to
No.
win the civil war at Pharsalus, because they were actually dividing up the state at the time in their tents, so they thought they had
Oh
the
yeah.
war in the bag. They were not considering reform because they thought the problem was
No, no.
just Caesar. It wasn't them, and it
Yeah.
certainly wasn't the system. It was Caesar.
No, exactly. I mean, like, yeah. That's what I mean. Is like it's and there's not going to be somebody who comes in amongst that class to do any kind of reforms that are decent, you know. And you know more about this, but in some ways, one of the only guys who had any level of flexibility as a thinker was like Sulla. But
Um,
he's long dead, and he didn't have. Sorry, he's long dead, and when I'm saying he had some ideas, that's only by comparison to these blockheads.
Actually, Pompey
Okay.
was a really intelligent guy in terms of having
Oh yeah.
ideas and being a really talented administrator, and so was Caesar. Both of them had some ideas. So maybe if Pompey does win the Civil War, he will try to enact some reforms.
Uh,
Um, I don't know how successful
but
they'd be.
isn't he politically clumsy? Sorry, I'm sorry
He
for interrupting.
can be, but at this point, his prestige would be so ridiculous that obstructing him after he literally saved you from Caesar would be almost impossible. And this is a guy whose administrative skills are off the charts. He's actually a much better administrator than Caesar, and probably also than even Octavian. Pompey,
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
no, no.
this motherfucker can organize.
But that's the thing, as I'm saying, is that like you said earlier, though, if Pompey does win, they're gonna knife him. You got, you've sold me on that one.
I
They
think they
did. They never
will.
liked him.
He could probably get away with some reforms that he could make, like maybe he could, because he was never quite as ardent as Solo when it came to just blaming one side. And obviously, he started out as a conservative as Solon, and then they obstructed him because he was too prestigious. That's why he formed the first triumvirate. So
Yeah.
Pompey, yeah, I think there would be a very, very slim hope that Pompey might find a solution to perpetuate the Republic for a couple more generations. But it would always be on that path where you would need that preponderant influence that's contradictory of the individual, that's contradictory to the spirit of the Republic, where you have an oligarchy of 600 guys who are approximately equal, which is no longer viable unless you fix the military to where it's actually being paid by the Senate as a whole. So if he had done that, then in that case the Republic could trundle on. And then you'd also have to fight corruption in the provinces, which I don't know if Pompey. I think he did actually go after a few governors for corruption, so maybe it's possible he might have actually been able to save the Republic now that I think about it. I don't think his odds are good, but maybe.
He's their last chance. Well, he was
Yeah.
their last chance.
Yeah, whereas even the people who are more pure than him, like the Catos, for instance, those guys are dumb as shit. They're not doing anything of note. All their solution is just kill all the people who are bad guys and then victory, hooray. Change nothing.
Although I've grown to respect Cato the Younger, and as I get older, I mean, I don't agree with him, right? But I've grown to respect him more. But you're right; he's not saving the Republic.
Yeah, actually, I will say this when it comes to the two Catos, I respect the younger more than the elder. I think the elder was a massive fucking hypocrite and didn't
Yes, definitely.
necessarily
Yeah,
believe everything he said, whereas Cato the younger, he might have been saying mostly bullshit, but he did believe it.
yeah. Well, I won't even get into his more since I read it. But when I read Plutarch's Cato the Elder, I was like, wow, I think I've rarely hated a man more in a book. I'm sorry, I've rarely read about a historical figure I hated more. That was outside of that's in the ancient world. That is.
Yeah, right now I'm
I was
actually
very
doing preparing two Romans of renown on Cato's two sons, and it's fascinating just how much of our information about the sons is about how Cato was a dad, because Cato like ostentatiously performed fatherhood as a display piece to make people know how virtuous he is.
great.
Yeah, and then of course, he kick somebody out of the Senate to censor because they kissed their wife in front of their kid. Like, so
Oh
getting
God.
really hardcore about that. But then years later, he's now in his late 70s, his wife is dead, and he hires a slave girl for his pleasure, and he lives in a small house because he's pretending to be poor, even though he has like some opulent estates in the countryside, and he'll have throwdowns out there, like big parties, lavish meals. But then in the city, he eats very simply and dresses poorly and lives in an old house. Well, because the house is so ramshackle, his son, who's now grown and married, and his wife complain because they always see Cato chasing this woman around. And so, oh yeah, Mark, tell us your question in chat. We'll do it. We'll go back. But yeah, so they would complain about that and talk about the hypocrisy. So then Cato, partly out of spite, married a much younger woman who was not really appropriate in terms of rank. So that pissed off his eldest son again. And when he asked, "Well, Dad, why'd you marry this bitch? So I could have more great sons just like you." So he's just blaming it on his son. He's like, "Hey, you brought this about. You're the one who told me to not have a mistress anymore. So now I got a wife." So he was
Good
petty,
God.
and apparently we think they probably had a permanent falling out. He and his eldest son, the boy he spent all this time supposedly educating and putting to bed every night, no matter what, all that kind of stuff. So then by this point, the son predeceases him. So then old Cato with his young wife will have his two grandsons, both of whom are older than his second son. And so he'll have three little kids in the house at once. And then, of course, he'll die when I think the second son's only 5 years old. And Plutarch, of course, goes after him. He says, "You're having a kid when you're 78. Not very responsible."
Yeah.
So I guess I guess to be fair, we also know what Plutarch would think about the Tyler family. So
I remember in like when I was reading Plutarch's lives so many years ago. Certain ones you can see like like he can be like, oh, he did this good, this bad. Reading the Cato the Elder stuff, I was just like, man, he doesn't like this guy, does he? Which I
No.
rather enjoyed.
Well, it's funny because a lot of times when I read people's stuff about Plutarch, they always talk about him being stuffy, him being like this very stringent moralist, this this guy who was just a prude. But I don't get that impression from Plutarch at all. And in fact, if
Me
you look at
neither.
the people he covers who are prudes, like Cato the Elder, it's not that positive. Whereas when he covers people who might have their flaws, like Mark Antony, he'll say, "Yeah, this guy partied, but yeah, so what? It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
It's a minor flaw in the end of the day."
I love it. I love when you said that just now because I was thinking I was reading Plutarch. I was like, oh, I found this like a lively read, and I was liking a lot of the nuance he took with the people, and like you said, like good and bad, right? And then I read that too. He's considered to be like stuffy and a moralist. And I was like, I don't really see that
I
in
mean, because
here,
he is technically a moralist in the sense that he is looking for moral lessons and how you could live your life, but he's not necessarily saying don't have fun, don't laugh, don't fuck.
Yeah.
He never
Oh yeah.
says
No,
that.
no. You're right. No, no. He does he does want you to draw something from them as a good example for yourself. But even then, he's not hitting you over the head with it. The way it would be like, God, I remember one time I misbehaved in class, and they made me like copy a Lincoln book, and it was just I mean, it's just one of these like lessons like Lincoln did this, so should you, And I'm just like, oh, I'm so bad, I. Sorry, Abraham Lincoln. Maybe I don't want to say dislike. Maybe that's why sometimes I'm hard on you, man. um, well, it's mostly military. And once again, if we talk about Lincoln politically, that's a whole different thing. He's quite shrewd,
Right, no,
and
for sure.
of course eloquent. And I'm just critical of him as a military commander. But anyways, I'm mostly critical as a military commander. But my point is that like I guess I was thinking of that as something as corny as like washing with the cherry tree type shit.
Right,
And
yeah, I mean, that's. The only way I can imagine somebody getting that reading of Plutarch, I mean, if an undergrad came up and told me that, I wouldn't be surprised. But I've heard adults who have some academic background describe Plutarch as stuffy. And I mean, I guess if I were to look more into what their resume is, maybe if they only read Aristophanes or something, then maybe in that case, yeah, he's stuffy because he doesn't talk about farts the whole time. But um,
wait. I think it actually might be? No, wait. I think it might be, dude? A lot of the classes, or at least my limited experience, when they wanted people to read ancient sources, they always did the Suetonius stuff because they're like, oh, the kids are like this because there's like murder and torture and sex, because everybody just wants sex and violence, apparently, right?
well, see, I've noticed teaching Gen Z that they're extremely uncomfortable with any form of sexuality. It's not like it was a when we were TAing at Kentucky.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm talking like 20, 25 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, back then that would work. People would have a smirk the whole time and enjoy it. Like, because I've assigned the life of Elagabalus before, which is, like, if you want a fun source, you'd think, well, how can you beat that? You'd be shocked. A lot of kids will just look there with the look of fucking horror. Like, why would you do this to us? Because
Wow.
a lot of Zoomers
You know
are
who?
softer than Sherman, man.
Well, beyond that one, I'd say there was also people to sign The Secret History by, oh God, what's his name? The one under
Procopius.
Justinian.
Procopius.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Procopius, right? So, what I'm saying is that in that era, 20, 25 years ago, people were signing stuff like that, I found. As opposed
I
to,
still assign the fun stuff. I don't give a shit. I mean, they need to be adults and understand that people. I mean, because I hate that people throughout history line, but one thing people throughout history did do is fuck.
you mean,
Yeah.
that's why we're
Hmm?
here, right? I mean,
Yeah.
what?
Not only that, but they talked about it. People gossiped about each other. People told stories. People politicked and connived. And
What I'm saying is, my guess is that a bunch of people went from Suetonius to Procopius, and then the teacher's like, well, now let's do Plutarch. And I'm like, okay, that would come off as stuffy after those two.
well, yeah, maybe a bit. I can see that.
But yeah, no, I don't find. Yes, I'm saying I don't find Plutarch stuffy. He's my favorite ancient historian, but that's just cards on the table on my end.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like most of the really stuffy, boring writings tend not to make it. Unless you're talking about Christian
Mhm.
theology or something like that. But even then, a lot of it, if you look at the rhetoric, a lot of that rhetoric is pretty intense, pretty aggressive for the
Well,
surviving
so
theology. So,
theology is a bit different anyway. I mean, you're
yeah.
getting to something that also is like got legal and philosophical underpinnings, which can always be a little bit more on the dull side, or has the danger of it more, as opposed to like, let me tell you a story about a guy, or
Yeah.
let's talk about this some of this war that occurred, right?
Well, even, I
You're
mean,
right.
because, like, if you look at a lot of the surviving authors, I mean, Herodotus, great storyteller.
Very much so.
Thucydides, this very deep analytical thinker who's got these very vivid descriptions of civil wars and all kinds of other things. Xenophon, great storyteller. Polybius is maybe not the best storyteller, but he's not bad. Um, Livy, great storyteller. Maybe not the most accurate historian, but he's entertaining. Sallust, very lively. Tacitus, very impressionistic. We don't really.
Sallust is
Yes, I think
Sallust.
Sallust is
I
my
read Sallust.
favorite
Very
for the
impressed.
Romans.
For the
Uh,
Romans, probably amongst the ancient historians. I mean, I guess I'm throwing in the Greeks and whoever else in that one. Sallust, the ones I've read, Sallust is like a second or third for me. I was really impressed. You're
yeah,
right.
no,
Good read. It was a good read.
yeah. I mean, because we know that there were a lot of other books written at the time, and we do have a few of them that have survived that weren't the best written, like Cornelius Nepos, for instance,
Yeah.
and that survived. But my guess would be if we had more stuff available from back then a lot of it would probably be not quite as good as most of the things that have survived. And the reason why a lot of those things survived, and the authors were well aware of this, is you have to be a good writer to keep people engaged with history a lot of times. And so,
So does that mean Claudius was a bad writer? Maybe.
possibly, I
God,
mean, because he was a
I
fucking
really feel like
emperor, so his shit got published and distributed pretty widely.
yeah. Well, I keep wishing we really had his Carthaginian history.
I've actually heard mostly positive things about it when it gets mentioned. Um, so apparently that one could just been a pure accident. Um, we also have certain
Mm.
memoirs that apparently were really good. Apparently, Sola had a memoir that was very interesting that got lost.
Ooh, that's
Eh,
too bad.
Yeah, actually, there were a lot of guys who wrote memoirs, but we have none of them now. So
We have
I
no
guess
memoirs at all. Well,
not like those written
I
ones. I
guess
guess
Caesar.
technically Augustus's Res Gestae survives. That's just the big monument that talks about his victories. But that is autobiographical in terms of how it's written, kind of like an old Egyptian monument. But Caesar's commentaries, they are a memoir of sorts, but it's also kind of impersonal. So he's not explaining his thinking a lot of times because a lot of times he'll just say, well, this stuff happened. And if he does something
Yeah.
smart, he'll talk about his foresight. If he does something dumb and gets caught flat-footed, it's like, well, I don't know. I mean, shit happens, and then Caesar had to figure a
Yeah.
way out of this. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I noticed that too.
yeah. Actually, there was a whole conference paper about that at my the conference I went to in Minnesota a few months ago. So I was the
Yeah.
keynote speaker, just talking about Caesar knows best and how Caesar will never quite take the blame for anything. But to be fair, it's also rare that he'll call somebody out for fucking up. I mean, the worst he'll do is if one of his subordinates screws up, he will just not really talk about their performance. He'll just say, "Well, he was there. Here's what happened," and then not say he fought really well or he was brave. It'll just be, "Yeah, he was here. He was in command." Enough said.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah. So anyway, that's But yeah. So I guess we got a little off track there, but that was kind of what I was thinking for that.
No,
But
that was a great aside, man. And good to be nerding out about ancient historians.
yeah.
Always down.
So Mark's question that didn't go through when he put in the super chat earlier was, would you guys ever do a stream on the history of immigration and the impact on the country each culture had?
Say again?
So, would you guys ever do a stream on the history of immigration and the impact on the country that each culture had?
So, like,
So,
I guess immigration to America and the impact each culture
yeah,
had.
so like what so the German immigration, what was the impact on America in the long run from having a bunch of Germans come in the 19th century?
I wouldn't do that one because it's out of my wheelhouse. I mean, I'm not David Hackett Fisher over here. Um,
Yeah.
among others, there's a bunch of other. I mean, that's just one of them. He's more controversial in some cases too. I mean, I talk about it for any given era, so I can tell you the impact of Irish and Germans on America. But even then, you got to be real regional about these things in general.
Right.
You know, like like yeah, like the Germans have a big influence in Missouri, for instance. Don't really matter in Florida, do they?
No.
uh, yeah, Irish, and this is a big influence on New Orleans in the South at the time. Not really, pretty much anywhere else in the South. I mean, Memphis would be the closest one I could think of. That's another thing too is the way people think of these things. Like, for instance, I live in well, not as much as it used to be. It's dipping pretty low. Heard the statistics. In the last 4 or 5 years, New Orleans has lost 40,000 residents. That's really bad for us. And when I was a kid, city was over 60% black. It is not anymore. It's still a majority black city though, right? So growing up, I just thought that black people made up like half. I thought the black people made up a much larger percent of the population than they do in the rest of America. Then I live in Pittsburgh, and I was working at Target over there, and I might have seen a black person a month. You
Damn.
know, so yeah, but at the same time, I'm living in Pittsburgh. They have all this stuff for like all these European countries just don't run into in New Orleans. Like that, I'd be driving around, there'd be like a Slovenian society somewhere, and people would be like, "Yeah, and a lot of Eastern European people settled there, and they had their own insults for each other. Like there's nobody from Slovenia's around here. I mean, there's a Croatian influence in Southeast Louisiana, but that has more to do with oystermen,
Right.
like like oyster fishermen. I don't know of like Croatian village. There's not a Croatian neighborhood, but a bunch of Croatians hung out like in Plaquemines Parish and nearby, and a lot of the oyster stuff in the New Orleans area is owned by Croatian families. But you get what I'm saying. So even in the case of immigration, you're talking about regions as well.
Yeah.
The
And I guess
Americans just too big of
too,
a country.
I mean, yeah, so I know in Chicago they have a Lithuanian museum. I saw it last time I was driving through, advertised on the interstate. So, yeah, I mean, different cities have different little communities that are unique in some ways. Or the Hmong community, the Vietnamese mountain people who left after the war in Vietnam.
Yeah.
So half of them settled in California. The other half ended up in Western North Carolina,
Huh.
and
Yeah.
mostly around the
Wanted to go
Hickory
back to the
area.
mountains.
Kind of, but they were more in the foothills. They're not in the mountains proper, and they still have maintained a lot of their tribal structure there. Like so, in a lot of neighborhoods, if there's a Hmong presence there, and then you have other people, a lot of times the procedure if you have trouble with one of your neighbors is to go to their tribal leader and negotiate it. So,
Wow.
yes, I mean, there are lots of subcultures and places you wouldn't expect.
Around here in New Orleans, a lot of Vietnamese came here, but it's Catholic fishermen.
Uh,
Yeah. So Vietnamese Catholic fishermen in particular came to New Orleans in large numbers. Because hey, it makes sense, right?
you also in
So
Columbus, there are a pretty decently large number of East Africans here.
oh, interesting. You
Yeah,
also have an Arnold Schwarzenegger statue.
we do. Yeah,
Yeah, you
and
do.
a
An
Jack
Arnold statue.
Nicholas museum on OSU campus.
Oh, the
Jack,
golfer.
Yeah,
Yeah, and Jack Nicholas. God, when I was a kid, if people would say Jack Nicholas, they'd be like, "What? You mean like the guy in The Shining?"
yeah.
No, I had a neighbor who, for some reason, he was like this like old dumb New Orleanians. Had somebody said something, he's like, "Well, I didn't know that, I didn't know that actor who played Joker wanted to become a was now a champion golfer." He wasn't joking. He was just that funny.
I mean, it would have been a great joke if it was a joke, though.
Imagine
Um,
Jack Nicholson with sunglasses on. I don't make movies. I make classics. Until I made the Two Jakes. That's a really bad movie.
yeah. And when I'm not doing that, I'm off winning tournaments.
Yeah, yeah. We
All
got any
right.
more super chats, or is that it,
Uh,
everybody?
Last one. It will be the easiest to answer, actually. Tasmanian Walrus, $5. Thank you, Tasmanian Walrus. Great stream tonight. One of the best in a while. One day, would you guys do a Union Corps tier list stream? Well,
Oh, I mean
we
like
have done
second
that.
core, third core.
Oh,
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I know.
oh, you
Yeah,
mean
I
like
know
the
Luke.
actual cores? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, not core commanders. Yeah, go through the actual course. I know Luke had the idea also of like doing a really one where we'd rank all 32 NFL franchises.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I will argue vociferously that the Saints go to the F tier.
F tier, come on, man. Come
I'm
on.
from Atlanta. I have to.
What?
I have to make the argument.
Hey, didn't you guys blow a 28-point lead in the Super Bowl?
At least we got to the Super Bowl fair and square. Unlike you guys.
No, we did. We were screwed over the NFL. 28-point lead, dude. That was bad.
Hmm.
That was man.
As somebody else, Tasmanian Walrus also followed up. He said, tier list every regimental commander at Gettysburg.
No. I know this. I know it's that. No. We'll do that in like the next 20 years when we run out of ideas.
Yeah, I
We'll do
remember.
this.
Man.
I remember one time when we were doing one of those Confederate tier lists. Somebody thought we were going into too much details. They said next time rank the Confederates by dick size.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. You think they had like a plasticaster in the 1860s?
Yeah, exactly.
no, so yeah, went into too much detail. Huh? Wonder what they think nowadays. Anyways, that's pretty much it, huh, guys?
Yeah.
Yep, that's about it. All right. Well, thank you
Yeah.
everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you, Luke and Sean. And next week, I guess we can go ahead and announce what the plan is. So next week we're doing an exciting exploration of the life and times of one Muammar Gaddafi, the deceased Libyan dictator. So I'll be having another announcement about that. Probably be on Wednesday. We're still figuring that out a little bit, but yeah.
It's
So
gonna be more of a you and Danny stream. I'll be there, comments and a few things, but I know Danny's got background in the Toyota Wars. You said you're gonna read the Green Book, right?
yep, I got the green book in the mail today, actually, or was it yesterday? One or the other. Point is, I have the green book
Fantastic.
in hand,
Great,
and it's not very
fantastic.
long. I'm gonna read that fucking thing over the weekend, and I will be ready to tell you about committeeocracy.
Sounds like a movie with dumb people. Wait, that's Idiocracy.
Yeah, no, his system is interesting because I suspect, and I don't know for sure until I read it, but I suspect it will be somewhat reminiscent of Maoism a little bit. But we'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right, well, that's it, everybody. Good night. Thank you for showing up. And next week, we will talk about a guy who abandoned a promising career as a cock rocker to become a Libyan dictator. So we'll see you then. Good night.